suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night you don't be cheap. It's once again everybody can pay up. If anybody follow move, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mogo, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time, little bit, we be Mogo, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You really move, I really master. When you won't play one. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
And it is right there. Where am I coming back from? I think I have this one. All right. So, so that is right there. Here I am, right here. There you are, where you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Sorry, my voice is gone. I'm not quite sure. But good day to you and all that. Good to be in your company. The usual greetings. I bailed out yesterday. I was half-minded to bail out today, but the sessions are becoming increasingly more skittish. The time is unpredictable, and even if the session holds, is in the lap of the gods now. But we will straighten up. But we're going through that phase at the moment. So that's where we are. But hopefully you hold firm and you stick firm. It's separating the wheat from the chaff, isn't it? We see who holds strong. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Protocol remains the same. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all those nice and cozy things. So the session was meant to be about Dele Farotimi running commentaries on this collaboration that is going on between Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. So that was meant to be the body of the session. but events have since superseded that. So just to hold true to what was promised, we'll play a little clip of Dele Farotimi running commentaries on Peter Obi fraternizing with El Rufai. So we'll play a little clip on that, and then very quickly then we'll pivot to the real story of the day, which is the session at the Senate today. So we cannot but address it, so certainly we will be addressing it. We'll be addressing it today, so we'll be giving it all we can today, but then tomorrow afternoon, because I need to get my numbers up, it's really, but tomorrow afternoon we'll be having a midday session as well, still wrapped around Natasha Akpoti. I was actually meant to have it today, but like I said, everything is a bit upside down now, but I think I will now come back to normalcy now. So, but no, the body of the session now, this session is going to wrap around what happened at the Senate Disciplinary Committee, Natasha Akpoti matter, Obi Ezekwesili versus the committee, and the whole kerfuffle. It could have been a Ugandan parliament for all that went down there. So we'll certainly be addressing that and all other matters that turn up. But let's fulfill all righteousness first by playing the Dele Farotimi clip that speaks to his concerns about his Lord and Master, Peter Obi, fraternizing with the devil, El Rufai. So let's start it off with this.
2027 is a waste of time. And if Peter Obi should find alliance with an El Rufai, the question is this: that alliance, is it one that is found after Nigerians have become citizens where their votes will count? If it is one, I might look at the content of such an alliance without prejudice to the fact that I would expect that someone who has committed so many sins against the Nigerian people, especially the people of Southern Kaduna, like El Rufai, will pay penance and take a back seat. I wouldn't expect him to be front and center and be allowing people to be reminded, because I don't know how anybody would expect the people of Southern Kaduna to be looking at an El Rufai, even the people of the entire Middle Belt. I don't know how.
So that's Dele Farotimi. Actually, let's pick that up from the top and follow the sequence that I'd laid down for it. So everything starts with Obi telling us that he's not desperate to be president. He's always, at every opportunity, told us that he's not desperate to be president. So let's now remind ourselves of how Obi positioned in that space.
I'm not desperate to be president. Not am I desperate to be anything. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work, especially for the youths of this country. Not about winning or losing. I would rather lose doing the right thing than win doing the wrong thing. My politics have been consistent in character and integrity throughout the time I started. I can go and check.
So that was Peter Obi right there, telling us that he's not desperate to be president. He would rather lose than lose his integrity, that his politics has been consistent both in content and in character. So he said that in that clip. He has repeated that right across the board. But now Peter Obi's politics now leads towards the politics of Atiku Abubakar, El Rufai, etc., etc. So that's where Peter Obi's politics leans, and they are now gathering the deplorables, as once stated by Hillary Clinton. So a gathering of the deplorables. Here is a sample.
Emeka and I have kept this relationship, and till today, I have found him extremely loyal, dedicated, and focused. Even though at one point in time we may find ourselves on different political divides, but we kept our relationship. And I think that testifies to the kind of person Emeka is. So let me use this opportunity. When he told me about this event, I was actually complaining. I said, Emeka, this is Ramadan, and then it is the last 10 days of Ramadan. And the last 10 days of Ramadan, we don't sleep in the night, we sleep during the day. He said, but we're going to try and make it. I said, okay, I will make it. And here we are today. I'd like to congratulate you Emeka and Mrs.
Oh, all right. So what I just wanted to highlight there were the people actually gathered in that gathering, a basket of the deplorables, as once stated by Hillary Clinton. So that is what Tinubu rather is coming up against, a basket of the deplorables. A basket of the deplorables.
Donald Trump wasn't the only one making questionable statements tonight. Listen to Secretary Clinton at a fundraiser here in New York.
Be grossly generalistic. You can put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
All right, so there it is right there. So the basket, that phrase, it will go down in time as one of a point of reference. So a basket of the deplorables assembled then to discuss then how they are going to get power off Tinubu. So I'm reading Solomon's comments just as I'm. So a basket of the deplorables then gathered just to see then how they can unseat Tinubu. But it might well prove to be a tough mission, but certainly Tinubu in for a fight. You saw them all. Obasanjo was there. Obasanjo that told us that if there was a choice between the devil and Atiku Abubakar, he would choose the devil 10 times over, and God will not forgive him if he supports Atiku. We saw him holding hands with Atiku there. Rotimi Amete, of course, a whole raft of them, Tambuwal, Peter Obi, El Rufai, all the basket of the deplorables. So we saw the basket of the deplorables plotting and orchestrating them how to wrestle power from the hands of Tinubu. And here is how they plan to do it. Watch this.
The 2027 general election is gradually gathering momentum, and it is not unexpected to see leaders using every available opportunity to weigh in on political developments in the country and across the continent. This gathering of Nigeria's political elites to celebrate former Imo State Governor Emeka Ihedioha presents another opportunity for political fireworks.
I've lived my life pursuing the cause of democracy. And so when I take certain positions, you should be understood. I do not take positions because I like you or I don't like you, but because I believe that democracy remains the best form of governance in our land. And because I know I do no other business than pursuing this cause, it makes sense for me to do everything to sustain it.
What sort of democracy?
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, in his assessment of the topic, "Is democracy failing in Africa?" described democracy as un-African. Obasanjo lamented that the system of government has seen people grab power corruptly and asked their opponents to approach the courts, knowing that the judiciary cannot give them justice.
Today we have democracy, which is government of the people, of small number of people, by small number of people, over large number of people who are deprived of what they need to have in life. Now that is not democracy that will endure. So if you are talking of democracy failing in Africa, democracy in Africa has failed. And why has it failed? Because it didn't have any in context and in content. It's not African. Corruptly.
While Obasanjo's view was that democracy is failing, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, said democracy has totally collapsed in Nigeria.
They started in 1999, laid the foundation. Some people came and took it a decking, and some people were trying to raise it to first floor, and some people came and knocked everything down. That's the situation where we are now. Everything has been knocked down. Nothing works. And I'm somebody who can say this exemplarily. I became a governor through the court when President Obasanjo and Atiku were in government. I did not pay the court 1 naira. I was sitting in my house, in the office, and the court declared me winner. When a governor is hosting them, it can happen in Nigeria today. When I was being impeached, the president sent people to come and intervene on my behalf. Ken Namani came begging House people not to impeach me. Today, the president impeaches the president. So that is the thing, so it's collapsed.
And I think there are...
all right, so there it is right there, a basket of the deplorables. Like I said, Obasanjo then telling us that democracy has failed in Nigeria and Africa, and we should revert back then to the sort of democracy that he used to hand over power from himself to Yar'Adua. So that is democracy according. It's just unbelievable the sort of characters that gather to, if we have to turn away from Tinubu, then who do we turn to? That's the thing. Look at the gatherings there. So if we're to turn away from Tinubu, who are we turning to? Are we turning to Rotimi Amechi? Is that who we're turning to? Or is it Peter Obi? Or is it Atiku Abubakar, Tambuwal? Is it Bukola Saraki? So who are we turning to? Who is the rescue plan amongst the deplorables gathered in that gathering? A basket of the deplorables. So there it is. So that is what it's looking like 2027. Here it's Peter Obi. I'm glad by his own admission. He told us then that the judiciary rescued him when he should not have been governor, but they superimposed him on Anambra State anyway. So that's fine. But then when he tried to graduate an election and they slapped him on the face and threw him out of the window, then the country has failed. So that if you want to know what narcissism looks and sounds like, you just heard it there. That is a very narcissistic man that cannot see beyond the borders of his nose. So I cannot see beyond the borders of his nose. Let's pick it up from here. Let's take it in this direction. Listen to this assessment from this guy.
El-Rufai's political moves have always been strategic. His recent nationwide consultation signaled that he was looking for a bigger role in the next election cycle. But what many did not expect was his exit from the APC to join the SDP. However, before we start overhyping the developments, let's ask the right questions. Who really benefits from this move? El-Rufai is not just decamping, he's aligning with familiar faces, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, and the likes of Bukola Saraki. But pause for a moment. These are the same people that he helped defeat in 2023 when he worked for Tinubu. Now he's teaming up with them to defeat the same man he helped bring to power. Where's the ideological consistency? And if these figures could not stop Tinubu in 2023, what has changed in 2027? Now let us look at Atiku's last dance. Atiku Abubakar is likely making his final attempt at the presidency. He has tried.
All right, let's stop it there. It goes on for another 2 minutes. It's well worth the watch. We may well play it later, but let's stop it there. So that guy then said, where is the ideological consistency? So hold that thought and apply it then. These people are on a mission, not anything to do with you, but out of their own selfish ambitions. These people are on a personal journey, not a Nigerian journey. All of the basket of these deplorables gathered in that particular gathering, they are on a personal narcissistic journey of ambition, nothing to do with you or your betterment or well-being. I think you are sophisticated enough to know that Peter Obi wants to be president, and he wants to be an Eastern president. That's all it's going to be. Peter Obi, if Peter Obi ever becomes president, which is highly unlikely, is going to be a Buhari presidency, but with an Eastern flavor. Maybe not as brutish as Buhari was, but certainly as ethnic as it was. So he's on a personal, narcissistic, and ethnocentric journey. So that's all Peter Obi has to offer. Atiku Abubakar is on an egomaniacal sort of a journey. Is propelled by some grand sense of self-importance and self-worth, and the assurances of his marabouts, or the marabouts, and the assurances of his babalawo, that the oracles tell them that he's going to be president. He has been in that cycle 6 times now, and he knows no other than, and he's also propelled by ethnic jingoism as well. Of course, Rotimi Amechi, he's smarting from how he was played even at the primaries 2023. So all of these people, if you look at their look at El Rufai, the slaughtering that took place. Actually, let's go to Southern Kaduna. If you really want to know what is going on, that these people are, is El Rufai your rescue plan, by the way? So an El Rufai Peter Obi ticket with El Rufai on that ticket, that's a rescue plan. Anything is better than Tinubu Abi. Maybe this guy doesn't agree with you. Let's listen to him.
I think when some of Nigerians are now ranting terrible presidents, as if Tinubu the terrible president, I think it's unfair. We are not being fair to ourselves. We are not being sincere to ourselves, honestly. You see, I don't know why we Nigerians are just like this. You know, we should not use personal hatred or religion or tribal bigotry just to discredit someone. Now, Southern Kaduna is a very good example. You know, now people can sleep with their two eyes closed. Now, in Southern Kaduna, whereby before it was terrible. You know, this area whereby crisis every day, people when they wake up in the morning, they always thank God that, oh, I survived this, I survived that. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to limelight as a president, you know, the insecurity of that area is just, you know, people in that area can sleep with their two eyes closed now, you know, and haba, I see as it's not a do or die affair. Ya kamata mutane mu tsoro Allah. Duk abin da mutum yayi na gaskiya a bi shi. So, but many people, especially the youths, I always say it in most of my videos, the youths need to get themselves educated, need to read policies, go to government policies, take your...
All right, that guy goes on for a few more minutes, but I want to play another person from Southern Kaduna, so we leave that there. But when they talk about the youth, I've always said one thing here, but I think a lot of people don't especially pay attention. Not that anybody pays attention to anything I say anyway, but I've always said one thing here. I've always said that we must never conflate the vuvuzela of a vocal minority to mean that is the will of a silent majority. So a lot of all of this noise that we hear, all over the place, relentless screeching and screaming, every single day, it doesn't represent anything other than the peculiarities, the narrowness of that space. It represents nothing other than the voice of that tiny space. Vocal as it is not representative of the voice of anything, certainly not the will or the position of Nigerians. All the noise that we hear every single day, it only really represents the vocalization and the biases and the politicking of that particular space that is coming out of. It represents nothing more than that. It represents all the noise. Hey, the price of you see now, one Yoruba man he say, hey, wow, you see now, it's not, forget all of that. It represents nothing more than the howling at the moons of the obedience. It doesn't represent the voice of the mass of Nigerians, one, and also it doesn't represent the voice of the youth of Nigeria, too. We know that the youth of Nigeria are not with that space because we saw the figures from the last set of elections, and universally, the abundance of all of the youths in Nigeria voted against that space. We saw it in Yobe, where that space only got 0.64%. So the abundance of Yobe, it's a very young state, Yobe. It's a very young state, Sokoto, that space got 1%. You know, the entirety of the Northwest, they got, 1.5% all the way through. They are all very young there. We see them all the time. So that space doesn't represent other than the vuvuzela of just headless noise making. And that is what we're hearing coming out of Southern Kaduna now, that all this 30-day ranting is nothing, it's coming out of the east, but it's not coming from us. That is essentially what they're telling us in Southern Kaduna. But you know that they don't have the aggression to be as punchy as our Eastern brothers, but in their own quiet, elegant, dignified manner, they are telling you then that this noise is not representative of my will. We heard it from that guy. Let's hear it from another.
Tinubu is a terrible president. 30 days challenge, 30 days rant. But let me advise you, before you say this statement next time, look left, look right, look left, and look right again. I swear, if you see a Southern Kaduna person around you, no trial. Southern Kaduna from Kaduna State, no trial. If you see anybody from Southern Kaduna, no trial. No matter what is moving you, do not say that, not trial. Because what will hit you, you will think is a trailer. I beg of you, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If you see anybody from Southern Kaduna, no try by mistake call Tinubu a terrible president. You know why? We know what we went through in the hands of El-Rufai. Under President Buhari, we know what we went through. Our people were like, they were killing. For the first time, I feel like a human being. I feel like a human. I feel like I have a right.
All right, so that other guy, he also goes on for a few minutes, but I think you get the drift. The noise, and you cannot help but be seduced by the noise. You hear it all the time. I go on the internet, anywhere and everywhere you look, they're all there, screeching and squealing, climbing up the walls with their fanged fingers, eyes popping out, banging. You know, you cannot avoid these people. So you hear it so often all over the place, you might are confused that it's representative of the will of anybody. Yeah, all you hear from that space is nothing other than the obedient space on a campaign of calumny to run that all the way through to 2027 and see what that brings them. So you've heard the silent majority saying, "Not in my name." So you've heard from Northern Kaduna. Now let's now hear from Southwest. Let's take a little snippet from the Southwest, just to tell you then that all this noise that these people make is not representative any other than the representation of a campaign of calumny that Peter Obi is spearheading off the back of losing an election. This is what the real Nigerians think.
It's going to move forward. So in this 30 days run that people are doing, I am going to be giving history lessons that I have already started. I am going to be talking about the policies of the government in power. And I am going to be talking about the campaign promises. What others are claiming they would have done better. We are going to ask them questions. In fact, our own rants may go beyond 30 days. Yeah, we are going to go beyond it. Now let me start by saying this. So one of the comments that I've seen on the video I made on Shirai was that he's not fulfilling his campaign promises. Wow. Are you sure? No, you are not sure. Why? Because in 2023, 2022, when they were campaigning, you were busy following movements. You were busy doing bala blue, bulaba. You were busy dragging personality, dragging tribe, rather than paying attention to issues. Some of us, we paid attention to issues in 2023, and we discussed issues while the campaign was going on. So, for all of you who said that Tinubu is not fulfilling his promises, you are lying. He actually is fulfilling his campaign promises. Tinubu said he was going to remove subsidy, just the same way like Obi said. Atiku said he was going to remove subsidy. All these people said they were going to remove subsidy. So you cannot blame Tinubu for removing subsidy and say Obi would have done it better, where Obi actually said he was going to remove subsidy. Atiku said he was going to remove subsidy. How would they have done this better? We are going to have a conversation on this issue of subsidy. So, Tinubu actually promised that things were going to be difficult. He actually painted the picture of these 2 years in office, that things were going to go up, that things were going to be a bit hard, but that afterwards, Nigeria is going to be stabilized. And he gave reasons why he wanted to do that. He said, if we do not remove subsidy, that our economy will not be able to survive it, because Nigeria was actually borrowing money to pay for subsidy. So for all of you who have been going about, he's a terrible president, he did not fulfill his promises, he did not do this, he actually fulfilled his promises. He actually is doing what he said he was going to do. I think he's the first president in Nigeria not to fool you in his campaign. He's the first president who actually told us what it was going to be like by the time he gets there. He was the first president to do that. Many of the presidents that have ruled us have always promised us bread and butter, but never, fulfilled those promises. That is aside. Now, my question to you is that Tinubu said he was going to remove subsidy. Obi said he was going to remove subsidy. Atiku said he was going to remove subsidy. Now, please tell me, if Obi had won, are you saying that subsidy would not have been removed? And that when he removed subsidy, Obi would make God to rain manna from heaven? If Atiku had won the election, would Atiku have begged Allah to rain manna from heaven for food to be cheap? Answer that question.
All right. So that's, I'm actually glad that what is going on, because these people have had too free a reign for too long. The vuvuzelas, the raw meat eaters, like I like to call them, the headless mobs, as Zita tags them, they've had free reign for too long. So there has to be an amplification of narratives that counterweight these lunatics that are all over the internet. So that is what I stand for, by the way. So if I stand alone, I stand alone. I'm from Oyo Alaafin, always outnumbered, never outgunned. Outnumbered, but never outgunned. So I'll stand there and I'll stand in that bridge. And I'm glad to see then that other voices are starting to penetrate the noise of these cannibals that just howl at the moon. So that is that's a nuanced engagement with the political space right there. All the way through the campaigning, Tinubu told you this is the sequence of events, and these are the reasons why those events will sequence in this manner. And when he won, which he always was going to, because the field opened up for him to win. After the suffering from Buhari, nobody wanted the Fulani again, and Peter Obi was a non-starter. He was never in anything. So it was either Tinubu or Atiku, and Atiku, people backlashed Buhari against Atiku. So it was really Tinubu or nobody. Peter Obi was never in anything. He never will be in anything. So it's just a necessary distraction that we have to suffer for another 2 years. After 2027, Obi will be thrown in the bin. I think we all know that. But no, like that lady exactly said, we saw him at the London Economic Forum, we saw him at Chatham House, and there was never any opportunity that this guy had that he did not paint you a picture of where the country was and how it needed to get out of it. And there will be a pain period for us to wean ourselves off this rudderlessness that we were locked in, and then to evolve into the beginnings of what actually looks like a country. He painted that whole picture for you, and that whole picture that he painted is exactly what's playing out now. And if you did not agree with the picture, then you could have voted for Atiku You know, so, but you did agree with the picture. That's why you voted for him so resoundingly. So that's what's going on. So you can have a 365,000 million years rant, and then you rant until your voice chokes, but it doesn't change anything. The sequence is the sequence. What is being done are the right things. In 2027, it carries on, and it will run for another 8 years. So that is how it is. But let us remind ourselves what Peter Obi said again. I'm not desperate to be what?
I'm not desperate to be president. Not am I desperate to be anything. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work, especially for the...
So he's not desperate to be president, but yet he's fraternizing them with Atiku Abubakar and El-Rufai. How Atiku, Obi, El-Rufai coalition may play out. So it's forming a grand coalition with the worst elements that country has to offer. So forming a grand coalition with the worst elements that country has to offer, and even its most ardent of our supporters, they find that stench a little bit difficult to bear. So we've heard from Aisha Yesufu that, look, I'm not sure I'm with this, if you are going in that direction, but its most potent advocate, the one that is most incisive, the one that is most cutting in its vituperations, the one that has the greatest articulation within the obedience space, which is Dele Farotimi, of course. There are only two articulations. There are three articulations within the obedience space. Akin Oshitokun, who we know is somewhat biased and is Obasanjo's stooge anyway, so we don't really pay too much attention to Akin Oshitokun. But there are really two voices within the Peter Obi space that gives life to the organism that is the obedient whatever. So those two voices, Chidi Odinkalu and Dele Farotimi, so those are the only two voices of note that are actually able to articulate anything. And even Chidi Odinkalu will tell you that he's not fully on board with Peter Obi, but we all know that he really is. But those are the two articulations, and those two articulations then are starting to distance. Chidi Odinkalu was on telly a few days ago now telling us that, look, this El-Rufai step will be yet a step too far, and Dele Farotimi about to speak now. But remember what Obi told us, he's not desperate to be president.
2027 is a waste of time. And if Peter Obi should find alliance with an El-Rufai, the question is this: that alliance, is it one that is found after Nigerians have become citizens where their votes will count? If it is one, I might look at the content of such an alliance without prejudice to the fact that I would expect that someone who has committed so many sins against the Nigerian people, especially the people of Southern Kaduna, like El-Rufai, will pay penance and take a back seat. I wouldn't expect him to be front and center and be allowing people to be reminded, because I don't know how anybody would expect the people of Southern Kaduna to be looking at an El-Rufai. Even the people of the entire Middle Belt, I don't know how they will they will be able to stomach an El-Rufai in a political party where he has a prominent position. His bigotry is documented, too well documented for it to be something that we can be arguing.
I watched Professor Chidi Odinkalu on one of the conversations he had with some people where he said that if El-Rufai is going to be on the ballot, he would rather have Tinubu back. Would you say the same, or would you find a situation where you can't pick between the two of them?
Let me say this. Tinubu is the devil I know. El-Rufai's capacity for evil, I don't really know. I just know that he's a deeply, I find my skin crawls when I think of the things that has been associated with him. The things he himself has said in the public space, how terrorists are to be paid, how when you hold the Fulani man, you are going to pay for it, how the people of Southern Kaduna were just treated like vermins. Whether he was directly responsible, he was the governor, the chief security officer of the state, and he didn't have anything soothing to say to these things. And I am involved in the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum. I've heard Middle Belt people speak to their pains in the hands of Fulani Moriders. And to now hear somebody speaking to the normalization of that level of evil, it makes my skin crawl. So I cannot argue against what Chidi Odinkalu said, although it's almost like asking which hand I would prefer to have chopped off. Because as between the two of them, the Nigerian people will find no salvation.
So there it is right there. If you go unnecessarily, for Obi to maintain relevance, he has to form these alliances with all these sort of people, because these are the front end of the Nigerian political space. They have the numbers, they have the money, they have the push. We've already seen how far Obi can go in terms of where he plateaued in 2020, in 2023. So that is the peak of Obi's capacitation, even with all of the riggings in the southeast, the ethnic dog whistling, the religious whatnot, all of that. So that was his biggest push, and it culminated in those figures that we saw. So Obi plateaued. So for him to make any progression or even have any relevance, he has to form these alliances, and the alliance has to be with that side of politics, because that is where the money is and that is where the numbers are. So he forms these alliances, but these alliances then that Peter Obi is forming is aligning then with the sort of people that his own followership have assured us that they want to distance as far from as possible. So they are telling us they want to get rid of the old rotten guard that has gotten us to this place. So who is more old and rotten than Atiku Abubakar, who Obi now is now the man Friday too? You can't see Atiku anywhere now. We're not seeing Peter Obi carrying bags behind him like a man Friday, like a boy. So he's doing boy. He's back to boy with Atiku Abubakar, and we have El Rufai now in the mix, wanting to lord it over him as well. So that is the political fraternization that Obi is now fraternizing with out of necessity, but he gives us the assurance then. What was that assurance that he gave us again? Can anybody remember?
I'm not desperate to be president. Not am I desperate to be anything. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work, especially for the youths of this country. So that by winning or losing,
So he's not desperate to be president, but his rescue plan for Nigeria is fraternization with Atiku Abubakar and El Rufai. What did Hillary Clinton say again?
Donald Trump wasn't the only one making questionable statements tonight. Listen to Secretary Clinton at a fundraiser here in New York.
Be grossly generalistic. You can put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
So there it is right there, from Tinubu to the basket of this deplorables. So that's the choice you have, 2027. Tinubu on the left side and a basket of deplorables on the right side. So Tinubu or a basket of the deplorables. So that's the choice. So that is the choice. In fact, these people are so... I don't even want to play this clip. I've got so many clips here, but I'm not going to play them only because I want to go to them what happened at the Senate today. So let's just... it's not even a segue. Let's just make a sharp turn in this direction. So everybody saw this, but let's remind ourselves, it's something we have to discuss.
So that we can be clear on his direction. This vague reference that the committee is biased is a serious allegation.
And by the way, these are just for the purposes of background. People who may not have seen this, I expect that most of you would have. What you are seeing sitting here is the Senate Ethics Committee in sitting then to address the matter of the sexual harassment allegation alleged against the Senate President by Natasha Akpoti. So that is the purpose of this gathering. Their first sitting, and this is how it played out. It was quite explosive.
That requires proof. We would not invite you here to listen and then come out with this. This is being recorded in many directions. and we are the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I would ask the gentleman to please be specific on the bias that he refers to. Thank you.
Ask a question, Mr. Chairman. My question is mostly to people on this side. The witness, while speaking, didn't just say that one senator is biased. He said that this committee is biased. He said that this committee has taken sides. He said that he cannot get fair hearing from this committee. He concluded that he has no confidence in this committee as set up. And if that is the case, what are we now expected to do? Thank you.
Just, Mr. Suberu, so that I understand you correctly, what you are saying is that you are not prepared to testify. Am I correct?
That is not correct.
To testify today?
I'm prepared to testify, but no, not on this committee.
Okay. Mr. Suberu, yes. Mr. Suberu.
If I'm not ready, I will not qualify away from.
Hold on now. Let me please put off your mic.
No, that is wrong, sir. You do respect the senator. Don't inject words in me on my mouth.
And by the way, by way of a little spoiler, just to hold your attention, you know the Koboko, the flogging that a lot of people have always wished was applied to Madam Obi Ezekwesili, that flogging was applied today. So the Kobokoing, never to, of course, not to be recommended. She's a lady of some sort, but the correctional application of the Koboko that a lot of people have been wanting to be applied to Obi Ezekwesili, that correctional application of the Koboko, in order to help her reset her mind, that correctional application of the Koboko was applied today. It was applied in this clip. So watch this. She got a thorough flogging.
No,
you cannot determine what he does.
Most senators are, please don't inject words on me. Say exactly what I said.
All right. We will have the objection. I will also have it loud and clear that because of those objections, you will have nothing to say to this committee.
Can I?
One of the reasons
because my respect is Mr. Chairman, we are not, Mr. Chairman, this is...
And by the way, just to give you the backdrop to this exchange going on here, before we get to the Obi Ezekwesili one, the guy there in the white kaftan, which is a guy from Kogi who is the petitioner on behalf of the Akpoti petition regarding the sexual harassment. So he's the petitioner. So he's now asked the committee, and all the committee needed to hear from him was that he stands by the wordings of the petition. So he just needed to adopt and own his petition, and that would have been his contribution. He may then refer to the people that he has brought to advocate further on his behalf. So that was all was needed from him. But they came with a plan. So they came to turn it into a street fight, because what Natasha Akpoti is actually inviting is a street fight. You know, there's no substance to her allegation, so she wants to turn it into a gutter roll around in the mud. And this is what we're seeing playing out now. This is at the topmost house in Nigeria, by the way, a Senate committee. People sitting on that committee are representatives of the people elected then to speak on their behalf to the nation. And you see how Obi Ezekwesili and her team treats the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I will turn it off. Mr.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. With due respect. I don't want to fucking myself. What is not to respect yourself? Shut up and take him out. Smell him out. Smell him out. Look like a dog. Look at you. Shoot at 70. I take exception to a senator.
All right. Anybody that has been on this platform for a minute, they'll know that I'm from Oyo. I never fail to tell people that I am an Oyo man. So, and I am an Oyo man, and the capital of Oyo is Ibadan. And we have a saying in Ibadan. We say Ija Igoro Niti Ibadan. You know, everything in Ibadan, you turn it into a rough fight. So that is the template, that is the steppings that they came with today. Obiese Kwesele and the usual cloud chasers. Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan.
You talking to me like that? You are a disgrace to the state. I will turn it off, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with due respect, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. With due respect. I don't want to fucking myself. What is not to respect yourself? Shut up and take him out. Smell him out. Smell him out. Look like a dog. Look at you. Shoot at 70. I take exception to a senator. Why are you talking to me like that?
All right. So she takes exception. If you want me to scroll it back, I can. She takes exception to a senator talking to her like that. But who fired the first shot? Who drew the first blood? That's always who instigated all this. They were having a little hissy fight between themselves there. And then she retorted back to him, shut your mouth, you big, shut your mouth, you big fool. If you want me to scroll it back, I can scroll it back. She said it in whispers, but it was audible enough for everybody to hear. And the man in the middle is quite central to it as well, because it's come out as well as on this matter. She says, shut your mouth, you big fool. And then that triggers the girl. Of course, we know that this particular senator is a hothead anyway. So she says, shut your mouth, you big fool. And then that triggered him, and all hell was let loose.
I don't want to fucking myself. What is not to respect yourself? Shut up and take him out. Smell him out. Smell him out. Look like a dog. Look at you. Shoot at 70. I take exception to a senator. Why are you talking to me like that? You are a disgrace to the Senate. You are an insult to womanhood. You are an insult to womanhood. And you are here to tell the world that you have not changed. You cannot violate. You are here to tell the world that you have not changed. You are at 70, you have not changed. You are a scoundrel. I'm expecting to take it. I will not take it. A scoundrel. I will not take it. So that is why you can never be here.
So what we are seeing here is a pivotal moment in time, because the empire is striking back now. We are starting to see it. We saw it from Southern Kaduna twice. We saw it from the southwest. We're seeing it within the parliament now. The excesses of that wildling sort of obedient, run around everywhere and insult everybody and speak in any manner, and people are calling time on need. Enough is what you're hearing. And you better hear it, because other people have voices too, and they have the capacity just as to be as bullish and as thuggish as you. So this is the thing. It's not Buhari administration anymore, when you can just say anything and everything And because they're too conservative, they can't respond. There is a response. And it's just as vociferous and as hard-hitting as your first, just caution it, but or you will be cautioned.
People like you can never be here. People like you can never be here. How can you be? Not a hooligan.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee.
And you say I should keep my mouth shut. Who are you to say so?
Chairman.
Who are you to say so?
Chairman.
Who are you?
Okay, officer.
And you refuse.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Mr. Chairman. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Hello. Chairman of the committee. Hello. Chairman of the committee.
So now she told the guy to shut up, you big fool, on the presumption, and this is the thing that has led us to where we are, for this committee to be set up, is these women now trying to take advantage of their femininity to override people. So she told that guy to shut up, you big fool, on the assumption and the presumption that that guy will be a gentleman and not clap back. But if he knew anything about this senator, it can be described in many ways. A gentleman, not one of them. He's no gentleman. You give it to him, you get it twice as much. Let's take a couple more minutes from it, and then we'll move on.
Distinguished colleagues and the petitioner and those who came to defend the petition, I am Senator Dike Plan. I move a motion that we adjourn this meeting because the petitioner said he will not be able to test.
All right. So that's that. There's still about another 10 minutes of it, but we'll be dealing with it in greater depth tomorrow. We have an afternoon session tomorrow, which is going to wrap around the Natasha Akpoti something. Go on the make sure you are already clicked on the notification. We address this in more depth tomorrow, but I will still stay with this matter. So I'm glad that they actually had cameras in that committee, because of course, if we had not seen it play out in open glare, people would have gone to their trenches and repainted what happened. But they still go to their trenches anyway. As ever, the obedience, they run to the Arise space to try and rebrand what everybody saw. So let's pick it up then. Let's pick it up from this guy first, the senator. Let's pick it up then from him going to a civilized place to tell us then just what led to the kerfuffle. So let's pick it up from here. And then we go to Obiese Kosele as she goes to the obedient mouthpiece space on Arise to try and redirect what we all saw. Let's pick it up from here.
But do you regret the scenario which played out?
How can I regret the scenario? I gave it to her.
But is that fair?
Is this fair for her to address me that way?
I mean, you can be offended, but as a man and as a senator, I mean, if you are offended, would you go in the same?
As a former minister of the Federal Republic, a grandmother, ask her first.
And I'm saying that it is human to err.
Yes.
And without hearing
if she erred, it is a male
without assuming that to whatever allegations or whatever you said and Dr. Obiese Kuli said, because we've not heard from her side. But I'm saying that even if she offended you, you have come of age too.
No, I merely replied to her.
But you were emotional.
How can I be emotional? She was also emotional. Emotion jumps emotion.
But do you regret that kind of thing happening between both of you? This is happening on national television.
It's unfortunate that a mother, a grandmother, a person of her standard can be so moved by emotion to call a sitting senator a hooligan, and that she shut up my mouth. When I was asking for clarification from a presiding officer, I was not addressing her. I was talking to the Senate Chairman Committee on Ethics. So I don't have no business with her.
If she apologizes to you, would you also?
Of course I will. I'm a Christian, and this is a lengthy period. But you cannot insult me, you cannot abuse me, and you ask me to keep quiet.
Why is this Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's matter emotional? Why
we should ask them. These are people that have been clamoring that they were not given opportunity to prove their case. The opportunity came. The petitioner started by saying that the committee is biased and she cannot lead evidence. I said, why can't you lead evidence in your case? You already have an affidavit. Just adopt the affidavit. He said, no, just from what?
And that is it. So everything that petitioner has to say is already in that affidavit. So he cannot really introduce anything further to what's already listed on that affidavit. All he could do is either expand on it or just leave it as it is. So he wasn't really doing anything outside of that. But because he had nothing to offer, he turned it and they turned it into a street fight. And that was what happened.
One flimsy excuse to the other. Just like Obio Kwesili. She says she's a witness. Take oath so that you can tell Nigerians and the whole world all you know about this case. She said no.
Senator.
They actually came to disrupt the cities.
Senator, I'd like to ask you, in all of this, there are feelers as though there is a chauvinistic tendencies going around in the Senate, and that some of who are men in the Senate do not have the air of patience or to accommodate the feminine voice in the Senate. It doesn't portray the Senate well.
That is wrong. Everybody has equal opportunity in the Senate, be you a man or a woman.
All right. So what Sheun said there, we'll be addressing that in tomorrow's afternoon session. Saying that women have not been afforded their voice within the Senate. That is actually, not only is that not true, the direct opposite is actually what obtains. But for the purposes of managing the time, we'll leave this here and then we go to Obi Ezekwesili's right to reply. So as this guy runs off to Channels Television, a more civilized place, to speak to what happened, Obi Ezekwesili runs to Arise TV, which is the mouthpiece of their space. And this is what she had to say.
Insisted that, in fact, the word they used was, we're serious, we do serious things here. We don't have time for unserious things. At which time I had my hand up and I said, I actually think that that's a wrong use of word. We are not unserious people. And this is a serious matter. And, many conversations carried on. Eventually, the Senate Ethics Committee decided that, based on the fact that the petitioner was saying that he wasn't going to go into his main petition until they assured him on the two objections that he had. They said, and that it meant that we were not ready to engage on the matter. And then suddenly also said, oh, by the way, this matter is sub judice because there are two cases in court. They mentioned the case by the wife of the Senate president, and that on the basis of that, they actually really shouldn't. So it was at that time that Dr. Abiola said, then what was the basis of...
Yeah, what's the point of being, of convening this hearing?
And while all of that was going on, this senator, whom I will not acknowledge by mentioning his name at all.
Well, his name is Senator Whiteboy.
That's okay. But, he then said, well, if they're not serious about giving any testimony, I am here representing the Senate president as a respondent, and that I am prepared to speak because, we can't continue with this. So I said to him, can you please shut up? Because, we were just told that we couldn't speak And you have been speaking without any form of an equivalent treatment. Said we couldn't speak because we were not ready to go into any conversation without the objections being addressed.
All right. So that was Obieze Ekwesili then rebranding. We all heard what we heard now, but she's now putting a particular spin to it. Of course, Charles Anyagolu, very much an obedient man. The platform itself is an obedient mouthpiece, right, David? So she's preaching to the converted, and she's gone back to the homestead. So that's that. So we leave all of that. So I'm going to rattle through then the headlines that we do. I'm not going to do any readouts, so be assured that I'm not doing any readouts. I'll rattle through the headlines we did have, though, because I had the session all lined up until that story broke. So we had to pivot to that. But what we were going to discuss are federal government approves creation of Lagos International Financial Center. So that's Lagos doubling down then on being the financial hub of just not Nigeria, but really the African continent. Rivers crisis, list of governors who have publicly endorsed Tinubu's suspension of Fubara. So here is Fubara now, cutting a lonely furrow somewhat, finding himself caught adrift. So Oputozema, of course, you'd expect that. And Monday, Ekpebolo of Edo State, who is Tinubu's stooge, Sheikh Tinubu opposes. So those are that's how they are positioning, etc., etc. So that's that. We're going to look into that as well. So we might still do still with the Natasha narrative. Petition to recall Senator Natasha did not meet requirements, says INEC. So that process did go through, but the INEC rejected it at its presentation. And things happening quietly as the noise carries on. Bills on state local government police scale second reading in House of Reps. So almost without it's almost a certainty that we will get state policing either in Tinubu's first term, which hopefully it will be, but certainly by second term, it's almost a guarantee. 2027 election, former presidential aspirant speak on possibility of dumping APC. So this is Adamu Garba, who we have had on this platform as a guest, by the way. So it says, what did they actually say? Let's just make sure. Just one paragraph. Ahead of the 2027 election, a former presidential aspirant, Adamu Garba, has said he has no intention of leaving the ruling All Progressive Congress APC anytime soon. So that's Adamu Garba then telling us then that he's not an idiot. So it's elements like what's it called? That former Abacha ADC. Those are the sort of non sequiturs, not inconsequential sort of actors that will follow El Rufai. Natasha Obieze Ekwesili petition challenge Senate committee's fairness calls for review. So if we had seen this headline, I'm so glad that they've let the cameras in, because if we had seen this headline in isolation without actually being able to see what actually transpired, it would have given us a totally different inflection of just what played out in that space. So I'm glad for that. And I keep saying this, but people keep dismissing it. We see how 2027 plays out. Sheyi Tinubu will transform Lagos into Dubai, APC chieftain. So the clamoring is not even a clamor yet, but the silent whispers of Sheyi Tinubu for Governor Lagos State is starting to get again louder. It's starting to resonate a lot more. Corrupt Obasanjo infected Nigeria's modern democracy with bribery, not Tinubu. We all know, of course, how he was passing dollar bags round in his chase for a third term. So that was going to be the body of the conversation. But I think, well, the conversation may well wrap around Obieze Ekwesili. Let's play the Kegite music. We send the link. Anybody that wants to join. So we play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the session. And by the way, the Super Chat is open, by the way. I think people have given up on Super Chat in this platform. They don't like us anymore.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, she go come again. Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Nerua Gwekeme death have nothing to do with us. Always a delight when Ogwen is here. So there is Ogwen right there, a real treat. Folly joins us, staying up late to spend time with us. Thank you, Solly. Talk now, a voice that is fast developing in the space. We don't see enough of him. Glad to see him today. Everybody's favorite voice and mine, Baba. There is Baba right there. And Jide joins us from Lagos, somewhere in Lagos as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on. Gentlemen, we're going to be somewhat rigid with the timing today. Just I'm determined then to get all the voices in just as quickly as I can. So 5-7 minutes opening monologue, and then we open it all up. We kick it off with Ogbeni. So Obi Ezekwesili, Obasanjo and the deplorables, Peter Obi, not desperate, but romancing El-Rufai. Take your pick. Ogbeni, good to have you.
Woma, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland. And I greet all the panelists and our listeners and our viewers. Please click the like button, subscribe. Woma, let me start with my observation. What I have noticed very recently. I've noticed something that happens a lot these days, that when a woman has even a small argument with a man, she's quick to act like she's the one who is hot. She will say, oh, this is what all women go through with men, even if she's the one who started the whole mess. Maybe she yell first or you pick fight. But as soon as she plays that victim card, people just jump to her side. They feel sorry for her and they point fingers at the guy and then say, oh, he's the problem. No question asked. It's like the man's always guilty these days, even when he's not. So I notice society keeps telling us men need to be gentle with women. But you hear it all the time, right? But they tell you treat them nice, be kind, don't raise your voice. And that's fair enough. I have no problem with that. Nobody wants trouble. But here's the thing. You hardly ever hear anyone say women should be gentle also with men too. It's like men don't deserve the same care or respect. That's what I'm beginning to feel these days. Instead, when something goes wrong, folks just jump, hug the women, and then you glare at the man. Even if he's just standing there confused, people start blaming, they start naming men as culprit. And so I've seen it happen to friends. I've seen it happen over and over again. It isn't right. If we keep going this road, you see, always siding women and making men the bad guys, things could get really bad. Give it 20, 20 years. Man will go, not literally speaking, go on in extinction. Because, okay, look at what happened today. Even Obi herself agreed on her rise that she was the first to tell that man to shut up. Why can you feel so entitled? Telling her to shut up for what?
Imagine if that man had been the one that started it and told her to shut up. They would have burnt his house down. They would have killed him.
I'm telling you. And she could even come boldly to say, the way she even presented it, she didn't even feel sorry, she didn't even feel that she did anything bad. She said, I told her, can you please shut up? Does that really sound like something you should, in a developed country, if you do that, the person you are even talking to may start citing you for so many things, mental health and so many things they could, prop up against you. How can you, is that civil enough to tell somebody to shut up? Not to even talk of a senator. He's a senator, no matter what you may be either your obedient thing or the showore, all those things you do, the shenanigans you guys do outside there. Nobody care about you. He's a senator. So respect begets respect. And thank God that she even came to the Arise TV, because I realized when Arise TV was even Anegolo, what do you call that idiot? When he was even trying to ask her question, if you see the clip played by Arise TV, they stylishly cut that part where the whole altercation started from, and they keep doing these things. They stylishly cut that part. But thank God that herself came out and said, I said this, that can you please shut up? When the council or that guy representing Natasha there kept talking and they said, shut your mic, shut your mic, shut your mic. The guy did not, he refused to shut his mic. Despite the fact that somebody was shutting the mic, the guy will horn the mic again. And obviously never saw that deem it fit to tell that man never to horn the mic again. But you can tell the distinguished senator who came to represent his own clients. So what I'm seeing here is this: okay, you have a right to come and represent your own client. So you don't think that the other party also have a right to represent their own client? Is that the society we build now? Or is that how we settle disputes? Or you have the right to insult somebody, but the person doesn't have a right to react to you in the same measure or even harder than that. So now men should keep so gentle and quiet, but women can be bully, women can be bitchy, women can talk anyhow to men, but men should not react. That's what I'm beginning to feel in our world now. And
just not. I didn't want to break your stream because I said that 5-7 minutes and all that, but I've seen countless instances of it. You see a woman, she'll go, maybe she gets angry, and then she starts to hit and slap at the guy. She hits him. Woe betide if the guy raises his hand just to slap her back. Then suddenly everybody waiting that you cannot hit a woman. But you cannot hit anybody, not just a woman. So if she hits you, then she opens the window.
It's terrible, woman. There's a French thinker, philosopher, what was his name? I think Friedrich Nietzsche or so. He said, when one side grows too strong, the other fades away. So don't, this victim card, I keep telling everybody, treat everybody as human beings. They are human beings. Don't tell me somebody is white and you are black, and you call a white person foolish and you don't expect reaction. And when the person reacts, you say, oh, it's because you are black. What kind of victim card are you playing? Treat everybody as human beings, whether men or women or whatever, I don't care. You're all human beings, you're persons, you deserve your rights. So if Natasha deserved the right to be in that place, then Akpabio also deserve a right to have somebody representing him. Or are we saying so he shouldn't have anybody representing him? Then we are drifting into the society of absolutists. That's one side. Then another thing, see what play out today. Okay, me, I've said it on this platform severally. I'm not supporting any of the two. I believe things were going right between the two of them before. Possibly they were even probably into some affairs before. We don't know. It happens among politicians. And I can't vouch for anyone. That's the point. You can't even pass for any of them. And that's why when Nigerians, they put up all these, you're having a headache for politicians. You are foolish. You are having a headache for politicians. I've handled cases for so many politicians. They are so lewd, they don't care. All these things. They will even be in their home now laughing and just listening to all these things and see people shouting over what the tantrum that they are playing. So I don't trust any of them. But my point is this. If somebody is raising an issue, this is a criminal matter. I keep saying it. What's he doing in the Senate? What's criminal matter doing in the Senate? You're saying somebody assaulted you sexually? It's a crime. It's just like taking murder to Senate. To do what? Or attempted murder. Okay, a senator almost killed you. That's an attempted murder. So you now take it to the Senate to go and do what? Okay, if they make their findings, so what's the punishment? Do they have the right to sentence? Do they have the power to sentence somebody to imprisonment? So what is exactly this case doing in the Senate? I still keep asking. This case is not just an ethical case. It has criminal element. Take it to the right place. There's law court there. Why don't you go to law court? Till now, you guys don't go to law court. You're jumping from BBC to Sky News to this and that. And I've seen some of all those influencers, or do very dark man, how do you call that one too? All of them, they be calling her out. Bring your evidence, bring your evidence. I hope she will bring one evidence one day. And they said, oh, basically is there as a witness also. I don't know why she's there, because I know them. Bill Bank, our guests, were they not the one that all those?
No, she's there to give us statistics worldwide, according to her.
You see now. So what's the relevancy of a statistic? You want to give statistics that women are being bullied? Is it what's new? Don't we know? Same way men are being bullied, but statistic of men is being suppressed. So he's speaking for men. I still keep asking, who is speaking for men? You see, give 2-3 decades, you see what will start happening to the men folks. We'll become endangered species, because every little thing you throw victim card. And men
my word, Ogbeni, you borrowed it.
Men is being suppressed.
Sorry, Ogbeni, have you heard of a movement called MGTOW? Have you heard of a movement called MGTOW?
No.
It's an acronym, by the way. It means men go their own way. It's a backlash against this sort of thing, that some men are so fed up. They're not even homosexual or anything. They're just abandoning the woman who just stay over there, leave us alone. They call themselves MGTOW.
One man, seriously, I don't know. Like what somebody just put up now, it's only foolish man that hits back a woman. But it's not a foolish woman that hit a man first. You see? And they are not both human beings. You see the issue? And these same women come out every day. They promote equality. They want to be like men. They want to occupy all spaces with men. So why do they need special treatment and special preferences? I keep asking. Sometimes I tell my wife, I say, look, if you're in the Western world and you want to live a life like a Western woman, then share things equally. Let's live it fully. Don't live Western woman at the same time you still want to live African woman. No, we have to stay in a lane. Don't be in the two. And that's the way I see it working. So if you're fighting for equality, you want to be women, you want to be equal. So why do I need to give you preferential treatment above men? Why? That's the way I see these things. And okay, now see what happened today, so that I just round off on this, my 7 minutes, so that I don't breach your rule. Okay, see what happened today. You have a petitioner and you have a respondent, and you have a committee. The committee is just like the tribunal. I don't know why they don't even respect the committee, and I don't know why lawyer Abiola, what do you call that lawyer? Very good lawyer. I know her very well. Very, very, very good lawyer. She was the one who handled that guest case, that mark for sex in Obafemi Law University back then, and they jailed that lecturer. She was the one. Very good woman. But I wonder why they can't even give the committee the respect they deserve. Have we gone to the extent now that whatever you spot any senator now, you just talk to them anyhow, you rebook them anyhow, they set up a committee, you appear before that committee and you don't even give them the respect they deserve? Is that the society we live now? Then everybody should just go and scatter things now, so that we know we don't even have national anthem, we don't have anything, like I see we are all sadists. So, okay, you got there. You are the petitioner. Present your case. Your first position is that, oh, you don't believe in the chairman of the committee. Your next position is that, in fact, you don't even believe in the committee. Okay, what happened? Why don't you believe in the committee? You said that because the chairman has granted an interview, Granted, I agree with that. But okay, provide evidence of the interview. You provided some evidence. The man said, I did not say so. Then the next thing I expect is for you to go specific. On so day you say so, and then quote out what he said, and then tell us the innuendo. What is the implication of what you think it said? Then allow them to make decision or finding on it. But you keep saying you don't believe. So if you don't believe in the whole committee, so what do you expect them to do? They should set, the Senate should set up another committee because of that case. And then the second leg of it, which I see Ekezoli tried to dodge, was said the Ekezoli said they just from the blues, they just raised the issue of another case that is pending in court. That's a big fat lie. I don't know why Ekezoli. And by the way, this Ekezoli was education minister. One time education, what did she do in the education ministry? You see, Nigeria is just a space where problem complain against problem. And that's why I see Obasanjo also complaining about Nigerian problem. These were the guys that had all the opportunity to turn things around. What did they do? And because they're out now, they are complaining. What did Ezekwesili do about
Imagine Obasanjo telling us about democracy. This was the guy that gave us Yar'Adua, who then told us that the election that the democracy made was a fraud.
Is it only Yar'Adua? Is it only Yar'Adua? The man that Bola Ige died under his watch?
And disobeyed Supreme Court judgments many times over.
Till today, we've not gotten anything from Bola Ige. The Attorney General of that state withdraw from that matter because of prayer from the federal government. A sitting Attorney General killed like that. And Obasanjo is still talking in Nigeria. You see the problem we have. And that's why I tell people, see, in the UK here, Gordon Brown cannot raise his voice and talk. Why? You remember that, you realize that the guy hardly talks these days. Why? Because of Saddam Hussein.
Even Tony Blair doesn't talk.
Sorry,
they
Tony
rarely
Blair.
talk.
If I is Tony Blair, I want to say not even Gordon Brown. Sorry, Tony Blair. Do you know why Tony Blair will not talk? Because of Saddam Hussein. If he comes out to talk, the Briton will talk and tell you, shut up. Because you didn't do well when you were there. But you know, we are just in a system where we have some group of guys or people that they godify people when they leave office. And then we have people with very short memory. And we have people that don't even read too. We are producing generations that don't even read. People talk, they don't even dig back to their history. This Ezekwesili, or what do you call her, was charged to court with UBEC issue. When they said there was corruption in Ministry of Education. And then later they withdrew her name from here when they did the sort of bill bargaining and others. And same that is claiming transparency now because she has worked in World Bank before. Is that what kind of integrity that you can't even respect a senator of your country? In fact, from your region? It's sad. So, okay, they face the panel. The petitioner present your case. You are throwing tantrum. The respondent said, look, there's a case in court. 2 cases I'm aware that are in court. The first one...
Start to bring it up, Bobby.
Okay, so the first one is about her removal. Her suspension. She took that one to court before they make the decision of suspension. I've castigated that decision before, but I think they would have waited for the interim order because it was an interim order. An interim order expire within 7 to 14 days. So I believe they would have waited even if they will have to suspend her. I've said that it's been disrespectful to the law court. But I think that our judges also should be very careful in meddling with the internal affairs of the National Assembly. It's a harm of government on its own. Judiciary stands on its own. Legislature stands on its own. In a sane and developed society, court don't just jump into the affairs of the National Assembly or the Parliament. They weigh their decision. But as long as our recruitment to judiciary will continue the way we recruit people to judiciary, we'll continue to have judges that roll out decisions without even having a deep thinking about the kind of decision they roll out. So, okay, if those cases are actually pending in court, the one filed by Akpabio wife, it relates exactly to what is in this case, which is about what transpired on that day. The day she's alleging, what transpired on that day. That's what that woman took to court to say, look, I was there throughout, it was my house, and something like this never transpired. You defame my family, you defame us, and you endangered our life with your allegation. That is what is before the court. And if their rule says that, look, if such a case is before the court, the same subject matter, that the same finding you want the community to find, they wait for the court and they stand at John. So why all the cry? Why are they gaslighting this issue? It's a very simple issue. So they should go back to court. And as far as I'm concerned, the criminal element of it, till today, Natasha has not petitioned the IG. Petition the IG and let them take Akpabio to court if you have evidence. Then if you don't have the evidence, you should have waited and tried to get good evidence against again. Ultimately, I've said it severally, maybe on this platform or that platform, that look, they are politicians. They do have many affairs that we don't know, do many relationships. I can't trust any of them. So let them fight their fight. Like Egbon Dele will say, don't die in their war. Thanks, woman.
All right. So that was Benny. Of course, the articulation, you can tell, all those legal training. Don't ever go against Benny or you will always lose. So that's Benny right there. So from Benny, we go to Folly, and then from Folly we go to Talk, Baba, and then Jide, and anybody else that wants to come in. Let's see if Folly is ready for us. Folly, you're up next. Folly, Baba, what's this on the yell? All right, let's go to Talk Now. Talk Now. Hopefully you are still there.
Hi, woman. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, good to have you. Talk Now. Yes.
All right. I think Ogbeni really laid down the issues. I was surprised when they did the hearing today, and I think Obi Ezekwesili didn't do a good job going there. She didn't represent, I think she was representing Natasha, maybe as a witness. I don't think she did a good job. She made the matter worse. She shouldn't have been there in the first place, I think. So if you look at the entire issue, the way it started, it was looking like the argument is tilting towards Natasha. But, over time, it's looking as if he's moving away from her gradually. Like the arguments are tilting away from her. So the lawyer who was speaking in that panel, she did a good job, in all fairness. But I think the person who submitted that petition, because I know that the first petition was rejected, and then that person that submitted that petition, I think he didn't state his opening properly. He didn't state the matter. And I know he didn't want to perjure himself because they swore an oath. It's more like a quasi-judicial sitting, because if you swear an oath, if you lie in that place, you will perjure yourself. That's why he could not, when they told him that he should, I don't know the right word that they used there, they told him to confirm his submission or something like that. He didn't want to do that.
He was asked to adopt the petition.
Exactly.
And he has to swear to an oath first.
Exactly.
Take an oath, yeah.
So he wouldn't want to do that. So to my mind,
it was an ambush anyway. They came there for a street fight to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they came there for a street fight, but at that moment, the guy didn't want to do that. He didn't want to perjure himself, because if he had presented it as the fact of that matter, that could be presented in court as an evidence that you have said X, So I think he was trying to be careful. So they just turned it to a rougher fight at that point. I'm beginning to think that there's no evidence, and I might be wrong, but the way I'm looking at it as an outsider, looking at it initially, because if she has text messages, if she has phone call recordings, those are indictments. So I'm beginning to think there's no evidence, and the only way is to just pull up a rougher fight. I apologize for using that word rougher. It means a rough fight. Just create a scene around it. And when you come to social media, it becomes the court. And the first person that pulls the stunts will be the winner. So that's what it's looking like. It's not a major case. These are two senators. It's not a big deal, really. And then let me just speak to El Rufai matter and Southern Kaduna. It is very true. If we have people that stayed in Southern Kaduna, they will tell you clearly that they can sleep peacefully. They are better off. It's not perfect, but you cannot compare the current Southern Kaduna to the previous Southern Kaduna when El-Rufai was there. You can't. The current governor is currently more popular than El-Rufai. Honestly, if they have an election today, no matter as bad as the country is, it will be tough for Tinubu to lose that place. Probably get more votes than what he got the last time. I know he lost in that last election, and most of his loss, he lost majorly in Southern Kaduna. He lost Southern Kaduna. And he got some pretty good votes in Northern Kaduna. So if you check it aggregate, right now, the way it is, the way the current governor is moving, and he's meeting the people, he's on the streets. So he's not an El-Rufai that is mostly in the office. He's on the streets. And he's, the way he works, he integrates every of the religions, Christian, Muslim, and he seems to be driving that state. But you never know with politics. 24 hours is a long time. But the way it is right now, in Southern Kaduna, I think there's relatively peace in that place. And it looks like the governor currently has a grip. Forget El-Rufai. Right now, El-Rufai is not as popular as you think. He's a talker. He can talk. But he's not as popular as it is. That's the fact that he left the party. I don't think it will add so much value. It won't add so much value in SDP. And that coalition, hopefully they can do the coalition so that so that we can see a proper, proper opposition that would face APC. But if that coalition does not work, they can kiss 2027 goodbye. That coalition has to work. Every one of them has to, both Atiku, El-Rufai, Bala Mohammed, every one of them has to come together to form that party. I don't know how it will work.
Imagine that setup: El-Rufai, Atiku, Peter Obi, Amechi. How can that possibly work? Tambuwal, Saraki.
If they come together,
it's doomed to failure, isn't it?
Well, one man. Let's be honest with ourselves. If they come together and it's a proper coalition,
yeah, but they cannot work. They cannot come together. That's what I don't see. Because they have conflicting ambitions. All of them.
Yeah. The problem actually is the Atiku factor. Atiku will be in the ticket. So let's leave all that. Obi is somewhere. Atiku has agreed. Atiku wants to be president. That's not something that is new to everyone.
Well, that's the only thing it can be, though. He's already vice president, so that's the. Otherwise, it steps down. So that's the
one man.
He's not going to step down.
Man. Talk now. I can't hold myself. Do you know the next election, all may be done in one day?
Oh yes, I saw that the House of Assembly.
They don't know what they are dealing with. Carry on.
Because if they hold it in one day, number one, that means the senator will be working for the president. The governor will be working for the president. So everything Tinubu has to do is, even the opposition governors, everybody will bring them together, agree a deal, and they will run with it. If they do it in one day, it's not going to be favorable to any opposition. I pray they don't. If they split it, say governor on another day, president on another day, that will be a tough fight. But they put it in one day. I mean, if they're going to vote, they will just vote same party across. You can't love an APC governor and not love the president. They'll just vote. It's just a template in Nigeria, right? So that is a counterattack. Because I saw it today that they voted, and I think it has scaled second reading. I don't know if that's the final vote. So all the elections will be held in one day. Well,
how does that favor Tinubu though?
No, it will favor Tinubu. Yes, I will tell you why. So if you're having House of Rep in the same day, first of all, what will happen is every of them in that party, they will give them straight tickets. There will not be primaries. Forget all these primary things. They will give them straight tickets. They will go to their constituency. You know, it's better when the constituents manage the elections. It's easier for the president. He's controlling the house. So the house goes, in fact, the House of Rep itself, they will go and they will be controlling that within their various small constituents. And just imagine a senator controlling maybe 2-3 local governments, and they have House of Rep also controlling different constituencies. They are all in sync and they agree. And then the governor also is in sync with the president, and they now run a deal. It's one party. That's it. It's one party. You know, it's a grassroots thing. It's not somebody is popular. If like wake Michael Jackson up from his grave, as popular as he is, he will lose. So it's not it's a strategy. If you do the election, everything in one day is a strategy. It's a win-win for the president. It's an advantage. Number one, he will strike a deal with all the governors, even the opposing governors. They will strike a deal. Forget it. So once they strike a deal, it's a lobby strategy. What do I want? What do you want? And some PDP will win some states, APC will win some states. All of them will be,
No, sorry, land that point. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
I mean, APC will win some states, PDP will win some. They will all agree it. And then they will say, if you can remember 2003, the days of Lagos State Jones, okay, people that live in Lagos will understand that politics of that time. So, what Obasanjo did is the same thing Tinubu is doing. He will just strike a deal with all the governors. They will all agree, okay, let's have PDP, vote for me, I'm the president, vote for me, irrespective of whether you are PDP or APC. They will all agree and they run the show.
Let me just infuse something there.
Yeah.
By so doing as well, the president will be able to control the whole election because he will come with the money.
Yes.
I will sponsor you, I will bankroll you, you work for me.
Yeah. So that's is the House of Reps, they also bring in their own money. You know the way it works in Nigeria. They will do their own settlement of the people to vote for them. So in that case, they are already campaigning for the president. The president brings his own money. The governor brings his own money. They are facing one direction and they've struck a deal. Oh, vote for PDP here, vote for APC here, vote for... They just go ahead. And you'll be surprised, even the Labour Party candidates, they will be in the same deal. It's the same deal. They will just run it. So it's going to be, when... I don't know, there's one analyst, is it Jimmy Disu?
All right. Start to bring it up, but talk now.
Yeah, so it's already going in a one direction way. And finally, on River State matter, I don't think the current governor would return. Here's the reason why.
I think he will. It cannot not return now. It will return, but then they will impeach him within the month.
Yeah. So what would happen is, I think they might do. They would. The problem is there's no room around negotiation with the House and then the governor. There's a challenge at the moment. They are trying to get them together on the same table. It doesn't seem to work. I think each of them are holding on to their ego. No one is shifting ground at the moment. The governor is trying to call, but it's already too late. It's way too late. He's looking at see if they want him gone. The ministry administrator will be there for a while. Most likely, they might do an extension. There is a likelihood they might do an extension of that 6 months. That's a possibility if they don't get the reconciliation right. And when they reconcile, if the issue stays as it is, once they complete the complex of the House of Assembly, once they complete that complex that they are building, once they are done, the House will start their process and The same issue they had before will continue, and most likely he might be impeached. It's not the best, though. It's not the best. I feel they should allow that guy to at least do the 4 years. But the way it's looking, it will take the president himself to reconcile the matter. Forget about Pandef, forget about all the stakeholders. Every one of them is already choosing sides. That's the problem. Anyway, let me drop the call. Oh man.
All right, brilliant. We'll bring it around again. We just want to document everybody's voice. Let's see if Folly is ready for that. Folly, whenever you're ready, indicate. But as we're waiting for Folly, let's go on to Baba. Baba, so there's two things.
No, one man, if Jide is available, I'll come after him because he's in Nigeria.
All right. Jide, are you there? Jide? Baba Jide, or Daddy?
One man. Yes, sir. Good morning. Good
I don't
morning.
need to refine his name, but it's going to be greeting Tinubu Kabiyesi. So that's your great Kabiyesi or Jide.
Oloteva ni Rufai.
Yeah. Oh my Egbe. Anyway, carry on.
Baba, good morning. Good morning to all the panelists. Alafia Sao. Ogbeni, good morning to you too.
Baba, it's been a while, though.
It's been a while. Yeah. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very okay. Thank God.
One man, I actually sent you a video, a TikTok link. It's a son, one very excellent son, analyzing the case of Fubara. Using the constitution now to analyze and then trying to verify the claims of those that are saying that it's wrong and things like that. That man was excellent. You see, when we start talking about intelligent lawyers in this country, nobody should mention people like Falana because those people are social media lawyers. There's no difference between Falana and Deji Adeyanju. They are both on the same pedestal. Those people are just misleading the populace. In fact, if you listen to that, it was Arise TV that brought the man. You will see that they were not really happy with the way the man was breaking it down, but they could not contest it because the man was giving them sections after sections that supported what the president has done. In fact, it was a very good section. So going to the case of Natasha and Ezekwesili, Obi, whatever, I don't have anything to say. That woman is always, for a while now, I've not loved that woman. I don't like her personality because she's the same woman that removed history from our curriculum. She's the same woman that was in charge of is it universal basic education, whatever under Obasanjo, and we knew the corruption that went down there. So when such people come out, and that's the problem I sort of see with Nigerians, somebody that is even more corrupt than the person that is there will be criticizing the person that is there, and everybody will be hailing him just because it aligns with their own thinking, their own desire, their own bias, which is very, very wrong. For me, I have said this thing: if Natasha has an iota of proof, she will have used it. Natasha, from the way she operates, is not somebody that has that calmness. She's not somebody that has that cool-headedness. She would have thrown that proof out there. She will have gone to channels. People like Kufa will have been jumping up and down like monkeys in the jungle, But the truth of the matter is she has no proof. So because they know they have no proof, they are trying to, die down the whole scenario by playing different kind of antics. Now she's bringing up another 500 million case like that, claiming corruption and things like that. But for me, I'm not interested. What I'm more interested in is progress. And like you said, this next election, 2027, is going to be a different one. We are having census. That's number one. Those are the jokers. We're having census. We are doing new we are having new voting cards, which is going to be electronic. Now you can see where the connection is coming in now. Then if we have all the election on the same day from top to bottom, even down to local government level, for every area that is APC, all they need to tell them is APC new Igbale Nikete Konle, and most people that vote in this country are the Agberos, the Alatas, the drivers. Those are the people that that will go out of all these people that are shouting on the social media. Most of them don't vote. Most of them don't vote. So when those votes start coming in, they go to the north after giving them, the usual thing, and they say it is this broom. Anywhere you see broom, just press it. That is the end. Their senator, because is APC, will tell them, please just do this. And every one of them will go and do and that is why they are putting it on the same day, because it's going to be a concerted effort, because they now know that the coalition that they are coming against too is concerted coalition. Because if the likes of Obi is putting his money down, El-Rufai is putting his money down, maybe Atiku is putting his money down to push the same cause, they also have to come with force. They also have to come with force and tackle them head on. So for me, this next election is going to be, it's going to be different from every other election we've had, and it's going to be the easiest for the incumbent to win, because these people, even their coalition, I don't see how it's going to stand, because the obedient will never want Obi to be second fiddle to anybody. If it's not presidency, then it's nothing. And now, Obi being president to Atiku negate what he's trying to, being vice president to Atiku negate what he's trying to tell us, that he's trying to change a corrupt structure. If he's vice to El-Rufai, negates what he tells us, what he's claiming, both in terms of corruption and in terms of religion, because we know who El-Rufai stands for in terms of religion and how he has dealt with the Christians. Now,
do you know who Tinubu put in charge of Southern Cardinal University as a pro-vice chancellor?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bishop Cook.
You can see that he's changing his mouth now.
Exactly.
He's been given the funds to supervise the starting of that university.
That is what I'm trying to say. Look at Asari Dokubo. Look at Asari Dokubo that was shouting up and down. He just came out again to say he cannot fight his friend. Tinubu has helped him in the past, so he cannot.
He has gone to Ataketom now. They don't. Through Ataketom, things come past.
Exactly.
They don't know anything.
So you see, and now the funny thing is, I'm very close to Port Harcourt now. I'm in Calabar. I came to Calabar to do some things. The funny thing is, if you see the kind of things people are saying on the news now, because from Port Harcourt you can listen to radio stations.
What's the temperature like there? What's the
There's nothing happening there. Everywhere is cool. The sole administrator has announced that he's going to pay the salaries of workers and the local government that was held because of the Supreme Court case. He wants to release the funds now to all workers and their local government. Everybody are already shouting "Hooray!" Some people are already saying that this sole administrator is good. So you would be surprised that they will pump money to this sole administrator. He will do excellently well. He will fix so many things in the space of 6 months. And even when they say they want to even settle the matter, now Rivers people will shout say, "Make them no settle up." Same way Fubara they go. You see, because if Asari Dokubo can come out to say, "Oh my goodness, Nigeria is a funny country," you cannot take any of these people's word, and that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of people that are acting now as if the only thing one man I would have want us to discuss is the matter of Prince. Because I'm looking at what will happen to Prince in that SDP. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because when I look at that coalition, I'm looking at what will happen. Is Prince going to leave that party for them? Is Prince going to stay? Is he going to work with them? Because now there
has to be it's almost inevitable that there's going to be a fight in that party at some point. Prince stands for a certain set of value. We're talking about Prince Adewale Adebayo. So Prince stands for a certain set of values. Somebody like El-Rufai, what he stands for is in diametric opposition to what Prince stands for. And Prince is no shrinking violent. He doesn't cower to anyone. And then El-Rufai is a bruiser. So at some point, they're two alpha males. And so at some point, they will have to lock horns.
Yes, one man.
And unfortunately, the Prince would lose. Because it's not built in the manner that, all these El-Rufais, they are killers, literally and metaphorically, they are killers.
I know they are killers, but if it goes down to a fight, SDP will not remain the same after the fight. No matter how lightweight the Prince is compared to El-Rufai, there will always be a faction, and I'm very sure that the southwestern faction of SDP might not really progress with the remaining the remaining of the party. But what I want to say is that, like somebody told me confidentially, that a big wig is also still going to go to SDP and slug it out with the El-Rufais and co. And that this big wig is going to be sponsored from the opposition. You understand? So I begin to see the permutations, and it's just going to be an interesting thing to watch how 2027 will pan out. But for me, the rest is just a baby's joke. All these Obi, basically, and this man's case. I like the way the man treated her. I like the fact that he said, well, for me, I would have loved him not to respond, not because of the man and woman thing. No,
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did, because
I'm glad he did.
What the next time obviously she will move with a bit more caution the next time, because she will come to the realization that these people they are ready to clap. They need that space. They need to see that everybody has fans that can bite too. They need to see that. Yes.
I understand that, one man, but I feel that it would have been better if this man had gone legal. on this matter if he has sued her for what she said to him, calling him hooligans and things, and he should have cooked it up so that even the woman herself will not have time for Natasha's wahala. She will be carrying her own headache. Because to some extent, these obedient people, they need to start putting them in check. Even I think we as normal citizens in
All
Nigeria.
right. Jide, start to bring it home. So, yeah.
Yes, let me just round up. I was about dropping the slot to somebody else. I wanted to say that we as normal Nigerians, we let some things like where we can make good money, cool cash. If we can be suing these people for, you give us a misleading statement on the TV. I can as a citizen of Nigeria sue you and claim damages for you misleading me. You caused me this, you caused me that. These people will start, they will start taking note of what they say on the internet, and they will be, they will be taking some portion. So let me drop it there. There's nothing serious about the whole issue going on. It's just normal politics.
All right, brilliant. Hold on. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Jide. So we go on from Jide to Baba, and Baba. There are two things. The floor is yours, but this question by Kana Niger, I've left it on there because I want it addressed. It says that many politicians. It's not even it's not a question, but a comment. It says that many politicians will retire after 2027. So there are a lot of political spaces that are gone. After 2027, the political space will shrink, and it will shrink to the level of Peter Adewale, Sowore, etc., because a lot of these political juggernauts, they will come to the natural end of 2027 ends Atiku Abubakar, it ends Bukola Saraki, it ends Peter Obi, it ends Rotimi Amechi, it ends all of them. And that is what this chap is saying here. But to that, let me play you this clip as well. It's only 1 minute, and then you take the floor.
Do you regret not choosing Wike as your running mate?
No, not at all.
You got reports that when Godwin Akpabio was a governor, he was corrupt.
He was corrupt. Not only he was corrupt, but he was also in the habit of abusing, women.
So who do you think is going to head the coalition, and are you going to run for president again?
We had a similar, merger in 2014, and there were about 4 of us, is it 2 or 3? We all ran for president, and in one of us emerged, and we all supported the one who emerged, and he won. I have not seen Nigeria in dire need of an experience and credible leadership than this time.
Were you surprised that the state of emergency passed so easily in the National Assembly?
I was not surprised because I know the leadership is corrupt. I have no apologies about that. And they could do anything. And
so that's Atiku Abubakar telling us that it's more
corruption.
Hold on, Jide. Yes, that telling us that he will run again. So, floor is yours, Baba.
Yes, thank you, woman. You see, I would dispense of all protocols. Please pardon me, particularly my friends in the commentariat. Women, look, let's put things in their proper perspective. There are 2 things leading into 2027, a merger or a coalition. And they are 2 different things entirely. And I see where the president is coming from, wanting to do all the elections in one day, apart from saving costs, which is the principal excuse they are going to bring forth. Now, a merger is the system by which all political parties will come together, AAC, SDP, part of PDP, part of APC, all those fringe parties will come together and form a new party that they will use to go into the next election. That is what APC did in 2013. They collapsed their structure and formed a new party, APC. In a coalition, particularly this one they want to do just to kick out the president out of power. They all will sit down, take their party seats, and decide who amongst them will lead them as president into the next election. How they are going to do that beats me hollow. It's going to be difficult. And assuming they did just that, they managed to come up with one candidate for their presidency. Now, going into 2027 election, now they will have the difficulty of now educating their followers that for the presidency, thumbprint this person in this party. Then for Senate, you can down thumbprint for your party and all the rest. How that will work is still a mystery to me, as far as I'm concerned, knowing Nigerian political terrain very well. And it is a congregation of strange bedfellows. Now you can see the Waziri is reluctant, even though he has said a couple of weeks back that he's running explicitly. With that Gobadia, what's that girl's name now? She's waving. She doesn't want to come up because she wants to go into the coalition. You get my point. But he's going to run. And Atiku, El-Rufai is a placeholder for him in the XDP. If the coalition doesn't work, or is not spearheading that coalition as their presidential candidate, he's going to run to SDP. That is his plan. Mark my word. That is his plan. So El-Rufai is there just waiting. So, but this coalition, I don't know. We hear words now that if he's going to run, will Obi be his VP? And what will be the incentive? Will the East wait for another 8 years of the North before power comes back to the South and fight with their brothers in Southwest for power? That's another arithmetic entirely. So if Obi is not going to be his VP, if he wants to run alone, most definitely not with El-Rufai. Because like you said, prominent obedient voices are kicking against that kind of tickets. Because El-Rufai is coming with a lot of baggage. Lots and lots of baggage. And they've said it clearly, I'm not going to vote for that kind of ticket. So where is Obi's calculation in all of this? I leave it to his supporters. But a prominent politician from the Southeast, a very good friend, told me, and I still believe that, particularly seeing those that congregated in Ihedioha space yesterday, he told me the obedient as a movement is there for the taking come 2027. He said it. And I can see that movement splitting in two, depending on the tickets Obi will be following. These are basic facts. It's playing out. And what we are saying now is just about 23 months away. It's no more 2 years calendar. It's 23 months. Now, coming to this Ihedioha thing, I think these people that calls themselves opposition, they are magicians. They want to reformat our brains. That's what they are trying to do. Because I saw Baba OBJ standing on a podium pontificating about democracy. A man who over and over and over refused to obey Supreme Court judgment. A man who collaborated with a known thug, Baba Adedibu, to impeach Ladoja, a sitting governor. And when they are sorting out the matter, he told Ladoja plainly, you signed a contract with him to pay him 15 million every month. If you can't pay him 15 million every month, negotiate with him and pay him whatever you can afford. But pay, you must. That's the Baba telling me about democracy. The Baba telling me of corruption told us when he came out from jail in 1998 or thereabout, or was it? He had only 12,000 naira in his account. But today, the story is different. They can't erase my memory. They can't reformat my memory. I use torchlight to look at all of them. Yeah, that's yesterday. And I didn't stop shaking my head. I didn't stop shaking my head. That if people will talk, not these people, people who will run with the hare and hunt with the hound, these are not good people. They don't mean well for Nigeria. They don't mean well for Nigeria because they have antecedents. They can't erase my own memory or reformat my memory. It's not going to happen. And there are many people like myself, because we follow the political space closely.
But Baba, in some way, at a sort of a micro level, that is what we were hearing from those clips from Southern Kaduna, etc., that look, you know, we are all in this country now. We know these people. We know what's happened. We know where we are now. So don't try to paint black as white for us now, you know.
I mean, they ruled. If Baba says democracy is dead, then he, of course, buried it. He didn't only kill it, he buried it more than 12 feet down. And that's exactly what I told the screen.
Why do you think he's doing this, by the way? And why do you think he does this? He's not even doing it. Since Obasanjo left the government, there's been nobody that he has acknowledged has been able to govern that country. Goodluck Jonathan got it, Buhari got it, or Tinubu getting it now, and the next person will get it as well. I mean, what is the issue?
That's why I use the word. That's why I use he runs with the hare, and at the same time he hunts with the hound, pursuing the hare. Look at all the people seated in.
Can you imagine Obasanjo?
Who has he not abused or accused?
He wrote a book about Atiku.
Everybody there.
God.
Everybody there he has abused.
But the hatred for Tinubu must be something special.
Now he's promoting Atiku. He's promoting Obi at the same time. He has turned his PDP ticket. So what chip is he wearing on his shoulder? Father of the nation? Is that it? I'm not confused. I can see his game. I can see the game he's playing. He's just somebody that will not want to leave Nigeria alone. And he could get his upcomers. Mark my words. Because he's causing more confusion in the country. He's causing more confusion in his country. I've never seen a man so blessed. I've never seen a man so blessed. Coming from the kind of background he came from. He's so blessed. But look at what he's doing. Look, in the last days, look at what he's doing. Where he should be trying to reconcile the country and be a teacher, particularly to those who want to learn. But fortunately, we have a president who is as rascally as himself, who has confronted him before, who has taken a Kalashnikov to OBJ's double-barrel gunfight. Who won that fight? I leave it to the judgment of everybody. Why is it called the last man standing?
But Baba, that last man standing, the resonance of it is going to come through in 2027.
You got it correctly. The guy in the commentariat got it correctly. 2027 is going to be the death knell of all these rascally politicians.
And they know it. And they know it. That's why they're so desperate. That's why, if they didn't know it, somebody like Obi would not be forming an alliance with El Rufai. So that tells you desperation right there. The last throw of the dice, the last kick of a dying whatever.
Yeah, so let me quickly go to the what happened at the Senate Ethics Committee today.
Got you.
I will still use that. I will still use that word. They want to reformat our brain. You see, these people, the game they are playing, they think Nigerians are stupid. That's what they think. Because every time they talk one thing, they go to their comfort space, that corner, and they will keep on repeating themselves like people of the Stalinistic era. It's a communist tactics. Say it and repeat it again until it sticks. One, look at what Obi came there today to say. And the Abiola, Dr. Abiola, the lawyer to Natasha and Natasha's petitioner, they said, Imasuen said that Natasha's petition was dead on arrival. It's a DOA. But you and I know definitely that they collectively tagged it as DOA because they are not going to accept it because it did not pass the simple regulation of the Senate, which is a petitioner, a senator bringing a petition to the Senate cannot sign that same petition. Simple. That was why they said it's DOA. But the next day, she corrected herself, did the right thing. Didn't they accept the petition? They did accept it. So that second one is not DOA. But they will keep repeating, oh, he must recuse himself because he said the petition is dead on arrival. They will not tell you it's a false petition. So that anybody that is naive will also stick to that. Look, you may hate Tinubu all you want. Akpabio, all you want. All they want is to remove Akpabio from the Senate. But they should be careful what they wish for. The president may find his cunning way, as usual, to appoint somebody that will even be worse. That will be worse than Akpabio in his support for the presidency. Because all they are doing now is they just want, why should he recuse himself? Or based on allegation, a mere allegation that can't stand the test of the law or investigators. And Obi is an enabler based on the interview she did with Arise, quoting the leader in the parliament of ex-ministers all over the world for women, former parliamentarians, former this, former that, our headquarters is in Geneva and things like that. So my interpretation, she's been the one like pointing her in the right direction, go to Deutsche Welle, go to the BBC, go to this, go to that. Fine, I'm not saying, but you can't just not smear anybody anyhow. Provide evidence. Evidence is the name of the game, even in elections. You don't just say you won election without saying why, how you won that election. You have to present papers to show. this same person has modified her story. And she cannot, in a law court, this is where she's even running away from. She cannot stand character cross-examination. She cannot.
Baba,
I'm not a lawyer. I will destroy her.
Baba, I'm
Yes,
going to do a stream midday tomorrow. There's a particular clip that I'm going to be reacting to. When you saw that little skirmish between the Southeastern Senate, this one on the screen here, and Obi Ezekwesili, there was a guy in between them that's come out to speak. And
I followed everything, woman. That's Monday Ubani, former NBA president of Lagos branch, and now a senior advocate of Nigeria. She was taking a swipe at even that man.
It cornered them, because what they want is to make it a public noise street fight. And
no, she wants a tape. She's going to carry that tape now to international body and say, look at the Senate. This, that. These are grown people.
I'm so glad that they let the cameras in, Baba.
And they wear chips on their shoulder. So because you're a woman, like when you use the word I've been using here, we are in danger, especially. I have a mother, I have daughters, I have wives. I respect them dearly and I'll protect them with everything I want. But then they have to treat me like a man too. I'm not going to crawl for any woman.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, if I can give a very simple example of an experience that I've had before.
Yeah, but sure, by all means, go ahead, please.
And that is why when it comes to these women making allegations, sometimes I'm maybe skeptical and I try to stand indifferent. No matter what, if you are crying or I just look very indifferent, I'll try not to be partial. Just bring your evidence and let me see. I've been a victim before, at the workplace. What happened? I gave a junior a query. And obviously, she won't have any answer to that query because I gave her an assignment to do. She blatantly refused to do the assignment. And do you know what happened to this lady? As she was stepping out of my office, she just formed as if she fell down. And then from there, she started forming and they carried her. Before you know it, she now alleged that I was the reason why she lost her pregnancy. Very serious allegation. Very serious. I'm telling you, the major allegation that got to our head office. And so I was meant to defend it. Unfortunately, one of my colleagues, so we gave her leave to go home, treat yourself, we gave her, I think, about 2 weeks to go and just go home. You know what happened? So one of the colleagues went to her house too. And when she alleged this, she was crying, and wailing. I got home that day. I told my wife, I've entered trouble. Can you see the kind of... So eventually one of her colleagues went to her house, just maybe to commiserate, women to women. And this lady happened. The one that went to her house happened to be a very forthright girl, very, very forthright. She would never stand in a place gossiping with anybody, very forthright. So the lady who accused me of making her to lose her pregnancy and the husband, they were sitting. And the other one was now saying, sorry, what happened to madam? And the lady was not there. The husband was so surprised. What happened? What happened to madam?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, you're feeling ignorant. You don't you know she lost her pregnancy? Who's pregnant?
You see?
And that was how the lady came back to the office and told me what happened. I told her to join you and help me to write statement. And we sacked that lady there. In fact, summary dismissal. So, so anytime you see a woman alleging these days, what I do is, because I've experienced that whoever...
You're lucky it went your way, but
I was so lucky.
In most instances, it goes the other way.
I know.
And then the man becomes bitter,
The whole office, at least the management cadre, they were all against me. They thought,
of course,
I was because she was just crying. She broke down. She was Just like you see Natasha crying everywhere around, I was like, I couldn't even defend myself. I cannot, I was so speechless. I can't defend. Imagine a lawyer, I can't even defend him. I cannot even defend myself among my colleagues. But when this one now came up, and this one now wrote us, she now came to confess and said, yeah, it is true, and also tried to whip it to another thing. And they said, no, you've had enough. You need to leave the office. And that was how they dismissed her from the office. So ever since then, if you say you're a woman, you're alleging everything. I treat everybody as human being. Don't come and throw this woman card for me.
Ogbeni, it is we men who caused it. Ogbeni, we fathers. Imagine your daughter will walk in now into the sitting room, cry, he slapped me, he slapped me, and
my father said something to me once. He said, if in the middle of an issue, if a woman bursts into tears, then you can make the assumption that she's probably not telling you the truth. You know,
the sin we have committed, beating our boys for touching their younger sister, and they will be crying that she slapped me first. She slapped me first. I don't want to believe.
My daughter does it. She will bully my son and then come and tell me that he bullied her, and it's all in front of me. You know,
that's how we grew up.
Yeah, I agree.
So these are the things. You sat there taking a swipe at Monday Ubani. Being somebody, lawyers are always very cool. They will not answer because they don't want to implicate themselves. But Onye was listening, and he's already charging up. And you took a knife to a gunfight to a senator that is already sitting, and you now said sitting, SEETH, sitting, and you now strike a match by asking him to shut up in his own house. He's a sitting senator. He belongs there. They invited you, and you ask him to shut up. Even in America, we are taught, we're educated, don't even tell your children, shut up. Instead, tell them, please be quiet. That's the ethic. That is ethical. Please be quiet. To say, shut up. That's a command.
She should know enough, Baba, to know that we all know this guy. He has a very quick temper, and he has a very sharp tongue, you know. Of all of the people, he's not the one to tell to shut up.
Oh no, she got what she deserved in good measure too, and she ran straight to Charles Anielgolu. Within 1 hour, she was in their normal default space, which is Arise, with that cubicle they call studio. If you don't know studio, check out TVC, check out Channel. Even there's a new one on YouTube. I see. I've forgotten it.
News Central.
News Central. Check out their studio. You understand? She was now trying to say everything. I'm just glad, like you said, she accepted that she abused him first. And people are now saying, even if you abuse him, why should a man answer a woman? Okay. I should turn dummy. Even with Jesus Christ said, if they slap you on the right, turn the left. But he didn't tell us that if I turn the left and they slap me, what do I do? He's leaving that to your judgment. He's telling you that if he slaps you the third time, then you're a fool. And the man gave it to him. Good measure. Because they came there to disrupt. They didn't come there for anything. You, the petitioner, you brought it. And they fall into the danger because you cannot bring a petition from outside without a backing sworn affidavit, which I've always talked that Natasha should have done from the beginning. But she has sworn to that affidavit, which that is petitioner now attached to. So now, petitioner, adopt your petition and swear on oath. They now started passing small notes to themselves between Dr. Abiola, Ezekwesili Obi, and that petitioner. They start passing a note, and he came up and said, I cannot do that because my principal witness is not here. Say, okay, if your principal witness is not here, can we just take an oath and officially now adopt your petition so that it's now sticking to you so that if we find anything false there, you will be charged with perjury. That's what they're avoiding. That is one, what they're avoiding. Two, according to Monday Ubani, who sat there, it was Monday Ubani who told the panel, because Monday Ubani is this lawyer, attorney to the committee. And when they sought his advice, Ubani told them, look, this is even sub judice. How did they pronounce it? It's sub judice, what we're even doing here. And besides, if they come, if somebody has 5 witnesses, it really doesn't matter the order. If number 1 is not there, take number 2 and present, or take 3 or take 4, not generally in the order you presented them. That's how courts run. Because in reality, it's an administrative panel. It's like a court, a quasi-court. It's a quasi-court.
But Baba, just before I go on to Foley, let me ask you this. Do you see Natasha ever coming back to that Senate? Because she seems to have burned so many bridges.
She's toast. Woman, she is toast. Forget Natasha. Yesterday's senator. That's it. And let me put it, she has ruined her husband. I will join that panel tomorrow. She has ruined her husband. Destroy that man.
Actually, let me ask you 2 more questions. The process that was set to recall her, that's been truncated by INEC. They said they didn't fulfill requirements, but
they will redo another one.
Yes, and a lot of people are saying,
Sorry, woman.
Yes.
Sorry, woman. Yeah, it's not like they threw it out. So there are 2 things that they were supposed to have added. Number 1 is they only had 1 phone number of the main complainant. They were supposed to have at least several, right? So that one is easy to get. I feel they would get that. The other part is a copy of the voters register. Normally, INEC is supposed to provide that. I think the political parties and different groups and observers have copies of that. So INEC is asking for a copy of that. So what INEC, I think their social media platform, they saw that news going around. They kind of clarified. It's not like they threw it out. They just asked them that there are additional information that they were supposed to submit. And I don't think those informations are serious. The only one that I see that might be a challenge would be probably the voters register.
You know they will always twist it. Whatever they put it to, they will just change it. And even like this, the man who said yesterday in Uhudia's colloquium, democracy is dead, wearing militia clothes. For 7 years in Anambra as governor, he did not conduct local government election. He was controlling the purse for the LGAs. How about that for a credential of a Democrat? Against the law, against the norm. These are the people we are dealing with. Because Jesus Christ said, remove the log in your eyes before you remove the speck in your neighbor's eyes. I yield, woman.
Yes, I was also going to ask you a couple more questions, and I'm going to Foley.
No, if the panel are willing, I'm ready. No problem. I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah, just give snapshot responses to them. One, this process to recall Natasha, I actually just thought it was a little bit of just background obfuscation. I didn't even know that it was going to progress to the point of something being submitted to INEC. But then the lady that is the vocal voice of that space, they are saying it's a Yahaya, is a Yahaya Bello acolyte, that is one of Yahaya Bello's people. And then still with that Yahaya Bello, that the ultimate move is to get Natasha out of the way and give that senatorial slot to Yahaya Bello. So that's the first question. And then the second question is, do you think Natasha Akpoti's marriage will survive this scandal, this whatever it is she's doing at the moment?
A woman. Let me take the second one first before the first one. We've seen it before. If you walk deep too long in the jungle, you will see dog with two horns. What I mean by that, if you've lived long enough, you will have experienced all of this kind of thing. She has ruined the man. Go back to the photograph, to the attendees at her marriage. Don't let's even talk how she got married. Political who is who was there in Kogi State. The husband is a cousin to Ima Iduaga, the governor, to Ibori, the governor. So everything he has made in his life is through government patronage. I wouldn't even come here and say things I hear in confidence. It's like a bagman, that much I can say. For which I'm asking some questions. That they are making all of this. But in the long run, that feeding bottle that gives the man the impetus to grab her, when that dries up, what happens? Because it's going to go broke. Because no politicians want to deal with that kind of person anymore. So make they save what they have and chop and small until it dry. Until it dry.
And Natasha doesn't do economy, she does luxury. So
she be given Rose Roy her last birthday. But this is a woman that cannot go to Warri Market or go to Ode Shekiri and they will welcome her. She cannot. I will come to your panel tomorrow. I will come to your show tomorrow in the afternoon. I'll create the time. I don't get boss. Since I was 33. And the Yahaya Bello issue. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anybody that has a case in courts will do everything possible, even that which you are just deceiving yourself with, to delay the end of your case, to prolong it so long, or to find a refuge somewhere you think can save you. And one of the avenues that has opened to Yahaya Bello now is to grab the Senate seat of Central Kogi and go to the Senate and hide there and look for people that can talk to him as a senator and help him, because the Senate, of course, is filled with people with which will not get court cases there. Which one of them? Hardly you can point to one that hasn't. So they will teach him the ropes of how to navigate the labyrinth of politics and judiciary together. So it's his right as a citizen. He has just been accused. He has his attorney. He has his cases ongoing. But he has a right also, while he's not sentenced, to contest election. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. I'll stay with us. I will still loop it around. Let's see if Foley is ready for us now. Foley, I did call you several times, but hopefully you're there now. Foley.
Yeah. Good morning, my brother.
Foley, sorry, we called you. I've taken much of your time. Sorry.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir. I'm fine. Sir. I'm even enjoying listening to the background.
So what are you making of the goings on? Just so many movements. Natasha Akpoti, she's not leaving the center stage. This coalition, we saw them at Emeka Ehidioha's birthday with Obasanjo there holding hands with her. Can you even believe that? You know? And Atiku now, a good man, Rufai now is saying, what is going on now, Foley?
Actually, I think I think all this thing that is happening at this particular period is what we've already known from the beginning of our struggle. And we are not really, we are not putting attention to whatever these guys are doing. And I believe this is the reason why we choose to build from the grassroots. We choose to build from the beginning so that we know exactly what we are doing. We know these people, we know their game, we know what they are capable of doing. And we are not actually in for this, for whatever they are doing. So we choose to. That's why we in AAC choose to build something from the beginning. A particular political party that will stand for what everybody wants. So I don't really pay attention to their whatever they are doing, the merger, the whatever they call it. I don't really pay attention. Hello, can you hear me?
No, we're all listening. But you should pay attention, because these are the people that move that country politically. If you look at the votes, Atiku coming with about 7 million votes, Peter Obi 6 million votes. So that merger is a threat to your ambition, not you personally, but your political spaces.
Yeah, I think what AAC is doing is to create another set of new breed of politicians and new breed of voters as well, because we come to a realization of, we believe that the party and the Nigerian system and the people of Nigerians have lost interest in voting. The voting apathy is actually affecting our turnouts during the election period. So our intention is to build a new set of voters, people who don't believe in the system, people who are not part of their shenanigans, people who don't really do things about politics before. They were the one who were actually trying to target.
No, that's a wrong strategy. I'm going to try and get Shore back again. I've been trying to romance him too, so I can be friends with him. I think that may well be the wrong strategy, because what I was trying to get across to him, and what I will try to get across to you, is that you have to build hope in an alternative, rather than just to do the sort of Peter Obi thing that negative. No, you have to, if there's voter apathy, that means that people don't believe in anything in the system. They know Showore is there now. They know Prince Adewale is there now. But they also know Atiku, Buhari, Tinubu. They know they're also there, and they don't believe. So give them something to energize them. That, look, guys, this is us. This is what we mean, and join. You have to convince them to come on board with you, rather than wait for them to turn against what's there.
One man. It's obvious and it's very clear that whatever we have been doing in the past is actually coming it's becoming more reality every day. The way things are going, the way people are accepting our what's it called, our way of coming into politics. In fact, the momentum is growing every day. I won't lie to you. People are joining the movement. People are coming on board, and we're happy that this set of people that is coming in understand what we stand for. So we don't want to fall for this traditional way of Nigerian politics, who is not leading us to anywhere. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's not like we don't have good people within the old system, but those ones that want to join us must actually ask themselves and talk to themselves that where are they going to? Can they actually allow them to drive? Once those bad ones don't see us as people they can come and use and dump, they won't be able to come close to us. The people who actually sat down and think about the way forward as a politicians, who believe that they need new breed really, and they were ready to come down to support the growth of a political party that can actually put an end to all this. I think these are the people we will welcome, not by thinking that we need a number and will now bring the same old people who have destroyed the country more. I don't
Yeah,
think
but let me ask you a question, Folly. What convinces people that your politics is what brings an end to it? Because your politics, and by you, I'm talking about the Showore space, your politics is more to tell us that these people are no good, and so when it goes around, it tells us all of the bad things about Tinubu and the old guard and all this, that, and the other, but it's not accentuating more why he's an alternative. It's not, that's where the accent should be, not in the negative of these people are bad, but the accent should be the proportion of his because Peter Obi has been pushing since the end of last election. Showore has been visible since the end of last election. But Peter Obi is selling a particular narrative. So if Showore wants to go to that Peter Obi narrative, he's not going to gain any traction there. So it should accentuate more the positive than just, oh, this, they are looters. Are you getting what? I could help that guy become a serious. If I want to, I could help that guy become a serious player. Showore. If I want to, I could make him a serious player because I know where he's getting it wrong. I know, but carry on.
Yeah, in fact, I believe Obi, like I think I used to say it here, that what obedience stood for is what Obi stood for is different what obedience actually wants. Okay? And unfortunately, I'm not saying all the obedient actually know what they want. Most of them were moved by tribalism. But there are some obedient actually looking for escape routes from these old politicians. But the problem they have is this: they are not seeing themselves as if they are the kind of people that can actually build a new system away from what we know. They are not seeing themselves leaving the circle of the old politicians to create a new member who can actually drive the affair of the country. And unfortunately, Obi is leading a movement that is unknown to him. Okay? Obi don't really know the importance of obedience that is actually leading. And we're always saying this: obedient movements are the breed of aftermath of NSAS. Okay, when Nigerians youth actually see, okay, they can actually make something happen before Obi jump into their wagon and try driving them the way he wants. And unfortunately, I'm not saying Obi is not good here. Nobody's talking about that. And maybe if the condition warrants us to discuss why I can't actually accept Obi as a leader, I think that would be for another conversation. But here is a fight of our soul, of our country's soul. We should believe new people who would do better need to step into the political space of our country. Because if you leave this country in the hands of these people for 500 years, nothing will change. Except Nigeria actually ready to move head to head with them. Even if possible, these people can actually sit tight.
Sorry, let me ask you a question, Folly. Do you think Nigerians are ready for change?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I think if it's actually 50-50, there are people who are looking for change. But the problem is, most people don't know how to get that change.
Yes, so that is sorry, Folly. You have the floor, but I want to have a conversation with you. So Nigerians are ready for change. We saw that in NSAS, and we saw that a little bit with Obi, and we're seeing that even in a lot of what we're hearing in the social media space. A lot of that, a lot of the, in fact, 80% of the Obi something is tribalistic, whatever. But the real core of what we're hearing out of Nigeria is the need for change. But there is nobody that has been able to pull that need for change and give it articulation. And that is where Showore must come in. He has to give articulation to that pulsating need for change that is beaten within. It needs to it's wasting the window now, and that is the unfortunate thing, because it's just doing the same old, students ding dong all over the place. But it needs to get serious. Tell your guy it needs to get serious. We will back him if he gets serious. But if he's doing this students ding dong all over the place, then there's no point. The need for change is there. We can see it, and he's central to that. We know that. But it's not giving it the articulation, just going around going to attack policemen in the middle of the road. And that's nothing. Leave that to little boys. He's a big boy now. So play. Sorry, carry on. That guy just frustrates me, but carry on.
Yeah, Mr. Oman. I think I don't know, when you're saying he needs to step up, I understand the area you are coming from, but let me tell you something. I believe Sowore knows what he's doing, and I believe strongly that the guy owns the steering of what he wants to do with the movement by himself. And the way the guy is doing it, I won't lie to you, is only any truth pass through stages in life. Sowore is too good for people to believe what he's doing at the early stage. Whatever Sowore has been doing in the past, people don't actually believe it, that someone can actually stand as a selfless human being without any interest by whatever he wants to gain from whatever he's doing. Whatever Sowore is doing here, Sowore is not doing it for himself. Sowore is actually doing something that the country will look back and check that, thank you, Sowore, for giving us this. And this is why I said he actually know. In fact, the guy know exactly what he wants, and that's why you never see him.
Do you know that the little hope that Nigerians have? Sorry. All right. Sorry, coming BT. But the little hope that Nigerians have now, do you know that it was actually Sowore that gave them? Do you know that it was Sowore that was standing just as one man, he will stand right in front of a battalion of armored tanks, hold his hands up and stop them. And when people saw he could confront the establishment like that, then they began to realize the potency of their power as citizens, which is that they birthing then that the office of the citizen. Sowore is all that. He fought to open that space. He created NSAS. He put the possibilities of change into the heart of young Nigerians. He did all that, but it doesn't have the articulation to drive it through. It's just doing students union.
One man, you don't get this. Let me put it this way. Like I said the other time, I said truth have stages. There must be a time for people to get convinced about what they need to do. Because when you are trying to change, when you know this is how things is being run, and somebody just came in and is trying to tell you this is how it should be run, and you will not first of all see the truth in whatever he's saying. It's only take the few of us who can do more research, who can come down whatever we think we believe in and try to look at the other side. And mind you, in fact, wherever I'm thinking about Sowore things, I use my own personal life story to judge whatever Sowore is doing. In life, there are people who will always make sure that they make things happen at all costs. Wherever they see a problem, they go after creating solution for that problem. There are people like that. And there are people in life that they are ready to wait for you to start whatever that solution is. Now they will begin to see the needful in whatever you are doing before they join you. And there are people that will come and join you when they know this thing is already done. So, and if all of us who are waiting for the period where things will be already done, nobody will start. So people need to start a journey where others will be joining us there. Sowore came back to Nigeria in 2017, and he said, I was in the hall, he said, have destroyed media space. And it's like these people are not ready. He said, I've single-handedly wrote 30,000 petitions against Nigerian politicians on Sahara Report alone. And it's like these people are not ready to, they are becoming more stronger. The more you write, the more they become more stronger. He said, until we put our foot on ground so that we can be able to change the narrative. And that's since 2017 that Sowore has joined Nigerian politics. The game has changed completely. That is why we are seeing whatever we are seeing here today.
Chief Foley, it's your friend here, BT. I think what man is trying to say is, Sowore spill. I think there's one thing that is missing, and I believe strongly, like one man, that if he can add this to his campaign, it will go far. You have to give the people hope. You have to be the face of hope. It's not enough to just say things are bad or terrible, that is a helpless situation, they've been conditioned to be A, B, C, or D. You must then say, I believe in you as Nigerians. Join me to change this country. I believe in you. I am hopeful that you will do the right thing. Hope is what he has to add. If he has that hope to his, I'm telling you, it will change the narrative for him. You must give people hope. You cannot just be painting doom and gloom scenario all the time. Once you can add the element of hope to campaign,
and BT, that lack of hope is already telling us in the voter apathy, the NSAS, the obedience. So it's there now.
Yeah, so fully. When they are hopeful, you know, you and I will discuss that there is a large chunk of people that won't even come out to vote. Why? Because it's a hopelessness to them. They don't believe that somebody can come in. So you have to be the face of those people. You have to be their agent. Like, guys, I know you got the PVCs, but you didn't show up. But join me. I am hopeful. Make them believe in themselves again. Okay?
Sorry, my brother. And if you're talking about giving them hope, okay? And I don't think whatever Sowore has been doing, I don't think he's. Let me tell you, last week Sunday, I have a radio interview.
No. Fully listen to what I'm saying, my brother.
No. Please let me clear this. Last week Sunday, we have a radio interview with Sowore on phone in Ekiti. Do you know, because of that lady, that what's it called? That copper.
Right.
That copper. Do you know Sowore left Abuja just for that girl alone, to go and follow her to wherever she want to follow her to, so that they will not intimidate that girl. And that act alone, it will build something in that lady. And whatever people are thinking that Sowore should be doing, he's doing it already. It's only
but
the
that
system.
was a mistake anyway. Going with that girl was a mistake. But
No, it's not a mistake. It's to bring hope to those children. These children,
Fully, my brother.
Children don't believe. Please, my brother.
You're my friend now.
Please, my brother. Please.
You know that, but you're missing the point. You don't get it.
No, I get you. These children don't believe in anybody because they have been lied to for so long. There is no any amount of word that you want to put to them today that they will believe you, except they see you doing it. And they are seeing it now. They are coming on board. These guys are the one coming on board.
Fully, it's not them necessarily seeing Sowore as the change itself, but in making them believe that it's a partnership, that they believe in themselves as they are the change themselves. That would drive them to come out. It's a partnership. And you are the change, not just me.
That's exactly what he's doing. That is exactly what he's doing.
No, that's what I'm saying. The hope message is not clear enough. Like what man is saying, it's not asking me very well. There has to be more of his campaign.
My brother, you don't expect us to start you start something and people will grab it immediately. It's growing. I'm telling you, the number is increasing every day.
I'm saying the message in itself. It's about the people saying that about themselves and joining him.
And that's what I'm telling you. People are coming on board. I would like to you. We are the ones here.
We're discussing people coming in thousands and in millions here. It's a different type of. Just listen to what I'm saying. Stay with me now. I know I'm going. I think you get what I'm saying, right?
Yes,
when you
and
say
that's
hope,
the frustration of the Sowore space.
when you
What
say
you have
when you say things are bad, everybody gets that. But earlier you said you focusing on the people that didn't show up to vote that got their PVCs, which was like 2/3 of the people, right? There's a lot of people. But because they don't have hope in the system, they don't believe that somebody can come out and change the system. But the issue is they have to be the hope that they are looking for. Make them look in the mirror. Okay? So that means you must, apart from talking about the issues, the problems, the whatever is going on in the politics, they have to join in a partnership, which is centered around hope, believing in oneself that we can go against these people and actually win. If you ask the average Nigerian that believes in Nigeria, they will tell you, I want to fight against this system, but we cannot win. We don't have the money. We don't have the resources. That is where you have to get them. Like, guys, forget about the money. I have you, you have me. Hope.
Let me just add this as well. Let me just add this as well, BT. So we're going with that riot girl to go and do photo op at some Ikeja local government something. It's no different from when he was stood behind Abiola campaigning for his mandate. It's still just activism. That's just what it is. So that's why people are saying he's not left that mindset of being, I was a student union leader, Unilag. Well, you're a 50-something-year-old man now wanting to be president. So it's a different space. So just leave those riots, something, whatever alone, and have big conversations. Let's talk big ideas. Let's bring believability.
Be more positive about people. Like, believe in them. Raise their confidence, their belief.
Yeah, sugar daddy. Yeah, it's just silly, you know. But what do I know? Sorry, sorry for back to you. So that frustrate me personally. That's why I was trying to ridicule him. So
I'm telling you, if you can crack that hope,
open goal over the bar.
I'm telling you, if you can crack that code, it will get people in the millions. I'm telling you, I strongly believe that.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Is there anything you think he needs to do for him to get to people's hearts? Is there anything you can suggest?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So each time it comes out, if you notice, it complains about the government, the issues, which is on point for the most part of it. It's on point, but just tell Sowore, when you lament about the government or anything like that, always end on a positive note with the people. That's what I'm saying. Just add that hope to your message. That's what I'm saying. It's bad. They're terrible. We can change this system together. Let's be hopeful. Always add that to us. I'm telling you. Do
you know what baffled me? Do you know what baffled me? Because all these things you are saying, this is exactly what Sowore is doing. It's like, I don't know, maybe.
No, I'm saying words when you talk.
This is what he's doing already. So you're now telling me to tell him to raise hope, to increase their hope. I don't know. This is exactly what these guys have been doing already.
I'm telling you the words.
Sorry, BT. What is being requested of Sowore, and I'm just going to say just last, and then I'll leave it. Is that it should ignore Tinubu, ignore Peter Obi, ignore all of these people, and face the Nigerian people directly, and then start to craft between him and the people the sort of Nigeria that they want.
Then use the words. Use the word hope. We together. Yes, more collective.
So not trying to wrestle Obi, who he will never defeat because his ethnic jingo is him and it's not of the ethnic stock, or try to wrestle Tinubu, who is already the master of that space. So just ignore all of them and engage Nigerians directly, and between you and them, craft the Nigeria that they want. And when they start to see it, you will be surprised how they just, it's not anything difficult. It's not that he's still stuck in that mindset.
It's not
It's
so
just,
fully. It's not what he's doing. It's like the words that are buzzwords in politics. That like when you use it, they're very powerful. They move the needle with people. We, us, together, hopefulness. We can make them believe that they can actually fight these people and win. Make them believe that. Say it with your. Just say it. Don't just do. Say it. That's my point, Foley.
One man.
Sorry, carry on.
Is there any way you can help me to capture this maybe just 30 minutes of this conversation? Is there any way I can get something?
I'll cut it and send it to you, no problems.
Please.
But I don't dislike Showore. I mock him only because it frustrates me.
It will be a direct message to him, sending this to him. It will be a direct, because I can forward this to him for myself. So it will be a direct message.
Are we still doing 7 minutes round?
No, sorry. You know that Showore now, when we get to Showore, I can never let go, because it's one of those people you just want to put your hand around his neck and shake him hard. Say, wake up. It's there. Take it.
That's for
take
those.
it now.
That's actually for you. Really rate Showore as someone who actually.
Who is this one again?
It's the erudite lawyer of Benny.
You guys are really Showore.
Okay, I know you. Okay, no problem.
Okunaba. Now for me, I told you a lot about Showore. From my own perspective, Showore was one of those who blackmail and gaslight Jonathan out of the government. Whatever Showore, a lot. Showore said it himself. Okay.
Man, you are an elderly man. You need to grow up. Serious.
Let me talk now.
You need to grow up. Serious.
My personality.
Oh, no, I'm just saying this because I believe you should know better. You should know better than this.
So, no better means to be following your.
No. Don't just put something out there that you don't even know about.
Let me establish it now. How can you say I don't know about what you know?
If you are starting Showore history from Jonathan alone, you are not being fair. You're not being fair with me.
Wait now, let me talk now. Won't you allow me to talk? Who gaslighted you when you were talking? You made your point. I didn't interject until I was asking for the 7 minutes rule to be that should bind one man.
The way you just jump in and you said you don't take Showore serious, is this, is that.
I don't, and how my reasons.
All these words cannot help the country to grow. Serious.
Why? Because you think the one you've said about Showore is what will help the country.
No. In fact, I believe all of us want a country that works.
Yes, and that is why.
So if we now see someone trying to make an effort,
allow everybody to express their opinion now. I know that's what Showore does.
At times your opinion can be deadly to the system. At times.
Then you should shut me up now.
I'm not shutting you up. No, I'm just telling you there are things that you should know, that you don't need to come here and just throw things that you don't know. You are not being fair to Showore by telling us that he make a propaganda against, he work against Jonathan. This guy has been around. This guy has been around since Babangida.
Wait, if you want me to, let me
if someone has been around since Babangida period and to Jonathan's time, that means he's not doing it to affect Jonathan. He's doing what he believes. It's not Jonathan alone. This guy has been around since Babangida era. Babangida there, Abacha, Shonekan, all of them. Baba Yabo.
So why has he not made any significant progress since he has been around? Is he not in the messaging? If he has been around that long,
what I'm saying here is this: he has been doing the same thing that he did with Jonathan since Babangida period. So don't judge Jonathan alone to make it look like he's fighting Jonathan alone. It's not about Jonathan. It's about the country.
When you finish, I will express my own opinion.
Okay, bros, I'm listening to you.
Thank you. Because what you guys do, particularly Showore, is you come, you gaslight people. People express their opinion. You don't allow them to express. You do a voiceover over them, and you overrun them. That's not how Nigeria is going to work. And that is why we can't leave Nigeria in care of people like you, like Showore. He went to Arise TV. He started talking down on I think Channels, started talking down on the media station. The media station that invited you to Channels to come and talk. You are saying, oh, that's what the media do, da. Is that not what the same thing Sarah Reporter does and still do or did, and you are still doing? Are you not part of the media? That's the point. Me, first and foremost, I don't believe in self-righteousness. I detest it. When you come out and you vain one righteousness somewhere, and when you don't hold up to your own weaknesses, I look at it as you're not superhuman. Showore established Sarah Reporter. We all know he didn't establish it during Babangida time. He said it himself. It was when he traveled for his master also in America that established Sarah Reporter. And he started running Sarah Reporter. Sarah Reporter became very active under Jonathan. And you can't deny the fact that Showore practically used Sarah Reporter to gaslight and blackmail Jonathan out of office. Nobody can deny that. He said it himself in Fresh FM Ibadan when he was having a confrontation with that minister, the Minister of Information or Communication under Buhari. He said it, that we brought you to government. Shitu. He said we brought you to government. We brought Buhari to government. We practically brought. And we all saw how he was celebrating when Buhari got to the power. So when somebody now come out and as if you guys just want to format our memory, we don't know what happened during Buhari. I think I was old enough to know what happened during Buhari at least. And I participated in that, during Jonathan. And I participated in that government. I was an essay to a governor. So I knew what happened.
You are not talking. Because you stop your money.
Stop my money? I belong to the opposition then. What are you talking about? You don't even know
you
me.
are eating from the government. That's why.
You see now, that's what you guys do. That's what you guys do. You don't even know me. You don't know anything about me.
Please help me with that. What's it called, please? I want to go and sleep.
All right. You learn
on this. When you hate dissenting opinion, you are not fit to lead a country.
It's not when you are lying. You are not dissenting opinion. You are lying. You are lying. You are saying what you don't know. So I don't want to do bad goes with you. That's why I want to leave you. You are free to say whatever you want to say. I don't want to leave you to say whatever you want to say.
I'm a free citizen of Nigeria. So you guys
yes, you are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying.
Didn't Showore was in FM station against you too? Why do you want to format my memory? Didn't Showore himself said we brought you to government?
In fact, if there is anybody that won Nigeria before Buhari came in, it's Showore. There is a video that back it up. If there is anybody that won Nigeria about Buhari, it's Showore. That won them, not to make that mistake.
So Showore did not celebrate.
At all.
Did not celebrate Buhari's
in fact, Showore was a journalist.
Please.
In fact, I don't want to go through this route with you. Showore was a journalist that went to APC secretariat to go and copy, to go and cover what is happening there. So don't make it look like the video you saw Showore, the way you call jubilating. Showore was actually with camera. He went there to cover.
But he was jubilating with them. What are you guys saying?
He's not jubilating. People were the one jubilating around him. He was not the one jubilating.
What are you guys saying? People are just jubilating around him.
Somebody is a journalist. Wait, somebody is a journalist. And he went out to go and do coverage. And people now see him. This is the owner of Sarah Reporter. Those guys are now jubilating around him. And do you see him dancing?
Foley, can I just interject? Just 1 second.
Sorry, Baba. Did Showore say I brought you to government? I brought Buhari to government.
No, he said, no. What Showore said, he said, you come back, you come to government through our back.
Yes, what's the meaning of that?
Video. He said, in fact, everybody, the reason why Showore actually joined Nigerian politics is this. He said, we have been fighting.
Go to that. Let's join in on this point.
Please, one man. I think I have the Yoruba interview for Showore in Ekiti. That Showore explained all these things. I can forward it to your mail. Can I have your mail? Please let me have your mail. I will forward this to you.
Go for the one where
I'm talking to one man, not you. I'm talking to one man, not you. Maybe all these things can help us to clear it more to you guys.
Send the video. I didn't even know Showore spoke Yoruba anyway. I've never
fully. Showore
give me your mail. I will forward it to you. You will listen to that interview.
One man.
Woman, let's move forward. Now we're discussing something.
One man.
Somebody like me, I've been in the background.
Patoski.
I've been in the background since I've not said anything. I just kept quiet. You were calling people that came after me.
Pato, you're up now. Actually, you're up now. It's only because you've
not. Pato's now. After hours now. Why is Pato here?
Pato, you're up next. Actually, it's only because you've not said anything. So I wasn't sure if you are fully with us, but fully bring it on. But fully, the one thing I want you to understand is that, and hopefully, Showore gets to. It's all love for Showore. The one thing about Showore, from my own personal perspective, and I think a lot of people, sadly, from what I gather from people, is more frustration than anything else. That it's just circling around the same sort of stake. It's not that nobody's seen any evolution. The language is not right. Just anyway. The floor is yours, Foley. Bring it on.
Okay, one man. Let me just. I think I have your WhatsApp number.
Yes,
I think for us to clear a lot of things here, wherever I see a clip that can actually help me and help us here, so that people will know exactly what is happening and what Showore is doing. I will be sending to you maybe once in a while when you're having your program. You can use maybe shorts play for them to listen and see when Showore was actually saying things about this Buhari, that all of them were saying Showore brought Buhari. This thing is on YouTube. That Showore said Nigeria should not make a mistake believing that these people that are coming before APC come, before they elect Buhari, he said you should not forget, you should not believe that these people will come and change the narrative. That the kind of thought force we are looking for is not what they are giving to us. This is what Showore said before the election. And when people come here, people will just come and tell us what Showore did. He's pursued Jonathan, he's the one that all this thing is a lie. And the earlier we all know all this thing, Mr. Woman, please, I will send everywhere, anywhere, anytime I see a video, that thing that speaks towards this clearing of these things, I'll be forwarding it to you so that maybe you can help us to show them all this. So that we won't be coming here all the time and be throwing and be lying against that guy.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Foley. So that's Foley, of course, an AAC functionary. So thank you, Foley. Stay with us, Foley, just as long as you can. You're up next, Patoski. I was coming to you anyway. So, Pato, it wasn't even the show session. We were discussing the Kung Fu fighting at Parliament today, and the basket of deplorables, which is Atiku, Obasanjo, Peter Obi, Tambuwal. Imagine that. Rotimi Amechi. They are now the riding white horse and white knights that are coming to rescue. So all of that, Patoski.
Yeah, if Showore, can you hear me?
We all can carry on.
Yeah, if Showore claimed that he pursued Jonathan, I mean, that's a good thing. Jonathan was doing badly. I mean, to me, as a supporter of Showore, anybody tells me he pursued Jonathan, that's a plus now. We all knew Jonathan was doing very terribly bad. You understand? But we can't say that Showore installed Buhari. No. Showore did not install Buhari. So you can't blame him for that. But that he contributed to pursuing Jonathan. Nigerians wanted Jonathan out. I mean, and as at that time, it was not good for Nigeria, for Jonathan to continue. That Buhari didn't do well. You can't blame anybody for that. We expected him to do well, and he didn't do as well as some of us wanted him to do. In some areas, he did way better than Jonathan, so many other leaders in the past. But other areas, especially towards the end of his regime, he fumbled. So
I mean, to me, that's not a minus. You understand? I think what Showore just need is to review his strategy.
Patroski, please pardon me. One man, check your. Aha, that's it.
I think what Showore need to do now is to review his strategy. Showore imagine or becoming more prominent in the play. He's currently a player there, even though in a very small space. But Showore occupying his bigger space will eventually come, because whether we like it or not, a coming generation have to replace these ones, and it is only those who have positioned themselves or have prepared themselves that will be replacing them. Gani Fahimi is gone. If Falana is coming to play, Femi and all the rest, Falana and the rest, they are going. Peko, his regime, they are leaving, but Showore people are going to be the one occupying that space. And whether we like it or not, when that time comes, they will not call you and me that are just playing in the background. It is those people that
Pato, I get that generational shift. Showore's space is not secure, is the thing, because he has not given sufficient enough articulation to his narrative. You know, outside of activism, there is no articulation to his narrative.
No, it takes time. You should, for me,
take time. It's been 4 decades on it. How much more time?
I'm not an advocate of Showore in that sense, but when we see the fact and the truth, we should present it. You understand? We should say it. Who is articulating himself more than Showore in that space? Let's be objective. When you talk in any other place, in any other thing, you could say no, he's behind. But when he talks of articulating, communicating his idea, his agenda, and what he wants, his agenda and idea of what he wants might not align with what some of us want, but he's able to say this is what he stands for. For some of these people, you cannot even place them. You cannot place an article and say these are the Atiku ideology and this is what he wants. Because an Atiku ideology is not different from a Tinubu ideology. It's not different from an Obi ideology. You cannot see them as different. But today, whether you like it or not, you cannot say Showore is like them. You can say
Showore is like Peter Obi. That's the thing.
Is not like Peter Obi at all.
All right.
I'm not a supporter of Showore. In short, Foley don't yab me because of Showore on this platform before. Say it's foolish.
Well, the problem with Foley, we don't know what Showore is. That's the problem. He doesn't have an.
But it's because you choose to. It's selective. The point is that.
Okay, why don't you tell us? Then tell us what Showore stands for. Tell us.
Showore, as far as I know, Showore believes that all the first thing that Showore stands for. I'm not a member of this thing, but with the little communication, with the little time I spent listening to him and talking to people around him, Showore believes that all these politicians are the same, and that one of the ways.
Okay, you just answered my question.
Hold on, let me finish.
Where he's talking about
you
what
see
he's
why
saying.
You are not listening. It's because that's why you don't understand what Showore stands for. I'm trying to tell you now. You have not even allowed me to see it.
No, because Showore stands for everything but mouth.
I'm trying to tell you. You caught me.
You're making my point. Just make my point. Showore stands for nothing. We've not seen anything he's done. You're not getting my point. I can tell you all the great things I can do too if you make me damn president. You want to hear what I have to say? Much better at cooking Showore too. He has nothing to offer. I mean, if he has an antecedent about his past administration or work or something, simply telling us that this person is bad, that person is bad, and he can do this and that. I heard one man, by the way, I wasn't on the show where Showore came last time, but I heard that he was the first person to ever offer the mix of energy sources for Nigeria. That's quite impressive if that was the case. You know, Showore is all talk. It's all talk. You two are talking like, oh, Showore said this and that. Who cares what he says?
Okay, so let me finish now. Since you already know. Before now, you say you don't know what he has done. Now you say it's all talk. That means you already know what you wanted to know. The point is that question is you asking that question not because you want to know, but you are asking that you tell us what he has done because already you are writing him off. So I won't continue to answer that question because you were not expecting an answer. So what I'm saying is that Showore is different from them in a way. You cannot say Shugure is like Atiku or like any of those guys. But whether we like it or not, whether Atiku likes it or not, he's going to leave. He's going to leave. If he likes, let him continue to run and run. One day he will die like any other person. And he will not be able to run anymore. This generation that you are seeing, they will pass. If God preserve us and we all go the same way we came, Shugure will outlive them. That's the reality of life. And at that point, he might be 60, he might be 75, he might be 70 or 68, but he will be in a position, he will be better position than some of us who have stayed back in
I
our.
thought you said you are not going to talk about Shawori.
No, I'm talking generally now.
You are
That
not talking
if
generally. Change the
your own
conversation.
7 minutes will come, let me spend it. So the point is that when that time comes, it's only those who are prepared that will take that space. But let me push you aside. The real thing that I wanted to say was the first thing that Ogbeni said, because he was the first person that spoke this evening from my end here. He said that men are becoming an endangered species, and I think I've discussed this with Simba and some other guys, and I think they will really want to speak to this. Men are becoming endangered species. I'm going to watch that process where Obi told that man to shut up. And if it's that man that told Obi to shut up, by now, at least you would have known the topic of discussion in Arise Morning Show tomorrow. If he was one that told Obi to shut up, or so many social platforms, that would have been the major discussion. But look at what has happened, and it has just gone like that. That's the sad state that not just our country is falling to, that the world is falling into. The sad state that the world is falling into. We have a situation where the man is endangered in the home, in school, in places of work. You understand? In places of work. If I've been involved in
on the street too.
Yeah. In short, somebody's even on the street growing up. I learned that. I think Simba might be able to give us the idea of Abati. They say if you give birth to a guy, a boy, and a girl, that the girl has a higher chance of getting to age 10. The girl has a higher chance of surviving to age 10 than the boy. And that's how it has been for men. And I think we need to really articulate it. That's not how a society is supposed to run. We are supposed to have fairness, equality, equity among genders and races and class, and there shouldn't be any of such. You
Sorry,
understand? People
Patoski.
should be.
In your opinion, one second. In your opinion, when would you say that men are becoming endangered? When?
Actually, it has been like that for some time, but it has become very pronounced in the
Can I
after
help?
year
Can I
2000.
help you answer that, please, Patoski?
Yes. Mm.
Yes, Prince Daddy. When men become more believable, men will not be endangered then, because they're given series of examples here, Ogbeni and all the rest, that even a woman slaps you and you retaliate, you are still guilty as a man. Why did you do that? Don't you know you're a man?
The man is supposed to take the slap and not to
Well,
bring it to
guys,
not to
I'm a
give
man
one.
also, but if not for the past, I don't know, 2 or 3, maybe 3 decades, right? Men have always dominated every sphere of this world. I mean, even in America, in the 50s, perhaps in the 60s, women cannot vote. Women have always been relegated in society. This notion that women are taking over is a new phenomenon. There's no doubt about it. And I do agree with you guys with the Me Too movement and some other, feminist, ventures, so to speak. But let's not pretend. And men have always dominated, and women, women are just coming to the fore. And part of the reason is because now they have access to, education more so than men actually. And our boys, they are falling off the wagon, so to speak. So it is it's just a natural progression, I would say. The women they're more likely to embrace going to higher institutions, and they are taking over corporate world. They're doing stuff. So what is happening right now? It's naturally bound to happen. Let's not cry victim. Let's not cry victim. We will cry
Chris Daddy,
victim.
let me explain. Let's step back a little and look at this. We are not talking about women empowerment. Women are supposed to be empowered with education, with capacity to create opportunities and take opportunities. But women are not supposed to be empowered to oppress men. Neither are men supposed to be empowered to oppress women. We are not
Thank you.
talking of people
I
taking
just told you that
opportunities.
men have always oppressed
No,
women.
this
What
is
about
what I'm
that?
saying, and we are opposing that as well. We are not saying that.
Relax and enjoy some oppression first before you
No,
balance
wait,
things
this
out.
Man, shut up, man. Really keep quiet.
this is what I'm
Enjoy
saying.
some oppression, man.
We don't.
For how many decades, man?
Yeah, enjoy some oppression.
We don't want. We don't want them. We are not saying that they should not have access to the same opportunities. I have a daughter. My daughter is the closest to me. Is my closest friend in my family. We spend 6 hours averagely together every day. Even though I'm not at home, we connect. We spend average of 6 hours every day. That's a lot of time. But the point is, I want opportunity for my daughter too. Keep telling her there's nothing a guy does that you can't do. So just take your time and do anything. You have capacity, so you encourage our girls to do that. But I would never encourage my daughter. And the way I'm even raising her now, I'm not raising her to disrespect men, to disrespect her husband, to disrespect her brothers or something. And I've made her to identify her role. That doesn't diminish her. You understand? That doesn't limit her capacity to be able to create wealth and create opportunities for our own kids and everything. But we should not use, whether male or female, if I have power and resources, it should not be used to oppress or suppress the other. Some of these resources could be my elocution, it could be my capacity to be able to express myself, and I shouldn't use that as a weapon to diminish another person or another gender or another set of people. So I think we should start looking at that and start
But
putting it
quickly,
together.
if you look at it more broadly, okay, what you're saying on a personal level is great. I totally agree. I have daughters too, but in a world where if you want to base things on merit, we've always done that on merit. Women are assuming a lot of position in today's world based on merit. Okay, they're
Yeah.
not up to the physical ability as men yet, but women are able to occupy any position, profession based on merit, and even things that require physical, abilities. Women are they're delving into it. So they are getting all these things not as a result of men acquiescing, but rather because of their performance. And
No,
naturally,
I
as a
think
result of
we
that,
argue differently. I am not saying that they should not take opportunity. For example, the outburst and the thing that happened between Obi and the other lady has nothing to do with their
no,
capacity
say,
to take
Patoski, I'm
opportunity.
sorry,
It's
not
just
to that. I understand you,
an
Patoski. I
expression. Yeah.
understand you, but what I'm saying, the natural outcome of this is going to be men oppression. That's what
No,
I'm
no,
telling
no.
you.
That should not be.
Okay,
That should not
it
be.
shouldn't be.
And
It should not be, but that's what it was going to be.
if for example, if the natural outcome is the oppression of the other gender, that's why you have a system of check, and that's what governments and society is supposed to put in place, a system of check that will ensure there is a balance. You understand? Such that if the power tilts to, because whether we like it or not, with time there might be a shift tomorrow and men be more empowered again. Then it keeps going like that. But that's not the kind of society that we want. Everybody should have opportunity, but it shouldn't be used as a weapon to suppress the other. The point is this. Most of us, when we have, it's not only women, when we have more opportunities, we tend to use that as a weapon to suppress the others. But from what I'm seeing and the feedback I'm getting, I think women know how to use that weapon
Thank
better
you.
than men.
Patoski, what you just said, the last part, Now you synthesize everything to the common denominator. I've always said it that women, the reason if women had been the one with the physical ability and the opportunities in the from the beginning, they would have behaved exactly like men. At the end of the day, women and men are both human beings, and if they have the opportunity to oppress the other gender, they would. So what is going on right now, again, to me, is a natural progression. Women are getting into power opportunities, and they will oppress men just like men oppress women. We are all human
Yeah,
beings at the end of the day.
yeah,
But
I agree
guys, you're
with you.
just forgetting that if we believe biblical story of the creation of man, the women are stronger and they are taking over because man was created from clay, wasn't it? The first man, and from his bones, a woman was created. Clay and bone, which is stronger? Figure it out.
It's because the first man was dumb now. If we follow that story, the first man was dumb. The point is that
He wasn't
another
dumb.
thing.
God put him to sleep
Okay,
and
we
took the
are
bone
all
of the
men
man
here.
from his rib
A lot
and
of men here.
created a woman.
Let me give you an example. Let's narrow it down to the home. I've
No,
had
don't let's go biblical now. Just
No,
flow.
it's not
Sorry, I
biblical. I'm
just
talking
put
of
that in.
general. Let's
Yeah.
narrow it down to the home. I've had opportunity to speak to people who have issues in their marriage and stuff like that. And one of my friends who happened to be in a position where he counsels people, though not biblical, I don't want to go biblical, but at least in a position where he counsels people, he says, "This is what I get to do." He said, when I am talking to young people, I'm telling them, avoid fornication, it can destroy your life. You don't want unwanted pregnancy. So he keeps counseling. He said, but now he had discovered that when he's counseling married people, he's counseling them to ensure that, encouraging them to come together as couple and fulfill their conjugal relationship. You see, he said, is that not crazy? You understand? Because when you were young, you were trying to get this, and I was trying to advise you to be disciplined. Now you are in it. I'm now the one trying to advise you to get together. Why? Because 90% of cases when they come for counseling, anytime there's a conflict between the man and the woman uses that as a weapon against the man. And because men are so weak that they can't discipline themselves, hold themselves, most men, that they use that to control them, to control their life. That's just the truth. Then he came to the point where he said that if you want a peaceful home in your marriage, as a man, you need to just submit yourself to your wife. Instead of as a wife submitting to your husband. He say, as a man, you want a peaceful home, submit yourself to your wife. But to me, from what I read, the point is that we should submit ourselves to one another in certain areas, because we have different areas and different roles to play in the home. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to start reconsidering our society, beginning from the homes, beginning from our homes, from our individual family. If that woman is not the type of a woman that can tell her husband to shut up, then she probably will not do it to another man. Like, I will not do to any lady outside what I cannot do to my wife. Like, if I would not tell my wife to shut up, to do this, then you don't expect to do that to another man's wife. So
Patoski,
yeah,
please, can I chip in one thing on
yes,
on that last point that you made, which
yes,
was actually generated from the point I raised from my opening. You see, some of the areas I've noticed, which made me to say men are becoming more endangered, and I want Prince Daddy also to listen to me on this. Apart from the fact that when there's a dispute, the society expects men to be gentle and treat women fairly and so gently, but we don't preach the otherwise and tell women to be gently with men. I've looked at, in my practice experience too, particularly in the UK here, when there's any dispute, whether the man in a marriage, whether the man is the one at fault or not, the first thing the police or the authority, the first thing they say here is the man must leave the home first. It's the man that is leaving home. You continue paying for the house, for the home. but you live first. And we have, if you check social media, you see many people sharing their story of how they left their home for their wife. Whether you are at fault or not, the first thing here is you must leave, and you continue paying, and you leave the woman with the children there. And I'm beginning to think it's not okay. If you go to divorce settlement, the same thing. Women get more. Seriously, when it comes to divorce, even if you read many of the textbooks in the UK on divorce, you see the way it tends so much to protect women. And I ask the question, so are men not also human beings? Same with custody. If you are battling for custody, including Nigeria, moms win by default in terms of they having custody of children. They hardly give to men. You see a lot of conditions they heap up in order for you to even be able to get your child in your custody. They would rather give you partial custody. But when it comes to full custody, it's like a default rule for women.
And God help you if you missed one payment.
You are a gunner. Another thing I realized again is this issue of EDI, diversity, and everything.
DI, diversity,
all those things.
Yeah. Inclusion.
They push more for women in job. I agree that there are men already there. But why don't you put for equal on merit? So when you talk of diversity, why will you place they are peers, they are all human beings. Let me give you another example that I still taught that topic today in my class, sentencing. When after finding you guilty in criminal litigation, when it comes to sentencing, do you know they give lighter sentences to women? And I raised it in my class today. I said, yes, there is a by default when you're a woman. In fact, if God wants to bless you, just say you are pregnant before the sentencing. In fact, if you plead your this thing and use that pregnancy, God has blessed you. You get a lighter sentencing. Why a man will get
even Ogbeni, sorry to help you. In one or two countries I know, before they even sentence you as a female, you go and do pregnancy test first.
Yes.
Because they don't want to give birth in prison.
Yes.
And so, in fact, in many cases, once they can spot that you are pregnant, they even give you suspended sentence.
Even an Italian woman gave birth to 10 children trying to escape jail.
Okay, one before they
Totally.
I won't bullshit you.
So in all, I've seen that and so many examples I have. So men are becoming, I don't know, and before time, you see our boys, this thing will start getting to them, and it will be affecting their self-esteem in the society. If we don't start thinking, we have to start rebalancing it. I'm telling you, we have to start.
Do you know, Benny? Let me give you an exercise. Everybody here, anytime you visit home, go to 10 bank branches. The managers there come and tell the platform. I can guarantee you, if you visit 10, 7, 6 will be women managers.
Of course, they get they do. From my experience, they do better at bringing deposit, not because people sleep at them. People have compassion on them. Then I don't know whether it happens in the US. Here we migrate from home and we migrate as family, maybe as skilled worker or as professionals. If you migrate with your wife is likely to first get a job before you, even
That's
when
true.
you're not close qualified.
That's true in UK too.
They told me, I was like, no.
And yet,
it happened to me.
Of the category,
yet they want to take our soul.
Diversity.
It happened to me. It happened to all my friends. So when one of my friends now came and said, this is what you are doing, I said, don't worry, your wife will soon get a job and everything will be okay. He said, I know my wife that doesn't want to, all those wives that she's not really so much in a professional, but the lady got a job for almost a year before the guy even managed to get something. The guy was just doing some survival job.
Patoski, if you want to try that, there are two people in the office. Let a woman break down and a man break down. Let the woman start crying and talking about her mental health. and let the man also start crying and talking about mental health.
Thank you very much. The law. One man is here.
So what's likely to happen?
No,
Pato.
What do you say? The man should break down. The man should go and break down. Well, what is it breaking down the office for?
According to one man, the
Why
man
won't the man break down? Is he not human being like a woman? Kill and so, you know.
He should go home and go to the toilet and break down. Breaking down the office. What is that for?
I am a Leo.
There's no mercy.
You can see now. No mercy for men.
Ogbeni, sorry. BT, you know, if you look at it medically, and even if you look at the design, even by God,
we are disposable. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. We are disposable. That's just the truth. Nature itself.
To actually work for the female.
We are designed to actually work for the female.
Yes.
Sorry, BT. Let me bail out and let Patoski bring it home. Zita, BT, Prince Daddy, Simba is still not spoken. Flock still with Patoski, Super Tata Jan, Zola. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, one
man.
Okay, so Patoski, you are very vast with the Bible, and if you look at the Bible, even when God created human being, He created man first, and what does He told the man to do?
To till the ground, to prepare.
Did He tell the female to till the ground?
No. He says you help him. Just help him.
You see, so it has been designed like that. And
Simba, you said medically. Show us
yes,
that.
let me even tell you this. You know, people will say, we have more females in the world than the males, as if we deliver more female than male. No, it's not so. We actually deliver more males than female. But immunologically, medically, females are stronger. They survive better. Let me tell you, if you have a twin, a male and a female, and if one is going to die among the two, it's likely to be the male. In fact, when we see preterm baby and they happen to be a female and a male, we tend to believe that that female will survive. If we are looking for the one that will survive, we can boldly say that the female will survive and the male will die. You understand? And if you look at even all the jobs that are very risky in life, is male that they push into it. So it has been like that. It's not recently. It has been like that from creation.
It's just nature, because in any village, for example, now you only need 2 or 3 men to help repopulate the area, but you need more women. So by design itself, you just need few men.
And it's even the female that sustain generations.
That's it. It's just nature.
That's what I heard. It's female. You know, if you are even raising animals, you just use one male.
Exactly.
So buy a lot of female to just cross them.
That's all. By the way, when it comes to spending cash globally, women are responsible for about 75% of what we spend globally. So even when you make the money, you're still spending on the woman anyway. So they are still going to enjoy it.
Stupid now.
You know, just
BT, I have a colleague of mine. The only way he knows that the woman is doing, his wife is actually, because the guy he likes doing locum all over the place. The good morning, the good afternoon that he receives from the wife is the ATM
alert.
What is it called? Alert. He is busy working his heart out, and the woman is just there, just spending the money.
You know what's funny, Pato? When you look at the top 10 richest women in the world, there's like almost 7 of them, they got the money by divorce or inheritance.
I think the men have to. I'll give you a good example. I was talking to someone who they've been together, as at that time they've been together for well over close to 30 years. And then suddenly they got married early. Suddenly the lady started misbehaving, and then the first thing he did was Jerusalem, lock up and say no more. So the guy was telling me, I was saying no, this one, I think I've mentioned this thing with Simba and all that before. But one day when he now told me that this thing I've been telling you, is it until I die Before you believe me, this is what I'm going through. At that point, I paid attention because if tomorrow the man pack up, I will be really very terrible. And he told me, so he told me all that. So I got him, me and my brother got him settled, and so we decided to relocate him and stuff like that. Do you know that he said that his feedback is this, that if you can control your sexual urge as a man such that it is not driven by anything, it's only driven by your own decision and desire, that you have taken your control from any woman. The way he said it was, Otigba kokoro control. That was the way he said it. And that really got to him say, yeah, that sounds very true. It's credible because
No, it's not designed to be on. God did not design them to be naturally now. It's to self-preserve now. It's just nature.
You know how I rate a home when I get there to know who is getting the upper hand. It's very easy, particularly in the Yoruba setting. When you get into a home and you see the woman call the husband by name, or by, if he's a title person, call him by traditional title, like Otumba or say Jide. And I can rate her. I can rate her also when I hear her call the husband Baba Lagbaja.
So if you call him Baba Lagbaja, what does that mean?
If you call him Baba Lagbaja, that means she has half respect for him, and the man is performing, dropping. But when you hear Daddy Wa,
that means the man is doing very well. Which one? What if they call him by name? Because that's what generation of nowadays call their house. They just call their husband by name now.
No, when if the husband is really there, I mean, she wouldn't call by name. It will call by an endearment. Sweet, darling, those are the things newly married you will call. It shows some respect. You will know there's respect.
Actually, when they want to get something from you, that they call you darling and dear.
No, the time will bring, you want something within 2 weeks, not my PPL. Oh, you need to write him more. I think I will connect with get to woman.
I hope I'm okay. I hope I'm safe.
If it's there and it's not part two, I know that you are okay. You are safe for the time being. No, don't drop the whole thing. No. Don't drop women. They are stronger than us. They are stronger.
Patoski, it's like Ola want to call me. Ola want to call me. Just take his sensors and see who can.
Okay, you can even call me. I think we have 9 of us.
Extra meat, extra for extra.
One rate. They're giving you lullaby for kill.
At times when I look at this, I say, "Wala ye not You understand what I'm saying? I listen to some. Wala ye I listen to some counselor when they say, the way they counsel is as if you do have another life as a man. They say anytime your wife, if you go for this, they say anytime your wife is frowning, you should know what it means. Anytime he wakes up in the morning and she's looking somehow, then you should know that. I say, so if I spend all that time trying to read mood, trying to read this, and trying to read which color she's wearing and what the meaning of that, then when am I going to start living as a person, as a human being? I was living before I met her.
You know the way it is designed. Let me tell you this. You know, we were even brought up not to be able to complain as a man. And look at what Mizadi was telling you. That why should a man break down at work? He's supposed to go to toilet to go and be crying. and that is the fact. You understand? As a man, you want to actually hide your feelings. You understand? You don't. In fact, as a man, you see yourself as a weakling if you are complaining to your wife.
No, Simba, you know those who did that to us, same women, our mothers. Why are you crying that way? Are you not a man? Is that not what we hear from our mother as kids?
Hey,
They
Baba,
put us into all this
let me ask
wahala.
you this. Even if they don't tell you that, you as a man, you know, man, we are raised to dominate. Do you understand? And we take pride in that. So
I mean, I
now,
don't want to dominate.
you know, just hold on, Patus.
I forgot
The only way you can command respect, because the only thing that can make a woman to respect you is your power, the commanding power and the money that you have. So if you are complaining every time to your wife, that woman will not even believe in you again. It will not see you as the person that's supposed to provide cover for them in the family. You know, to shield them away from oppressors and everything. So if you are the one now looking like as if every time you are not the lady of the house complaining, hey, today I'm this, tomorrow I'm, you don't want that kind of situation. And that's why even when men are sick, you understand, before they will voice out that this is what is wrong with me, most of the times already too late.
Can you imagine? You could only
most of the times already too late.
Oh my God.
You know, I don't know if BT has experienced this. During my own training, even as a house officer, we have male ward, we have female ward. Or if you're on duty, you discover that the only place that you are likely to be called to come and certify a patient death is actually in the male ward.
Really?
Yes. It's actually in the male ward.
What was responsible for that?
One, immunologically, men are weaker because the X chromosome is actually the one that carries the immunity. You understand? And they have double. You have only one. That Y chromosome is a useless chromosome. It only confers sex to you. It doesn't do any other thing. It's a very useless chromosome.
It's a lie.
It's
a lie. It's a lie.
So the second one is what I just said earlier. Men don't actually voice out. If a woman has an headache, she will be disturbing you because she knows that you give her attention. But you every time when you have a problem, you'll be looking at your woman that this woman, what can she even do to this problem? Because by the time you are saying A and she's saying B, you just get frustrated and just abandon her. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are not trained, they are not made to actually take solve problem.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So once you have that one in mind,
say that again.
They are not made to solve problem. Women are not made to solve problem.
But she can solve problem of her own life and children by asking you, will that? Can you ask your wife if she has done her own will?
Baba, I support
Dr. Simba. You see, Baba, the woman has of
course, they know how to ply us. You can't tell her. It's always about the men.
But life insurance thing, they tell you in friend where your husband died, where you say that the life insurance now ain't save them. I say, if in Africa, I'll say, so you want me to die now? You understand?
But that's just a response to fear, not necessarily solving a problem.
The man will not fear too.
No,
not fear in case he goes.
I just want Dr. Simba to tell us they have the truth and they have the lie, because the one he said the other time that Y chromosome is useless. Then the next question
I'm aware that men has immunity, women have more immunity, and I have a brother who told me, who's a doctor, that said that if you have children, that the female is likely to get.
There's no equality in nature, okay? But there's no equality. God did not make anything.
Even though I'm not I do agree for this one. I will use Agidi to tell you that this one I don't agree. You know enter.
It's not Agidi, it's science. It's not Agidi.
I will use Agidi to counter science tonight.
Okay.
No,
Look, I witnessed many years ago a sin that really brought me down to earth. A friend just died, a top civil servant working with Lagos State government. And I went with my wife immediately within hours. And when we got there, you know, women now, other women are there. So I just took myself out and went to the sitting room. Do you know what these women did? I hear them shouting, "Okay, you are here crying, stupid woman. Oh, for cupboard there, go paper to one no." He was still crying, and I had them slap her. Wọ́n fọ létí pé Jídé kí ló ń ṣe?
Ayé mà ti bàjẹ́ o.
This is something I witnessed. So, orí mi pé o.
But Baba, I think the experience ló jẹ́ kán ṣe yẹn o, because maybe they've seen the experience of their colleagues and you know pé kò dá, you know, where family will come and suppress the woman and her children and stuff like that. Look at what's almost happening to Albert's children. If not that Ike and the rest are standing up. If nothing, those children would have been able to. They would have enjoyed, considering the fact that their father has enormous wealth.
But the Albert problem, is it from the family? Is it not from the family now?
It looks like
it's not. If you look at the story, it's not the family are even fighting for the children. I think it's the friends, the partners that are causing the problem. Yes, the partner.
It looks like the partner. From what we'll be able to gather is like.
I think the partner are trying to protect them.
Dr. Simbad, you know, it's a women. Once again, it's a women. They know what designed to think. See, you get what you said is true. Maybe 50, 100 years ago, but now you guys can look at the structure of society and family and how society is right now. A lot of things have changed. In today's world of single women or women with homes without a man, who's going to think for her if she doesn't think? Who's taking on the responsibility of leadership if she's not doing it? A lot of things are changing. Women are becoming men. That's one thing that's not realizing. Women are becoming men.
Of course,
and to
men
become
are
a man,
becoming women. Look at Bob Risky.
Praise Daddy. Praise Daddy. I think when you hear statement like this, you hypothesize it because you look at majority in a normal situation. In a normal situation, where you now tend to see the population, it's like women are not designed to think. It is men. You see, like someone rightly pointed to the Bible, you understand, women were created to assist, not to be the lead. Even whether you like it, whether in the animal kingdom or the human kingdom, just look at the pattern. The patterns are always similar. So it's a nation. It's a nation. So it doesn't mean that if women now find themselves in a position where they are supposed to think critically, that they are not going to think. Of course, they are going to. But starting from the beginning,
it's a wrong assumption. See, women have always been thinking. They always think.
We don't say they don't think. That's not what we are saying. But we are talking about the society.
Well, I'm talking about the society too also. I mean, women that are assuming corporate jobs and even blue-collar jobs, who think for them? They are thinking. Back in the days when we were hunter-gatherers, when the man leaves, the woman in the house with the children, who thinks? I mean, we strategize to get things done. It's only when the man comes, they consult with the man, okay? And women have always been thinking being. They always think. They think what the men do. Men can strategize and be more constructive, but women think a lot. Are you guys kidding yourselves? You guys are married.
No, that's not what we're saying. I think we are taking it out of context. That's what we're saying. You know, we are taking it out of context because every human being is an intelligence agent. So every human has that capacity of intelligence, I can think. But we are putting this in context of the survivor in this world, or the way the world is constituted, where you see male, whether in the wide or whether in the civilized society, they always take the lead. That's what we're saying, because at the end of the day, even if the women they still take in general, the women they still take that decision, it's still the men in most situations that are ratified. Yes, things are changing with what we call it with feminism or all those things, but it does not change what we met on the surface of this world. That's what we are saying. Nobody is saying women don't have brain. That's not the point.
No. You simplifying the argument. Nobody's saying that. Obviously, everybody can think. We're not thinking as in thinking that you can't think as a human being.
One of the major problems that we have is also somebody like, if you have people like Prince Daddy, you can see the way he's talking. Those are the people that are using against the men. You understand? Men fighting men. So and there are many like that.
Look, the thing, folks, is that look, these people, they are stronger than us. Wait,
I don't know what you mean by that.
These women are stronger than us. We may not want to accept it. Let's take, for instance, in combat, the American women go into combat. They carry rifle. They fought for it. Maybe Trump will cancel them out. I don't know. But imagine a combat situation. A woman fell in battle, hit by a bullet, and you have to take her on your back and maybe run like 100 meters. As a man, at a certain point, you drop her down. After covering that mile, you are in safety. Something will move in you. But if you turn the tide, the woman is the one that pick you up. She doesn't feel anything. That's a weakness there. That's a weakness. And that's where they become, because they are cold, they are more controlled. Yes, sir.
Baba, when you take the statistic of the global world problem in terms of solution, which gender prefer more solution than the other? When you look at it globally, when you look among the scientists, among those people that develop our civilization, everything. Let's just take that percentage.
Like the Nobel laureate winners and things like Nobel laureate.
It could be maybe
in science, in geography, in this.
Even in sociology.
It can even be the military. It can be.
But you can't use that.
Whatever.
In the research, you can't use it as a parameter because you need to look at the fundamentals. Opportunities given.
Thank you. There you go.
In the society.
I said it earlier that
going to science. I know in some society, for instance, now they don't allow female to go and study science. They rather put.
You're not coming to my point. I said
no. I said it earlier. Hold on. Please. When it comes to constructive,
by the nature, by the way nature design is that what I said? That was my initial protest.
In society,
okay.
In society,
okay.
In society that even actually, apart from going being biblical anyway, in society that actually shares the role. The society that put the role, but at the same time, I still believe it's not to dispel your point completely.
No, but how did the society arrive at that rule?
Onoji now, we've been here for thousands of years now.
So something will influence that. They
can't just come up the physical ability. That's number one. The men have always been stronger than women.
Please, Daddy, before they assign that role, they will look at it. The two genders are there at the same time, and they will see who can perform. I think they see that ability in one before they decide, okay, this is the one that will take the role. So it can't not by accident.
Prince Daddy, can you carry pregnancy for 9 months?
Good point. I have to mention that.
Can you carry pregnancy for 9 months?
Of course not, but the nature of women also determine the role that we occupy in society.
Baba,
I think the mistake we are making here is
carry it now.
I think
we are not built like that. We are not empowered. We are not given the physical attribute to be able to do that. These people are endowed.
Exactly.
Baba, I agree with you, but I think what we are not considering here is this. It is when we start crossing the boundary, like I was hypothesizing before. The nature awarded each of the gender their responsibilities. So when you look at the strength of women by women, they are very strong, they are very intelligent based on what the nature assigned them. It is only when they start crossing the boundary, that's where the problem lies in. Of course, a man cannot carry pregnancy. That's a fact. Like a woman cannot impregnate herself. And that's a fact. But when
a woman can now.
Particular gender,
a woman can get pregnant without a male now.
No.
Haven't you heard of single mothers?
How did she do that?
So,
They'll still need a male.
Go and purchase the spermatozoa now.
Exactly. They don't really need us.
That means you need a male.
So
that's why I told you guys, you need to be cognizant of the structured society, the world that we live in. Okay, it's changed a lot. See,
no matter how you change it, no female gender produces spermatozoa, no matter what.
All right, don't go into that tangent. Of course, nobody's going to make that argument. That's not the argument. In today's world, they have the resources. They have the money to do whatever they want to do. You're talking about the woman cannot produce spermatozoa.
They'll buy it now. You that you are producing, what are you doing?
That's not the argument.
Are you saying
when you buy, where is it coming from? When you buy,
they don't care.
Look, Ola, you know where we lost it? We lost the ball when we transited from polygamy to monogamy. That's when we lost out entirely as a species, male.
Baba, are you supporting
polygamy? Okay, Baba, please more on that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Look, they took control. We started off as polygamous people generally. Yes, sir.
At what point do we now change from polygamy to, because there's nothing in nature. If you look at it naturally, even if you look at the Bible and Quran, even all the books,
even animals,
there is nowhere that this even Bible is only when we want to twist everything. Even in the Bible, there's no place in the Bible that they say that a man should go with a woman.
Yeah, you're
unless
right.
Bishop.
Yeah, it's only when they want to twist it. All the prophets in the Bible,
it's in the Bible. It is in the Bible.
It's not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible.
No, it's defined. It's from Bishop. Bishop is said explicitly in Timothy.
That if you want
praise that, if you want to go like that, even Bible say, even you can decide not to marry if you want to follow by the Bible too. If that's where you want to go, you may decide.
That is true, but don't say that it's not in the Bible. That I thought unless I heard him wrong, is that a man is one man and one woman.
No. Where your Bible? Which Bible are you reading from?
Daddy, I think
this is how Jesus explained it. He said in the beginning, he made them man and woman, singular. That's a fact, right? But is that said because of the hardness of your heart?
No, I think you have misquoted it. You have misquoted it. Let me explain.
I have misquoted it.
You have misquoted it. Let me tell you.
I'm giving you the concept. Where divorce setting in the Bible, for example, where people started changing things is because of the hardness of
let me
and Moses allowed something to happen, right? Now,
no. I think you have misquoted it.
That's on divorce, no mono.
That's on divorce, exactly. You have misquoted it. Let me help you to catch it up again. You see, they went to him and asked him that on what ground can a man put away his wife? You understand? What did Jesus say? Jesus said from the beginning it was not so. That Moses allowed you that because of the hardness of your heart. Because they could not divorce their wife, they would go ahead and kill the woman. You understand? He said, so he allowed you to do that divorce based on. He now gave them a rule that look, except for fornication, you cannot put away your wife. But that does not address.
Patoski, I was even
Hold on, Patoski. What about a man shall leave his father's and mother's house and be joined with
you
his
will not
with his
understand what I was trying to explain. Let them.
But there's another
But
context.
you are looking worldly. We are talking of African societies here, and you
Another
guys are
passage he
extending
said he made them male and female.
the frontier.
I'm even coming to a point.
He said he made them male and
why I
female
quoted
from
that
the
is
beginning.
Wait, now, Patoski. Why I said that is that even if Moses will change what the nation design, that means that something are permitted. Because now, when they started doing that, it's not written anywhere that God used it against that. So it simply means that God has given this earth for man to rule, to make their own rules and dominate. So if man decides to say, okay, we want to move away from one man to a woman today, and we want to have 30 wives, I don't think God is against it. That is where I'm going. Because you say, okay, you say,
what is the proof in the Bible, Allah? You know, you can express your own view, but
Prince
you can
Daddy,
express
where's the proof that says that it should be one man, one wife in the Bible?
Well, in the beginning, it said a man shall. Well, it's actually what do you say?
Put it in context. Put it in context.
He said a man shall leave his house and cling to his woman,
wife,
and
that's one
that is his wife,
one
and they
ratio.
become one flesh. Yeah, that does not define.
and the two shall become one.
That's Matthew 19. Matthew
That
19.
does not define polygamy. That defines what happens in marriage.
No, but it does now.
No, Ogbeni, it defines marriage. The man can cling. The man can cling to another woman anytime he pleases.
Baba, look at.
Okay, Ogbeni.
Let me explain. See, Praise Daddy, thank you. That's Matthew 19:4-6. And there they came to ask Jesus about this issue, and he said, have you not read? Then refer them back to Genesis and said, for this reason a man will leave his father and mother and then be united to your wife. But the closing hand is what you should look at. And he said, and the two will become one flesh. One flesh. The two become one flesh.
And he said the two shall be one. I don't think he ended with flesh. Which version?
The two shall become one flesh.
One flesh,
one flesh. Yes. So that quote, Jesus is reinforcing monogamy there as the original.
I disagree, Ogbeni.
As the original God's design.
I disagree, Ogbeni.
A lot. If you want to go with 30 women and you think that's your own interpretation, of course the Bible is there and it gives us instructions. Hold on. The men always break the rule. We're sinners and we always break the rule anyway. So
anybody that has never done theology, don't even argue.
No, but that is it. Now,
Dr. Ogbeni,
the issue is that I like keeping Bible aside when it comes to African society, because we were okay before this time. We were before Christianity came to our hand. So the question I asked myself was, had polygamy always been in Africa? Yes, but not in all areas. We were practicing both polygamy and monogamy in African society before even.
But people like online, like the polygamy part of it.
They were our ancestors that were purely monogamous too. So all those general rhetorics or story that they will always tell us that our ancestors had always been polygamy. That's not true.
Okay, tell me about the monogamy aspect of our ancestors. I want to learn.
There were so many.
Which society, Ogbeni?
There were our ancestors that were monogamy. If I have time, okay, give me some time. I think I have some books here. I've read some historical books.
Okay, go ahead, Ogbeni.
No, I will have to go and search it now.
Maybe some other time I'll corner you when you come on board.
Let me, Ogbeni and Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Okay, go to Genesis 4:19 and Samuel 12:8, and if you have Bible, can you read it out to us? And even
Genesis,
if you can go, you can also read Exodus 21:10.
Genesis 4:19. Let me pick just a minute. Let me
Pastor
see.
Simba.
Let me see what Simba is bringing for us today.
No, Muslim do read Bible very well too. Don't make that mistake.
Pastor Simba,
Let
of
me see
course,
what
now
Simba is.
is also a person of the book.
Okay, Simba, I'm in 4:19.
Mm-hmm.
He said Malek married 2 women, one named Ada and other Zillah. Yeah.
Okay, so Samuel 12:18 says, "And I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your hands, and gave you the house of Israel and Judah wives." And if you go to Exodus 21:10, he said, "If we take another wife for himself, our food, our clothing, and our duty of marriage shall he not diminish." So
Yes.
what does that one mean to you?
You don't understand my point. I'm not quoting. I didn't quote Old Testament for you.
Oh, good.
Jesus was referring to. They came to Jesus and they were citing all these things to Jesus, and he said it was not so from the beginning. It started changing at a point in time.
Exactly.
Generations had come between Adam, okay, to Cain and Abel, their children, to so many generations before you have Samuel, before you have Lamech, before you have Ada, before you have Sila and others. And Jesus, because he was from the beginning, and Jesus was telling them that he did not make it so. And he referred them back to Genesis first and said, what God said in Genesis is, I made you male and female. The male leave, you go to your female, and then you become one in flesh. Okay, not just one in flesh. What does it mean? It means the two of you meet together, you have intimacy as one. And that is the establishment of monogamy.
No,
So
okay.
What you read in the Bible, those passages prove actually reinforces the Bible, because the Bible doesn't lie. He's not trying to sugarcoat it and remove things that people actually did in the past. Not at all. So, but
no,
Christ
please,
came.
Daddy. Late. Now, when people now went from that design, now they now left that design. Did they suffer any consequence? Did God rebuke them for going for 2 or 3?
That question that you just asked right now tells me that you're a real sinner. You're a sinner man.
Yes, I'm a
Look. Allah is a sinner man.
Prince Daddy is a righteous man.
Wait now, okay. You say I agree. No, I asked you a question instead for you to, because 2 things said that we are missing.
Allah, you are a sinner man.
When God created this earth, he gave man to dominate. Men are those one making rules on this on the surface of this earth. And that is why that God never breaks any law. If he wants to do anything on the surface of the earth, he will still use man. Even Jesus, God himself, still came in form of a man just to implement the will of God on the surface of the earth. So when you look at those things, is that God has handed over this world to man to decide. So men now said, okay, we want to go polygamous. You understand? That is the design. So whatever things men do on the surface of this earth, you are there to do it, and if there's consequences, suffer the consequences. But will you go to hell because of polygamy?
No.
You have to prove that.
No. Even Ola. Let me even ask them this. Even you should not take it because I'm a Muslim. Don't say as if I'm testing. But even Jesus Christ himself did not come into a family of monogamy. He came through a family of polygamy.
Yeah.
How?
You're right. Yeah.
How?
His mother was married to Joseph. Joseph was not. Mary
Let
was
him
not.
tell us who is the second wife of Joseph.
Wait, now I will explain to you. Mary himself.
But Jesus have brothers now. James the Just is Jesus' brother.
Let me explain to you. From Bible history, Mary was not the first wife of Joseph. In short, from what we know about Joseph, Joseph was an older person.
Yeah.
You understand? Was not a young person. Joseph had married and had children.
I'm not. It's not very clear what happened to his wife. Maybe his wife died,
What's
or
the
even
name
his
of
wife.
that first
We'll
wife?
give you. I'll search out. But Joseph
Okay.
was not.
He has brothers, he has sisters. Our
No,
brother.
those
James
brothers.
is a brother. James
No,
is a brother.
those were
Jude
other
The
children
Bible
from
did not call them half brothers.
those were other children from Mary. No,
Mary.
Mary had other kids. Mary had
Yes.
other children.
Those were
Jude,
the
Mary,
Bible doesn't call them half
James.
brothers.
They
The
were
Bible doesn't
Mary's
call them half
sons.
brothers. But I would like to know the name of Joseph's first wife.
Okay, I think I should be able to look
And
it up.
also your source. I would like to know your source too.
Mm.
So, like Ola has a question about now that they veer off to polygamy, did God, what consequences did they face? Well, my answer to that is that they were.
Don't want to go and find out.
No, not able to. No, I don't able to. I think my
Don't go
answer to
and
that
find
is
out.
they were even permissible. They were permissible. How do I put it now? They were permissible. Is it diversion or digression from God's will for people, for human being that God permitted because human made the choice? You see, God did not create human being to be like a robot, to be controlling them. And that is why we are not like animals, that instincts, they are controlled just by their instincts. God allow you to make your choice. Okay, right from Genesis down to Revelation, you're allowed to make a choice. You're not forced to. And that is why the Christian religion allows other people to live and then believe what you want to believe. So if God said this is what should be, and you digress from it, and men digress from it, there are so many examples in the Bible that will allow them be. And sometimes when you now face the consequences of whatever natures offered you, then it will send prophet to call you back and say, well, if they can come back to me, I'll realign them with my will. So
well said.
Okay, Baba.
Hold on. See, look at Solomon. Look at what Solomon did.
Let me give you the name. You see, I think there were two views. Let me be very correct. The Orthodox church believed that Joseph was a widower and that he was married to Salome, but Salome died, and so Joseph married Mary and gave birth to Christ. And they believe that Joseph, after Jesus' birth, Mary never had other kids. You understand? And that James, Jude, and the rest were the children from the other woman, which
the Salome or a new woman.
Salome, the widow, that which put James and Jude as older brother to Christ. That's one. But that is a bit plausible, but not totally.
Yeah.
The Catholic view.
What is the verse for Salome?
Let him,
what is the verse for Salome?
let him finish now.
View. The Catholic view is that Joseph never had other kids. You understand? And that
because they wanted to paint the what is it called?
Mary was
virginity, the virginity of the
eternal
Mary.
virgin, eternal virgin. So
eternal,
the Catholic Church believed that after Christ, Mary never had other children, and that James and Jude were just like cousins or brethren, just like you call cousin. But I will not agree with that, because John was supposed to be a cousin of Christ. John the Baptist was supposed to be a cousin of Christ, and there was no time he was referred to as his brother. John the Baptist was never referred to as Jesus' brother, even though we know they were cousins. So the Bible has a separate word for cousin and separate word for brother. So if the Bible says he's his cousin, that person is definitely his cousin. And if they say his brother is his brother. So the Orthodox Christians, their own narratives sound more credible than the...
So that means he didn't run polygamy, like you said.
That means he didn't really run polygamy like that. Yeah. He was a widow.
Okay, but that was the argument.
Yeah.
So you
sorry
were
again.
wrong,
yeah, I was wrong.
What is the Bible verse for
but Prince
the Bible version was...
But can we stop this Bible and look at it from the African perspective?
Myself, I want to see. I just need the Bible verse.
The Bible version was this. From the Bible version, Mary was married to Joseph. Joseph,
No,
Mary was a
give me the
virgin.
quote. I mean, give me the quote. I want you to read yourself.
There
I
are
don't want stories.
no, the reference that made me to draw this conclusion is not one quote. There are so many references that point to it. James, the book of James, was referred to Jude, the lost brother. James, the lost brother. If you see the epistle of James and the epistle of Jude, the epistle of Jude was Jude, the lost brother. And Paul used to refer to James as the lost brother. And when James was actually not one of the apostles, he was not even a disciple.
He was not.
Until Christ died and he rose, that was when he believed in Christ. In short, the record has it that James was one of the Sanhedrin. Eventually, he was a Pharisee. Eventually, became one of the Sanhedrin. So, as a leader of the church, he was the head of the church in Jerusalem, ahead of Peter. People thought Peter was the head of. No, James was actually the real head
James
of the
was the
church.
first pope.
So,
Yeah.
James was an older brother of Jesus.
No, from the biblical point of view, James will be the younger brother of Jesus, and from the biblical point of view, Mary had other children.
Well, yeah, Mary had other children. So
Mary
where's
had
the
other
art?
children.
I thought you'd make it sound like there were other children, or when if Joseph was married before, then he must have had other children with Salome or whatever.
Pato, can I say this? From even this biblical point, quite a number of individuals that were described as beloved of God. Okay, Job had more than one wife. When things were Abraham had more than one wife. David, from whom Jesus was descended, had more than one wife. The very intelligent and very
He was even a murderer and an adulterer.
Yes.
David.
Solomon had more than one wife. Quite a number of individuals that were described as beloved of God had more than one wife. Israel.
Well, Benny said it clearly earlier. We're not questioning men did not go out of their way to do.
No, they're not because they have more than one wife. I'm just saying, in spite of this.
In spite of that.
So God didn't hate them because they had more than one wife. He didn't stop loving them because they had more than one wife.
Well, God don't hate people. He hates saints.
Even let me say this. You know,
but God didn't turn his back to them because they had more than one wife.
But it doesn't mean that he encourages us to have more than one wife.
Even David, God didn't turn his back on him. More people getting married.
Even after killing a man, it doesn't mean that God wants us to kill
people. The point is this.
Exactly.
Most of those things we brandish in our religions today are just doctrine made by each denomination. Look, when you look at the 10 Commandments, even 10 Commandments itself, Jesus summarized, there were actually 2 commandments. You understand? When you look at all those commandments and everything made compulsory in the Bible, you will not see where thou shalt not marry more than one wife.
Actually, if you follow Jesus' commandments,
so if you really want to follow the
Jesus'
law,
commandments, you won't marry more than one wife. He said, "Love your
where
neighbor
did Jesus
love your neighbor as yourself." Would you want your wife to marry another husband?
Wait. Love your neighbor.
As yourself.
You know, in theology sometimes there are some of the meaning.
No, that one is very clear. Ola. Love your neighbor as yourself. What don't you understand about that?
Even theology in the interpretation. If you've not started reading Latin,
love your neighbor as yourself.
But that's not the point. The fact that you marry 2 wives doesn't mean that you do not love your neighbor. I don't have 2 wives.
But your wife is your neighbor. Your wife.
How can your wife be your neighbor? How can your wife be your neighbor? Your neighbor is your neighbor. Your wife is your wife.
Let me give you this angle as well. If a woman that has a husband that is treating her very well, if she sees a fellow woman, she should love her like herself and want to bring her into a fruitful relationship that she's enjoying as well.
Come and share what she's enjoying.
Okay, see, I raised another man. I raised another sinner man. You know, he always tries to justify. You and Allah always trying to turn the Bible upside down.
Wait, praise daddy. My own grandfather built several churches and several cathedrals. By the grace of God, he had 17 wives. So, I mean,
the grace of God be that one.
Of course. In African setting, it's a blessing. It's one of the parameters of wealth. How many children you have, how many wives you have, determines the size of your farm.
Exactly. What are the 64? I mean,
Papa, I do agree with you that God make us robots. We as the get it. God made us, and we are free to do things that we see fit, but it doesn't mean that we are doing the right thing.
I think
If you listen to
Who
God,
says, look, okay, Prince Daddy, hold on, please. Look at the lineage, lineage of Christ. Start from Rachel and trace that lineage. Is it clean?
No, but you see, Baba, I think I'll go with Ogbeni and Prince Daddy, sincerely. The fact that God allowed that to happen does not mean that that's what he wants, but it simply means that despite
So why
that,
should God allow what he doesn't want to
means
happen?
that
Why should he
no,
allow what he doesn't
no,
want
it
to
that
doesn't mean
shows
that
what
he
they call
approves of it. Doesn't mean that he approves
the
of
nature of God. See, that's the nature
So
of God.
if you really want to give us a message, why is he making it to look as an ambiguity? Why can't he make it
that is
straightforward
what
for
No,
us?
no,
God's
no,
word
no.
is not ambiguous.
That would not.
I didn't know
Trust
that
me.
God's word was
That would not.
ambiguous.
That would be you describing a being right there.
That
That's our nature.
we women are the one thinking for God in this situation. That's the problem of religion. When we start thinking for God, we say God is telling us. We can't be thinking for God. If something is happening,
You say all these things. Look at the house of Jacob. Look, let's even go there. Let's talk in African context, where we are, where we belong, our roots, our origin. Leave this biblical thing alone. Because if we start to unravel the Bible, some people even say, oh, don't talk about the Old Testament. But the Bible I carry every day contains the two testaments, Old and New.
And Jesus said he didn't come to undo the laws of the earth. So,
but there's no law that says you should marry more than one wife now.
And there's no law that says you should marry more than one.
No, Baba, you know why we know some people will tell you to forget Old Testament. If you want to follow the Old Testament, nobody wants to be a Christian because, oh my goodness, everybody is totally condemned already, and nobody is going to survive. If it's that Old Testament, the day someone was born, that day is totally condemned, and that person's life will never.
What condemned you the day you are born, Ola? What condemned you the way you are?
Okay, look at it this way. Almost every sin, or maybe many of those things in the Old Testament are to buy you if you do all those stuff. But the New Testament is preaching grace.
Even in Old Testament, God bless the weapons of war. Weapons of war, God bless them.
Like a constitution that we review. It's a
even bless my hand to be in sound.
If anybody that read Bible very well, if you read New Testament, you will see that Jesus never mentioned tithes. Jesus never paid tithes. Jesus never mentioned tithes, and Jesus never paid tithes. It's not. This is not documented.
It does not work now. So what will it tithe when it doesn't work?
He was a carpenter.
No, it's his father that is a carpenter, not him.
He was working with his father.
He was also an artisan, one way or the other. Why did he say, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's"? He paid tax.
He must have paid tithes.
Sorry, let me say this. And I will ask you people to also forgive me for asking this question. Let me tell you this. If you want to look at his life as he's not a complete human being that you can use his life as a role model for everybody. One, he don't marry, so you cannot say this is how Jesus lived with his wife, and these are the things that he said he should do to his wife. Because he never married. He never.
According to the Bible, wait. Qualify it according to the Bible, because there are other books.
Not just according to the Bible, according to history and record of history.
No, I can bring out a book now.
Don't bring down Brown. Those ones are fiction.
Yes,
no. Record books.
There are no record books pointing to the father he married.
I know historical book from the Jewish background that said he married.
Yes, like me too. I have.
Which one?
There's none. I said there's none.
Exactly. There are no records.
Jewish society where he lived.
Forget
Wait,
about those damn songs.
folks, I have with me here. I have with me here Christian mystic Christianity, and it documents this. And this is not the only book. This is not the only book. There are other several books. Because wait, in the Bible, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. In the Bible, we started with age 1 to age 13 in all Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. When we started again, we started from 30.
From 12 to 29.
30,
We don't know
30 now to
omitted
33. So 17 years of a man's life, adolescent, teenage years, into all missing.
Just like Tinubu.
17 years.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Okay, one second. Let me chime in. To Simba's point.
So this is
Simba's point.
This is
He
what
said Jesus Christ did not say. So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to dispute Christ's divinity or one as a leader of that exemplifies what we should be? What is your point, Simba?
My
point
is this.
He's saying that Jesus is a special person, that we cannot say we want to live like that we probably won't have capacity to live like that, or we cannot completely say, oh, this is where we should live, because we don't have his example in certain areas. For example, if we say we want to copy him, the way to relate with your wife, we don't have physical example, but we have his teachings in those areas that can cover for them. Actually, he's right.
So, but
no, it's not right. Just like you said, we have.
For example, Jesus
teaching.
never had kids, but we had his teaching on how he related with children, so we can borrow from
exactly.
that. No, but that's the same thing that Simba is saying now, that Jesus was not married, so we cannot say exactly from him.
No, Simba is an Islamist. He's trying to discredit. He's trying to discredit. I know he's doing.
You can see now. That's why. Okay, I will.
No. He first of all says, "Look, I am a Muslim. Don't."
No, Simba. No, don't take it that.
He put the caveat.
You know, he wants to emotionally blackmail me. That's what he's doing now.
No. It's just.
Don't mind it, because Simba.
Look, when it comes to the life of Christ. When it comes to the life of Christ, let us take JJ. Let us take JJ.
When will it be my turn?
Let's allow
It's interactive. It's interactive. You can come in anytime.
Madam AI, Prince Daddy is going to call you. He's going to call you a smart woman.
Nobody's
going to there.
He's here. Hala is here.
Let's hear Madam AI. I'm the one anchoring. Please, let's hear Madam AI.
Prince Daddy is going to call her a sinner woman. Don't worry.
Sinner woman.
Let's Trump girlfriend.
Let's hear Madam AI.
Let's get Trump girlfriend talk.
I'm just joking around. I don't even know what you people are discussing.
Polygamy. We are saying that. Okay, we should even hear you. That
yes, they say women should be married like 10 husbands and men should be single.
Let's go back to our original.
We are looking at marrying more than one wife. Do you think
it's AI, what we're discussing is the imbroglio in the Senate between Obiozekwe and Senator Onwa of today. That's what we're discussing.
Today again?
Yeah, there was a shouting match.
Between who?
Between Obi Ezekwe and the Senator Onwa Ebonyi.
What are they shouting? What are they shouting at? Why are they shouting at each other?
Well, the woman asked him to shut up, and he said, and he didn't want to take it in good light, and he responded and gave her in good measure too, and there was altercation.
A woman told the man to shut up.
Exactly, in the public, in a meeting, openly.
In the public.
Yeah, in a public sitting, rather.
House, not even in the house.
The senator's house, senator in the chamber of the Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition Committee session.
What did the man do,
you can trust. He gave her back in good measure, and they call themselves hooligans, scoundrel. What's the useless woman, useless man, and things like that.
Have you seen the video that is also circulated about because she has spoken about it as after that time.
Or she
That
was lying now. She will
she
modify
was
it,
not
butter it
saying
up.
it's the same way the woman in the house are being molested, are being harassed. That's where the man harassed her. So the way the female things, that's what she's now preaching outside again now.
She playing the gender card.
Exactly.
She was playing the gender card.
She did. She okay.
You
So
see, if women, I don't know if I should say this.
Say it anyway, please.
But let me say it. If they end up every day that passes, men are becoming weaker and weaker. Every day. It started with United States. They gave women so much power that their men ended up being confused. And I think that thing is circulating around the world. Women are having unnecessary power, which is not very good. It's not meant to be so. Do you know why? Do you people know why?
Please tell us.
I don't know. Tell us.
Women act on impulse. You don't leave power with such people.
What do you say again?
They act on impulse.
Okay.
So, this attitude of every little thing a woman will say she's being harassed, is it not in the world we are living? You see, I don't know if I should continue on this topic. Do people have another topic before then we start
No,
abusing
please,
me
it's
now?
the topic of the day. Most important.
It
Please
cannot be the
contribute.
topic of the day
We
now.
want to listen to a woman's perspective.
Okay, another thing that we want you to tell us.
Thank you.
Is marrying another wife, marrying polygamy is polygamy a solution to this?
Pastor Pato, God is watching.
I remember one man that came here
maybe
Pato, why your voice they shake? Why your voice they shake?
No, I'm typing actually. I was typing. So the point is that
And don't worry, tó bá mú ẹ lálẹ́ yìí nílé, wọ́n á gba ẹ létí, má worry, má sọ̀rọ̀ polygamy.
The same level that we're seeing. Is polygamy a solution to it? I want a woman to tell me. To a man not being oppressed. Maybe if I have more than one wife now, one of the other women
you will die before your time.
That one go tight. I don't want
before you talk about polygamy, it depends on what you want. You have the stamina.
In the sense of emotional stamina.
No, stamina. The other stamina. There is a man that came here and said he knows himself. He cannot. That is one. Because if you don't have that kind of stamina, you are actually marrying those women for other men.
No, that one is not enough.
That is one. Two, what do you want? Do you want a peaceful home? But you can do polygamy in a very civil way anyway.
Teach us the civil way.
Marry one in US, marry one in Canada, marry one in Nigeria.
That one is jail now.
Marry one in Zimbabwe, marry one in Australia.
But they have banned him in America now. He can't come here, so I don't know.
Huh? How would they know? How they go take no?
So you mean that the wives will not know themselves?
They cannot. Look, hold on. You stay in one country and marry all of them, and then send them to those countries. Then you'll be visiting them. You'll be a traveler. That way you'll be very free. Anyone you go to visit, you are the man of the hour. You have fun.
So that's the word, man of the hour.
You
because
eat
when you are gone,
you have fun with the kids of that woman. They know you. That is traveling back. You fly to Australia. You must have enough money to do that. But living with them in one house, damn. One is a big wahala. Why two? Jeez.
The celibacy is the answer.
But Zita, even monogamy, people are not having peace with monogamy these days also now. So what do you mean? So it's not only polygamy that breeds unrest. Even with one, people don't
But
have
I mean, that means celibacy is the solution from what you have
See,
told me.
let me tell you, marriage can be very fun.
Only kan ní Saudi náà kò fẹ́ jẹ́wọ́ ni wá mọ́.
If you go into marriage not with any hidden agenda, it is a very beautiful thing. But if you go into marriage with a hidden agenda, then it's going to be catastrophic. If you go into marriage, you want to marry the man, and two of you are living happily. There is no extended family wahala, immediate family wahala, blah here, buy car, didn't like the car. My brother walked into the man, I wouldn't have taken that shit anyway. So it depends. Marriage is a beautiful thing. I don't discourage anybody from getting married.
Zita, let me say this. And maybe the people here today, they will also say that this is what is Simba talking about this morning. I don't think anybody should go into marriage with the mindset that, okay, this marriage is going to make me happy. A marriage is something is supposed to be like is a contract. And
no, I disagree with you.
Let me finish what I'm saying. We want to come together to undertake a project. It's a project that the two of you want to do. So the fact that because if 70%, I want to satisfy you. Let assume, Zita, you are my wife, and I want to make you happy. That means I have to dissatisfy myself in so many occasions to make you happy.
That means you didn't marry your partner.
There is no way you want to make another person happy.
Let me tell you.
Without
what they call
you cannot be.
Calm down. Experience is the best teacher. Let me talk to you like a woman who is married. If you marry your friend, this satisfying yourself to satisfy somebody wouldn't come in. Because 80% of the time, that is actually what both of you want. So nobody is going to dissatisfy himself to satisfy the other one. If you want blue, by the time you get to her and said, I think the share should be blue. She said, I was just pricing the blue one. That's how it works. But if you marry somebody who has a different vision, a different mission, and a different dream, it becomes a problem. The moment you put, she will remove. You put, she will remove. That's the time a lot of compromises will have to be made, which sometimes causes problems.
Be honest with yourself. What you are painting, if you want to give it a percentage, how many marriages are like?
No. I will give it.
You are painting an ideal situation which does not exist.
I'll give you 50%.
It's not.
At least let me start with my own family and family of friends that I know. I'll give it 50%. I remember one time, one of my cousins wanted to get married, a very nice guy. And then, before you know it, she complained one thing, this same thing, 3 things, 4 things, 5 things. I said, if you have these 5 up to 5 things, we will never even start to live together. Are you sure this guy is going to compromise these 5 things for you to be his wife? They are no longer married now. And she keep remembering that my word. I said, And I just said it carelessly though. That's why people call me witch. I said it carelessly. Anita, we dey talk. Bam, she don't complain one thing. She don't complain another one. She don't complain. I said, we are planning to get married to this. It's not that she's not seeing it. She has seen 5 things she doesn't like the guy is doing. And then I asked a simple question. Are you sure this guy is going to compromise all these things? And the thing is it's irritating her so much. She can't stand it. But because the guy is a medical doctor, he's in United States, and then she just have to marry him.
Yeah, because he's making money.
Well, no, she was making money then too. She was okay, but I don't know why she
But she
married
wants his money too.
People have so many reasons why they're married.
Zita, let me ask you this. Why do women marry upward and men marry downward?
I don't understand what you mean.
Most women, if they want, let me explain to you what Simba is trying to say. Most women, ideally, if they want to marry, not when they don't have option, if they give them their option, they want to marry a man that is financially better than them. Whereas in the cases of men, most men will either marry a person that is lower or they don't even care. They marry whether it's lower or better.
But that's a black thing. A white American
Listen,
who can marry below her status.
No, that's a complex situation. That's why I'm telling you people now. When you consider all these things, you begin to make compromises. You want to compromise your standard, your lifestyle, to pick a village girl.
The marriage is all about compromise. Whatever the way.
Because this guy is better than you today.
No.
If tomorrow is not better, Uncle, things change for the guy.
No. Simba. It's not.
You cannot tell me
that
you are not compromising in your marriage. You can't tell me that.
Calm down. It is not all about compromise. All about compromise, no. But is there some compromises to be made and some concessions to be made? Yes. But it's not all about compromise. If it becomes all about compromise, definitely there will be an issue. We are human beings now. It's not all about compromise.
And so is there any marriage that doesn't have
concessions? You make some compromises, that's fine. But you shouldn't be living your life where what you like is what your wife hates. What your wife likes is what disgusts you.
No, that means they are not compatible in the first place.
Let's not use the word compatible because I don't like using that word anyway.
Find another word for it.
I'll go find another word. I don't. No. It's not all about.
Okay, Madam Zita. Let me ask you one question. Why is it that?
Where you there first?
Are they not America?
Now, wow.
Okay, the question is this: why is it that women always like to control in the marriage?
They want to do what?
Why is it they like to? Why is it that they like to control?
They lie.
To control.
They like to
in charge. To be in charge.
Where did you get that one from?
But Madam Zita, that's it now.
It's a way no fact.
In short, to say I never marry, I say if you get younger, that make you give me. This one,
women like
this one way they talk now. All the things where they read for Bible.
Patoski, you can go polygamy. You know we analyze
control.
That.
Which control? Control their husband.
Yes.
Okay, I won't use the word control.
Okay, find another word too.
I will use the word. I want to use a romantic word.
You see, you're already controlling us now.
No. See,
so that you can buy it.
when you use the word control, it becomes very forceful, aggressive, and it's negative.
But when you use that
You want to
romantic word,
manipulate.
it becomes manipulative.
Okay.
Manipulative
Okay, that's
is
even a stronger word
negative.
now. Manipulate. Okay.
Manipulative is negative. I'm trying to
That
look
one
for a
is even
better
strong.
word for it.
No matter what you want to, just
But
say it
that's
the
what
way
it
it is.
is,
Why
though.
do you want to modify
No,
it?
no. When you say control, it's like a man said, I want to do this. You say you can never
Okay, somebody
do
say
it.
monitor. There's
You
somebody
say
as
you
well
no
who say
go do
monitor.
If you do this house will go for. That's
It is
control.
not even monitor. No. It doesn't have to be
Control is
forceful.
making somebody to do what you want.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be forceful.
Yes,
irrespective of the
that's
method.
another word. Because if you use it's not control. The thing is,
That can be indirect control now. It's a form of control, but it's indirect.
It is
Let me
even
tell
a
you,
control because you are
subtle control,
changing
subtle
someone's
manipulation.
lifestyle.
Some
You
of
are changing
you,
someone's
when
life
you
is a
come, okay,
control.
let me give you an example. When you come back from work, everything is, let's assume, your best dish you've not eaten in 2 weeks is on the dining, well served, everything. When your wife start dotting you, hold on. When your wife start dotting you like that, she's dotting on you. That's the right word. When she start dotting on you that way, you know she wants something. And most times men do fall for it. The one that loving, tender care too, they're humans. So we women have a way of, from time to time, we corner you people and start dotting on you. You know, that time when we dot on you, any request we make that period, you to keep that dotting going, you just but cannot say no. So it's not control. Control is negative. That's all I can say. Control is negative. I don't want.
Even it's very hard for Madam Zita to explain. So that one already ascertained that hypothesis. Because the thing is,
we don't already know. Because in a way you have controlled us now. And we
exactly. Look at Samson. Look at Samson. Who made Samson fall? It was manipulated.
Even you,
controlled.
if you have daughter, your daughter.
No. Shebi, not everybody know me now. If everybody knows Samson, that's why I'm using Samson. You know, so that's why I'm using the well-known. Even Solomon, even as wise as Solomon was, despite having this thing, he was still controlled. So that's just the point. Okay, look at Sudan and Alaya.
We are talking about something. Why don't you start from the beginning?
Why do we have
look at that Mugu that put all of us in this problem.
Patoski, let me even why do we have in the book where what a man can do for the woman and not what a woman can do for the man?
No,
that's true.
That's very strange, you. You want another one?
No, Simba is saying the fact now. Is there anybody that means that they don't escape? Okay, means that they has not escaped. That is Trump. Eh? They are going to impeach that guy.
Hello.
They are going to impeach you.
They are going to impeach Trump. Last. They are going to impeach him.
You see, this is actually the problem I have with liberals. That was why I left them. I don't like it when something will happen, you don't go to the table and find out why did this thing happen. Is there any way I can make it not to happen again? Or can I get it back? That is one thing I don't like the press. That's why in fact, They frightened me away. And they're frightening a lot of people. Elon Musk today wasn't a Republican. He was a Liberal. We all know how much he spent on Obama election, and will we talk about that now? What about Junior Tosi Gaba? You can't go to the table and say, what is happening that we didn't get it right? Do you know the last time a presidential candidate won all the purple states? In a blink of an eye. And that doesn't mean something to liberals. They're still talking. They're not even... Now you're talking about impeaching him. You don't want to come to the table. Let the ones we need to agree with this man. So the problem is not getting the country doing what the Americans wanted. Your problem is the man. And honestly, sincerely speaking, look, Ola, that was why I ran away last November. Honestly,
Ran away to where? You ran away from America?
No, from Democrat. I'm called Democrat.
Okay.
Being Democrat since I entered US, that from the time of George Bush Sr. It wasn't, look, I don't understand you guys. If you see them talking, that man will run you people. It will destroy Democratic Party if you people don't take time. You don't hate somebody. You are projecting. Is it the problem? It's not. Because for your information, everything he's doing, he campaigned on it. Even this tariff, listen to his campaigns. He was screaming at the rally, I'm gonna tariff the hell out of these people. And then he won. And he's doing what he said he will do. For the first time in the history of human beings, you are having a politician that campaigned that is doing what he did. You don't like it. I mean, I don't get it. Like it, hate it. You might not like the policies because you didn't vote for him. You might not like his politics, maybe because it's affecting you. You might not like his politics, maybe because you're a Democrat. But one thing is sure, please, everybody should remember that policy is why he's in White House today. So let him do it. You are doing the people that overwhelmingly put him in the White House disservice by thinking of impeaching him. And that's the shenanigan you people did the last time. What is all this?
We are going to impeach him because it's dangerous to the global.
Dangerous to where? Okay. What? Okay. I want to be.
If America, the point is this: if America will stay in America and they will not extend the influence to somewhere else, no problem.
Let me say this. Let me say this, and I must say this now. I hear some people say things like, the man is making enemies here and there. If you are saying that, it's either you don't know the history of America, you don't know what is happening to America, or you decide not to care. First of all, I must say this in this global platform. America ain't got no friend. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes them. They eat deep into them for reasons nobody knows. I'm not gonna go into that. I'm not gonna go into that. The only country that is a little bit close to having a good relationship with the US is Israel. That's why they call them the Sword of David. Apart from that, nobody likes them. Everybody is looking forward to the day they will collapse. And now, this man, this orange man, he's been one American president who did business outside of the shores of America. Go and look at their history. He has businesses in the world. So he's the one that has actually interacted with the outside world and know how they feel. So simple. Let me say this. He's treating the rest of the world for who they are. Period. He's just treating them for who they are to America. Period. Which is an enemy. Look at South Africa. The United States give $400 million US every year. Went to form BRICS against the United States. Are you kidding me? And you don't see that as extreme hatred.
No, because they are wiser. They are wiser now.
No problem.
Look at Canada. Look at
no problem. No problem.
They are wiser.
Fine, now, stay with your wiseness. And when the other party show their own wiseness, don't get angry. It's as simple as ABC. He's making comment now. He has signed this. He said, you tariff me 100%. I will tariff you 100%. What is wrong with that? Somebody is tariffing you 2%, and you have the effrontery to tariff that person 100%. Are you kidding me? What is going on?
No, see, Madam Zita, the thing is, like I said, if Americans have been minding their business, if they've not been stepping out of the territory to go and disrupt others, if they've not been using others for decades or centuries, that's understandable. You go on.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that when America is tariffing people, why is there so much noise? Are they the first country that will ever place a tariff on another country?
That is hatred now.
Doesn't Canada
that's not the point.
Doesn't Canada is just because, just like Zita said, people don't love America. That's all. This is not the first time. Canada Canada puts tariff on American goods.
100%.
Germany put tariff on American goods. And so what is wrong in America putting a tariff to? Why is America on different?
I don't get it. He said, you tariff me 100%.
You can tariff me, but me, I cannot tariff you. What kind of a word is that?
See, on the surface, you are seeing the thing as normal. But when you look at it this way, okay, look at what they just did to Ukraine now. When they were dismembering the old USSR, people convinced Ukraine, okay, that you have to give up.
Keep it on the tariffs. Don't go to Ukraine. Keep it on the tariffs.
We say keep it on tariff. I've already told you that if America did get their own, if they not be prognosing to everything others are doing, if they not be using their own currency to dominate, if they not be buying, if they not be selling debt,
you are free to come up with your own currency now. So go ahead.
That's not the point.
America is saying you can do it.
See, Patoski, this is what you are doing. This is what you are doing. No, Patoski, this is what you are doing. You went to someone's territory, a strong man's territory. You make a friend with that person. Those people are stupid enough to drop their own defense mechanism, everything they can use to defend themselves in case of anything, whether economically, whether in terms of defending themselves physically. You said, okay, let us be friends. Now, when you demobilize them after, you now turn against them. You are not saying, okay, you are not free to do whatever you want to do now. It's never done that way. It's just like you put someone, you by force, you put someone in a cell. You already capture the person. I are now saying, okay.
So if they don't want to give up their, which option do they have if they didn't give it up? Which option did Ukraine have if they didn't give up?
Baba, if they've not asked them to give up their warhead that time, they would have kept it because they wanted peace and they were giving them guarantee. And you now renege on your promise. See, the thing is this: you are looking at this from only the tariff only. It's go beyond tariff. This bullying tactics is beyond tariff. what Trump is doing today is simply telling you the average mind of some people that they do, average mind of a typical American. And unfortunately, some alien carrying American passports may not really understand this. Some of these things that this guy is doing, that's how one guy in Italy that put what in a turmoil. That is how it started. People saw all those things as normal until it stepped beyond the boundary. Yeah, we know that because of the current structure of the world that may not happen. But then we should learn from the history. We should learn from the history. So if you were not saying, okay, you want to tariff your own, no problem. The question I'm telling you today, why don't you stay in your territory and let every other people stay in their territory? It has happened before. And it's not a big deal. You don't need to even put tariff. Close your border. Let everybody close their border. But what you want is, you want to weaken everyone that patronizes you. And you want now to do what UK used to do those days. That UK will go ahead and crash your economy.
Ola, you cannot blame. Don't blame whoever allow America to come to their territory. It's their fault. So you can't blame. If I want to come to your territory and you allow me now, so will you blame me for that?
Why is America
blame
not
yourself?
in Nigeria? Why is America not in Nigeria now? You think they don't want to
you see, let me tell you something, Simba. Let me tell you something, Simba. Now, what the part of the problem in Nigeria today was directly or indirectly caused by America. Now, ask yourself, what was America doing with Libya? Why was America not minding their business? Why should they go and create problem in Libya?
But let me tell you, Ola, there's no human being. Let me tell you, even you, if you know that people will not complain, you will not mind your business. You put close to other people's business because you know that they will not allow you. That's why you keep to yourself. Every human being wants to.
I just want you to get my analogy. My analogy is simply because that America wants to survive. And that's why they stay beyond their boundary and create problems somewhere.
Let me tell you.
People sending goods to their country too. They want to survive.
And
you are allowing them. You are allowing them to come to your country while you are using the cunning way to capture them too. Where you think you've maintained your ground now, you are now have someone like
so if they maintain their ground, is there anything wrong now?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong.
Can I comment?
But I'm telling you that what you are doing today is what you created. Not because you wanted to cheat some people. Okay. And those people now outsmarted you now, and you are not turning against them. Because it's what these people are doing, you were trying to do to them. And they only managed to outsmart you.
Ola, can I say something? You see, when people discuss United States and their interference in the world, and what they have done, and how people are eating off them, and therefore now this man came, he wants to pull out everything, everybody is going mad. You are just crashing the whole thing at the surface. I used to tell people, look back. Those people did a lot of work to be where they are.
Who did a lot of work?
I mean, United States.
Through some kind of slave trade, carrying people. You forgot that
you see this kind of talk where you talk.
This is part of the problem.
Hold on.
It's not blackmail. It's a fact.
Hold on. You see, Ola, when you speak like this, I will say this is why I left the Democrats. America is not the only country that did slave trade. And as I speak, slave trade is still going on in a different name and in a different form.
Exactly.
They are not the only one that did the slave trade. And
I'm not saying they are the only one.
Hold on.
They are the one bold enough to not be doing that. That's what I'm saying.
The only crime.
America is playing a victim card where they are the major person creating victims.
The only crime America committed is that they did not deal decisively with their slaves the way others did when they are done with them. When they were done with their own, they gave them an option. You want to stay, you stay. The land is big. You want to leave, you leave. But the others did not, because they didn't want to see another color in their country. They wiped them away. Argentine threw their own into the oceans, even when they were begging them. So that's the crime America committed. They mixed their own up. They said, stay, it's okay. You can stay, let's stop this stay. So because of that, today, if America has done what others did, I don't think we would have been discussing slavery. Honestly, sincerely speaking, because the other countries, nobody is mentioning them. No black people are in their country jumping up and talking about slavery, asking for this, asking for that, asking for this.
Let me ask you a question, Zita. Argentines, did they participate in slave trade?
Of course they did.
They did not.
They did.
They were also colonized.
I said they did. They had black slaves, which they threw into the ocean.
The slaves are not for them.
I said they did. The slavery is a history I did in my lifetime.
So
no,
they also. So
sorry, what Simba is trying to say is that the slaves in Brazil and Argentina were owned by the Spanish.
Yeah, exactly. They are not by Argentines.
Not by the indigenous Argentines.
Excuse me.
The Argentines didn't come to Nigeria.
Hold on.
But the Portuguese took slaves to Brazil.
You see, you are cutting history half and half. The slaves in the United States, who owned them first?
The Spanish owned some. Americans came to take some.
No, it's British. They're British slaves.
Okay, the ones in the US?
Yes. They were. It's a handover. Actually, it was British. Hold on, let me finish. Because see, listen. You see, let me tell you people something. That's why I don't like history, because anybody telling history push their own narrative. They don't say the fact. Americans never come to Africa for slavery.
Because there's no American. So
no, there's American.
Okay, hold on.
There was American.
Hold on. There was no Americans, but you landed in America.
No, what I'm saying is that the people that say they are Americans today, they are Europeans that also that brought the slaves. They are the Europeans, the British.
Let me repeat myself again. As at the time slavery was going on, the sugarcane plantation is already going on in America. And the what is it called? They have dealt decisively with the Native Americans. So who were they then? British. By the way, the people that left Britain to come to that America, what drove them from Britain?
It's famine and diseases now.
No.
Not famine.
No, just rebellion.
That was why America came to the word freedom. A lot was going on in Britain there. So those ones were run away. So that's why they always speak of that freedom, like freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Because that was what they were running away from Britain then. It was so bad. So when Britain,
away, I don't get that part of say running away, because already
you see anyway,
Britain extended their dominion to America. And those people just saw themselves as.
No, I think I get what she's saying, that individuals that were restless, individuals that wanted a new lease of life, that wanted to be far away from the absolute control of the monarchy. And they saw America as individuals.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that was what happened.
And the riches are poor as well. That wanted that because there was the promise of
opportunity.
Yes,
So
there's the promise of new
I
opportunity
I,
of a new beginning.
I don't agree, Aro, because the last slaves that came to America from Africa was I think 1860, right? And America gained independence in 1775, whatever. So they were Americans at the time, but they still continued that. So if you say they didn't start it per se, because they were a British colony at the time, I get that. But they still continued it up to 1860 or thereabout. So, but at that point, they were American.
BT, what we are talking about, she started by saying that the Argentine
that slave directly.
That they have slaves, that Argentine participated in slavery.
No, they brought the blacks in over there, then used them over there, and then when the population was high, they brought in the Spanish. They now it's kind of mixed up. So, but no, they were initially slaves in the South America. So
they were not South American slaves. They were not all Argentines or Brazilians.
No, they were not by the indigenous, because remember the indigenous were even being controlled by them. So I can depend
exactly. That's what we are saying.
That's what we are saying.
But they,
so by the time they left them,
but they had some kind of
Brazil were owned by Portuguese.
By the time they left them, but when they are done with them and they left, the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the British or whoever, because British also own some part of Argentina. The indigenous people who are there, they now alienated the blacks that are within the
some kind of they had like a class system.
So it's not so for her to now wanted to be saying that the one in America they should have killed all of them because they do them a favor by asking them to become a citizen. You can see the way she was talking. That they should have killed all the blacks immediately. They have done with them as slaves.
No, because the system in America was
there's nowhere in the world that they killed the slaves when they finish done with them. What happened in Argentina is totally different.
Yeah, because the American one, the reason why they even stopped, they reduced the importation of black people from Africa, because they figured out, wait a minute, instead of going to Africa to bring these people, we can even have them have kids by themselves, move them and they can have the kids here. We don't have to go to Africa to bring them more. We can breed. So if you remember, they were breeding the strongest. So if you were big, mostly from the Calabar, the Nigerian part, they were the big ones. I forgot the name they used to call them. They would put you in a room and they will breed you with so you can have more kids for them. So they were actually very intentional with breeding and having more kids with these people, that they can raise more people to become slaves for them. So the idea that they're going to go to and drown them in the ocean because they were done with them, I don't think that is accurate personally. But maybe AI has it's going to come back and explain to us what she means by that. But I don't.
So like we were saying, what led us to these places is American. Okay, look at what Great Britain did, and let's say tomorrow now that the immigrant there are causing problem now, and people will be blaming immigrants. You dangle the carrots before them. You said, okay, come, you can bring your family. Meanwhile, you had your own agenda of rebuilding your economy post 2020. But you know that you were going to commit what we call sovereign 419. You understand? You were encouraging immigrants to come so that they will come with their money.
Of which country, Ola? You mean the US?
I know, UK now.
UK was the one doing that. No, not the US now. I don't think UK is.
No. I'm just giving an example because
to
make my point clear on what US is doing. Now, where you now brought in their money now, you now look for a way now to discard it.
I'm back. So Ola,
now I'm coming. I'm laying a particular analogy now. Now, when you look at America, the relationship they were building with the entire world, they were building this relationship in such a way to have access to their resources. And along the line, you were saying, okay, let us do you a favor of allowing you to trade with us. Now, when those people you were trying to bring under you can use you think you are wiser than, and they turn against you. They now become wiser too. You understand? Because you underrate them. Suddenly, you now want to be using Ogboju in the name of tariff to now fight everybody. That was what led to me today. What was the business of America with Libya?
No, but that analogy didn't fit in Silly.
You will say it doesn't fit because it depends on how you are looking at it. Because it's something that is bigger than the way we are looking at it. And you ask yourself, what was the business of George Bush in Iraq? That just made some claim against them. I cannot believe all this thing.
I agree with you.
Whatever trouble you are causing, you want to dominate. Are those people too that are bringing goods to your country? It's just because you attempt to dominate, you were deceiving them, and that thing now over time now backfire, and you are not paying the victim. Whereas you are the one creating the victims. That's what I'm saying. American create the victims they are trying to deal with now, thinking you can find a way to dominate them. But fortunately for them, those people too, they step up. And you now want to be using Gidi Boju all those things now to fight them. Let's see how you are giving way to China to rise up. And that is what will happen eventually.
Ola.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think let's assume Donald Trump finishes presidency in the next 4 years, or according to you, if he's impeached, you think that will be the end of Canada being taken?
No, that's one impeach. I was just joking. Don't take that to serious.
No, I'm just we are just talking.
I was even joking with that impeachment anyway.
No, what I'm saying, Democrats.
No, you mean
Madam Zita.
Zita.
Sorry, Remy. I just want to ask a quick question. Madam Zita, don't you think this your guy will disrupt the whole system and he can force himself in America?
You mean probably his boyfriend?
And probably go for third or fourth time until he dies there, right?
I didn't understand your question. You said you will do what?
My question is, don't you think? Sorry, but don't you think the way this man is disrupting your system in America, don't you think stylishly he might force himself to go for one more time or two more times before you guys can get rid of him?
No, Remy, don't. This America. This is not OBJ, okay?
Why this is America? That's all of you. I said this is America.
Remy, just you see, Remy.
Even OBJ did not get it.
Remy, trust me.
OBJ did not do like Trump. Like
Remy, my brother. This is America. This is America.
Can you tell me one system he's disrupting?
I don't understand what he's saying.
No, I'm asking you. You said he's disrupting.
There is no mic.
I can change things to make to maybe change the constitution and to get himself a third term.
How are we going to change it in this country?
He can use the Alien Act that you are in
the constitution of the country. Okay. You didn't even know what it takes to change the constitution of the country. Right,
no, it's not going to change the constitution like that. He might tell you.
You like asked me a question now. Can I answer you?
Madam, I take this along with you. Recently, I was reading something about
Remy question me what you do.
Yes, and I saw that you guys are Pentagon is preparing a war.
No, Remy, please let me quickly make an announcement. Anybody that is not on the screen, just signify. I want to make roll call because I know Prince Daddy is not speaking. I won't take him away anyway. We are discussing his dad.
Don't bring Prince Daddy in himself.
Olajide, are you online?
Remy, can I answer your question?
Let's see.
They've been off since.
I'm reporting it for duty.
You don't join SDP.
I never join SDP. No, like they talk on the politics now. When I finish, we go. I know we'll go say amen.
Ekene wanted to come and tell us the price of tomato in Nigeria today.
No, the price of fuel. I want to tell you, fuel don't pull money. 1,001.
We will then Yankee. We don't care about what they do on our side. So
we go back to Nigeria.
We don't care.
We are talking of America. We are talking of America and the global economy.
You want to give us an hour of Nigeria?
Discussing is not your topic. We know your area.
Shebi, they are changing fuel price day by day. Come on here, they will change it.
Remy, let us stay with international politics because now that one hot now. Because see, whatever is happening in Nigeria is a shy.
Remy, can I answer your question before we go back to Nigeria?
You have to beg Allah to let you speak, because Allah is the one moderating. So.
No, you are the one pulling Madam Zita now. You know, say Trump is
Madam Zita, you said something. I kind of I don't get.
Let me answer his question. You say he's disrupting things. He's not disrupting anything. And if their constitution said that if you run non-consecutive times, you will not run. If you have done 8 years, even if it's non-consecutive times, you will not run again. He will not run again. The only thing that is happening in the United States now, if you have been listening to their president from the time of George Bush to what is his name? Clinton, to Junior George Bush, to Obama. This thing this man is doing now was on their table, but they didn't have the willpower to do it to the extent he's doing it. Bill Clinton sacked close to 4 million workers.
400,000.
400,000. Go and check. Federal workers to cut down the cost. There is nothing the man is doing that is destructive.
Obama was the deporter in chief, I believe.
And again, let me say this: when it comes to deportation, Obama deported 3 million people, over 3 million catch and throw away, over 2 million with court injunction, making it over 5 million.
The most in history. The most in history.
The most in history. Now, let me say this. There is, as I said before, there is nothing he's doing that others have not done or tried to do, but they couldn't. He's not disrupting anything. That's the way they do. But by the way, if you are doing something like this US aid or whatever you people call that shenanigan, and is causing havoc, you are doing something that is not working. Why don't you do another thing to see if that one will work?
So you are trying to say it's not disrupting any system,
no,
right?
It's not disrupting any system.
So if it's not, calm down. Let's calm down. Let's have a short conversation.
Madazita, the man said American first now, and I think what he's doing now is only what will benefit Americans.
No.
And he said it is started.
Yes.
So
why?
You guys see, allow me like 30 seconds. Remy, one second. Remy, to your point, you're right.
You asked me another question. Let me conclude by saying this. As for Canada, Panama, and Greenland, if you think that America is saying they want to take it, that they can never take it, that means the joke is on you. Because it's long overdue for America to expand. They're expansionists. That's who they are. It's long
I'm not even talking
overdue.
about this. So you are telling us this
He's
morning
not doing anything destructive.
Okay, you guys
He's
allow
doing
me
their
30
way.
seconds. So Remy, to your question, your suspicion is valid. We are working on Trump's third term. We are about 50% threshold to introduce to the public and to introduce martial law.
Who is
and
we?
alien-
No.
alien-
Who is we?
You're part of it. Yeah, we are working together. Don't worry about it.
No. Don't rope me in that mess. Don't rope me. So who is we?
So-
I'm not part of that system, bro.
So that is part of the Confucianist I'm trying to tell you. You guys that are living in America. Continue, Prince Daddy.
Yes, so we are working on it. So the Trump term, that law about 2 terms, if it's not consecutive, we're working on it, and we foresee the realization of that law coming to fruition, and we are going to get third term. And that's what it is. It deserves a third term, and we're working on it. So your suspicion is quite valid. I take it.
So Madahaya, can you counter him? Because you guys are on the same side.
Prince Daddy, I think Trump fanatics, some of you guys are kind of delusional. I'm sorry, but I mean, there's difference between a supporter and a fanatic. I'm a supporter of Trump, but I'm not a fanatic. Well, some of you guys that are fanatics, I mean, you guys are sometimes you get to the extreme. How can you say you're working on?
Okay, I want to tell Madam Ahai that you said it's not disrupting the system. Even if the former president, they have taken on the government efficiency, laying off for workers. Is this the normal norm? Is this the normal process?
I just told you that Clinton did it.
No, what I'm asking you is very simple. When you want to fire civil servant, is this the normal process?
No, it's very normal, Remy. You're not used to good governance. You look at Finland, you're not used to good governance. And what you're seeing here is a reality. He's doing a wonderful job, and there's nothing wrong with it.
You guys over there in America is very funny. It's like suffering and
let me help you out.
You see reality.
No. Let me counter Madam Simba, Madam Sita, Trump's first foremost girlfriend. You see one thing is this.
You are calling me.
You see one thing is this. Yeah, Obama did all those stuff. We know. Bill Clinton did. We know.
Don't be
but they
mentioning
did
Obama
for different purposes.
Don't
because
be
of
mentioning
their
Obama
because of their perception, right? This guy has a pro-white agenda. Two different things. And he has a lot. Because let me tell you one thing. You Prince Daddy now, as an American citizen now, if Trump boys catch you today, in fact, maybe you are already in the potential camp before you can explain yourself. Those things never happened during Bill Clinton and this Obama you are talking about. Rash decision. Now, this guy is firing those people in the civil service just for him to be able to implement his dictatorship agenda. Because the situation in America stop him. Let me land, please. My opinion.
It be like say some of you started following America when
Donald
Trump became president.
The courts, the system, the institution of the American institution stopped this guy from implementing what he wanted the first time. It's coming the second time now. It's like he's trying to uproot those people that were mounting resistance. Now, all those agencies that were independent before, they say, okay, everything under presidency. What you are trying to do, independent agency, you are bringing them under presidency so that they will no longer be able to face you. That's dictatorship. So nobody need to tell me that before I know. You understand? You are nursing all independent agencies to come under the presidency. The last thing need someone to tell me before I know that this guy wants to dictate. So what I want to do is, okay, Canada got to that place where conservatives take too long. They introduced two classes of citizenship. Was that not the reason we voted the conservative out? So that if a first generation immigrant commit an offense and someone that is about it's like a third generation commit another offense, you won't be able to deport that one. But the first generation will deport that person. What type of citizenship? Where did you get that kind of a stupid citizenship? And that was the reason we put that pan and go out of that place. Because if you do not do that, you get to state that even a traffic offense could warrant deportation. Look at where conservative rule when they led in Abata. What were they doing? All those cases you used to take to court before, they started removing them. They were streamlining to the point that the ticket they will give you because they contest the court, they didn't want you to contest. Just find a way, okay, let us negotiate. What's that? Gradually, you were bringing some kind of dictatorship. Why do you think conservative, why did they lose again in Abata? So the thing is this, there are some things that you look at, you think is normal. They are getting at you gradually. Now, something never happened in America before. You, as a Canadian citizen now, if you get to America today, they are going to give you B1, B2 visa now. They don't used to do that. And when you are going to stay more than 90 days, you are going to get alien card. That is how Adolf Hitler started documenting people in Germany those days. People were saying nothing.
Then we don't go
so
there.
The thing is this:
we will not go there. I've been living in Canada for over 9 years now.
What about those people going there? It's not about you and I.
I'll sit down now. They don't want me in their country. I'll stay.
It's not the see. the question is this: why must we? Okay, when you have a good relationship with someone, why must you create restraints? Not because they don't want me. Good.
They don't
Why
want me
must you not
anymore,
want
so
me?
I stay.
Ola,
Now by force.
right from time immemorial, people have been migrating for different reasons.
I
Businesses.
wonder.
Then why should now be people now be fixated that you must get citizen of a country by force by fire? If they don't want you in a place, then go. So why
Then
should you?
go
I
now.
don't
If
even
you
know
don't
where
corrupt
this
No, Simba,
mentality is coming from.
it's not that straightforward like that. Okay, look at it this way now. When Doc Cabot,
There are so
when
many
it came
countries
to
in the world now that they don't grant you citizenship. You just walk and you live.
Simba,
So-
Simba. It's not even a must to grant citizenship. You understand? But the question
Well,
is
if you already granted it, actually, you must respect that right. You understand?
exactly.
If you already
So
granted
the
it,
question is
because
this.
if
Question is
Ola,
this.
let me land
We
this point.
should
When
look
you grant
beyond now.
citizenship, you have told these people you are part of us. A number of people that came here as citizens have severe ties at home. They sold their property. They sold their children. Don't even know anything about
But,
Nigeria. Now you are
Patoski,
saying you understand. It's a
Patoski,
different thing.
let me ask you. You now, maybe probably you have a Canadian citizen, but
Yeah.
deep inside you, how do you feel? Do you feel like a Canadian? Don't you be having this kind of?
Yeah, I'm going back home now.
You understand? Let me
my
tell
children,
you.
they cannot. My children
Simba,
cannot go
Simba,
back.
you don't look
They
at
don't
it
know
this
any
way.
other
Don't
home.
you ever say they cannot?
Okay, let me not say
I
they
laugh.
cannot, but if they go to Nigeria now, they look like foreigners. They will feel like they will not look like foreigners, but they will feel like foreigners.
You better let them be. They let them go and
Pato,
acclimatize.
don't you think it's not good for
Yeah, I know
you
it's not good
for you
actually.
saying that? It's not good
See,
now. How
let me
can you
say
say
that.
that?
They don't.
So do you mean that they are going to live there forever? They're not going to come to their fatherland to establish their
No,
and know their
they will
culture?
not come and establish.
This
But the point is that they know they are from Nigeria. Their names, everything.
It's more complex than what you are saying.
But
it's more complex.
This is where they went to primary, secondary, university, and then this is where they
But it's a big problem, but for me, it's a big problem, Pato.
On
they
them,
probably
why are we
will
forcing
marry a
ourselves
white
on
lady
them?
or something.
Patoski, why are we forcing ourselves on them?
We are not forcing themselves. They
are not.
See, you are getting something. You promise someone,
and we had an agreement. And
if you promise me something and you didn't,
Ola, why should you believe on another man's promise?
No, it's a
If
contract.
you go
It's
to
a
another man's
contract.
country, you believe in his promise. Instead of you to come to your own country, your country that you know nobody is going to pursue you in your own country, you are relying on another man's country promise.
Position like this is why Africa is not moving forward. Position like this is why Africa has no defense mechanism. These guys, they left their post in Europe. They went to a place, dominate, alienated the people, made them naughty, and they are claiming the land. And we are saying this thing, okay, let's see. Just imagine if all those natives, if they were to have that power and repair these people, would they be in America today? The question is this: you build a country.
If you go to another man's country, the reason why you go there is either for business or for work or maybe to make money for some time and come back to your own country and establish your own country. So if a president of a country say this is how I want my country to be controlled, you don't have any right to begin to be agitating on that.
This is the kind of mentality that is taking Africa back. This is the kind of mentality.
Your mentality
your own mentality is the reason why Africa is not developing. Your own mentality is the reason why Africa and the Nigerians are not developing. If you don't know,
do you know why this is?
Because you are forcing yourself in another man's police, another man's country, instead of you to think of how to come back and establish your own country, your own country.
One voice, please. One voice, please. One voice.
America, first of all, is a land of immigrants. You understand? It's a system of. I kind of agree with you. Well, if they want to stop that system, or say we stop what with normal things that's normal. I understand that. But America is a land of immigrants. There's no another man's country. You understand? It's a land, everyone, including Trump, everyone, the immigration process has always been there from the creation, where what they do is they invite people from all over the world, and then they keep the ones they want to keep, and those they don't need, usually they wait for you to do something wrong and they deport you. So they eliminate those they don't need and they keep those they want. And that program is what's been making the country advance, because they're taking the best of all that countries into their country. They took all their best scientists from Einstein, all those guys, they all came from Europe. They're the best of Europeans, you understand? So that immigration program has been there, and those that created the country, they're also immigrants. They migrated from Europe. So America is a land of immigrants. So it's not a country where you say another man's country or something like that. Yeah, if you are maybe newly arrived, yeah, we can call you're still an immigrant. But once you acquire citizenship, you give your children are born here, they are Americans. There's no a person more American than another American. So some people always think American is someone, and an American is a person like Trump. Trump's father was an immigrant too. So we get that. We understand if they're doing immigration policy, whatever, to change things. We get that. There's nothing wrong with that. If they want to stop the whole system, I get it. But to start criticizing someone else when it was the exact same way everybody else came, including Trump, and I don't necessarily.
Mike, let me say this, Mike. If you look at everywhere in the world.
Let me put points. Let me put the point.
Let me finish now.
This guy that doesn't want you, he wants another set of immigrants. The only thing is that they just have to look like him. What does that tell you?
No. Actually, I'd like to be fair. What Trump really is saying he's not. Just as I said, he's not really doing something new. Everything is saying, I know it's more politics. The system of deporting people they don't want has always been there. Just like they say Obama deported more people. So the program of deporting, like if you come here, you come as green card, whatever, legal or whatever. The moment they realize you're not useful, they won't give you the citizenship. When you come here, before you become citizen, you have to spend like some amount of years to apply for citizenship, right? And then they'll look at you. If you have one single arrest, they will not give you citizenship. And if you've maybe just not qualified, even you have to take their country's history exam and pass it to become citizen. So they select. But then if you're not a citizen and they no longer want you here, they have ways of deporting you until if you never become.
No, Mike.
But that deportation system has been there. But Trump, what he's doing is he's tricking all these ignorant Americans that always believe anyone with accent. Everyone like immigrants, just some people, they're ignorant people that just think people are just coming in on their own, they were not invited, or all those ignorant people. He's just playing his politics of, I don't want people here. I don't the attitude of we don't want immigrants here. It's always been there for ages, even during the early 1800s when the Irish were coming. They were these, we don't want Irish here anymore because they come with the Irish accent. The ones born here always assume they're just Americans and no one should be coming in. They've always have the attitude, even from the day one.
Did I hear somebody say that everybody in America is an immigrant?
Yes, everybody except the red Indians. Except the indigenous Indians, but they are not even relevant. They are less than.
See, Mike, do you know?
They are less than 5% of the population, and they are even kicked into reservation. They live in a.
No, Mike, do you know why I'm pushing against Simba and Ekene? You see, something is this: when we want to talk, sometimes you take global argument, but you don't look at your position just because of position you have. Clearly, a person like Simba and Ekene, you don't have a stake. You don't have a stake in this immigrant and diasporalism we are talking about here. So it's so convenient for you to blame people in diaspora. It's just a matter of time till you will even blame all those black Americans that they have nowhere to go to. You will blame them that what they see. Immigration.
Let me tell you my mind before you go. Let me tell you my mind before you go.
Have a right to do what they want to do. Immigration.
Let me tell you your mind. Let me tell you my mind before you continue.
Allow you to come without your position. You have to see that your position.
Let me tell you this, Ola. Let me tell you this. I just want to tell you something. It's just a word. It's just a few words.
I'm not going to take it. See, that position of convenience, I'm not going to take it because look.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Look at most of us here, we are immigrants. And look, we are talking of something that pains us, and you are talking from your way of position. Now, someone is saying.
Ola, let me tell you this. Let me. If I have the privilege to tell Trump, I want him to do everything possible to make people like you inconvenient, so that you come back to Nigeria. That's what I want to tell you.
I'm not buying that BS. I'm not buying that BS. What we are not making is this. Even from that America, they can extend the like of Trump, can even extend the threats to where you are in Africa. When Libya going to America, when Obama went to Libya to go and disrupt them, where India are not minding their business, when United Kingdom just left their land and went to that place to disrupt them, what are you talking about?
When that one reach now, for now, make everyone go to their own country. That one never reach.
But what do you mean? Those of us that have become citizens of America, so you're telling me I should come back to your shithole?
What are you talking about?
That's it now. Let him take away all those citizenship that is given to you people, so that you come back.
Man. You can't take away citizenship. That's not possible.
This is see. Look, this is a global trend that we are talking about. But you just take it over. After all, it's an American thing. When they started started dealing with the Jewish people, this is the way people say, "Shebi are the Jewish," or the thing escalated. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about now? So are they dealing with particular group?
I'm just giving an example. What these people are doing, there's a difference between we don't want immigrants and we don't want you that you are dark. Two different things.
But who's there? They don't want you that dark.
Wait now. They don't have to talk it. They don't have to say it before you know.
Well, if that's not what they're doing.
That's not what they are saying.
I know people with white, blue, high blonde hair. They have been deported. If you come here from it, even this guy Justin Bieber, I know they deported him to Canada when he started getting in trouble.
Okay,
they will deport you. If America don't care who you are, if they see that you are not productive, they will deport you. But they see that you are useful, they will keep
Mike,
Mike,
don't let us get it twisted. We all agree that.
Mike, that's not supposed to be now. That's not supposed to be now. Mike, that's not supposed to be now. Why are they pissed off?
I have white friends from Europe that got deported, man, because they got in trouble. They don't need you. If you are a troublemaker, I don't want you. So now, for all these people saying they are targeting color people, don't lie. Nah, they just don't want any troublemaker.
Okay, I don't hear you. Hear me out. We agree that Obama deported people without all this noise, right? But today, I'm even telling you as Mike, as a veteran, you understand? If care is not taken, ICE can just take you and get you to the deportation camp before they even realize that you are an American.
No. Who will do that?
No.
And
what are you talking about, man? Who's doing that? Who will come and do that? I will become rich. Ola, do you know what you don't understand? If somebody do that, I will sue him I will sue him for all he has, for his house, his property, everything. America is a land of law, man. What are you talking about? If someone come and violate my rights, are you kidding me? If Trump himself give an order to somebody to mistakenly think
it's a land of us, so you enter illegally, right?
No. You hear what last said? Calm down now. Calm down. You didn't hear what last said. He said me that I'm a citizen. Say one day someone will come and grab me and mistake me to be something and grab me and take me to the deportation camp. The fact that first of all, you to come and arrest me unlawfully or something like that.
Allah watch too much movies. That's the problem.
I don't know. Maybe you guys listen to too much of these talk on like you don't really know America.
Allah trying to keep the argument. So, if you
break the law, you violate someone's right in America.
Like, even talking, say if you black, they don't like black people.
They don't like black people. Is rubbish.
Fishing for reason why he wants to demonize Trump. Hold on. Yeah, you've been talking. Hold on. You want to demonize Trump by all means. So, 1 second, Madam Sister, please. So Ekene, you should listen to Ekene anyways. You can't argue against Ekene. He lives in Nigeria, so if he speaks, you must listen to his point of view on that part.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this. Ola, do you know that Trump mistakenly step on my foot or violate my right? I will sue him for millions because he's a rich man. And I will win the case. In America, you can sue president. There's nobody above anyone. You understand?
Okay. Sorry, Prince Daddy. So all you guys. Okay.
Go ahead, your question, Remy. Right.
Okay. What I want to say is that first, you are trying to portray that everything is normal in America. Nothing changes. One. Then two, another thing I
No,
want to
that's
ask.
not what he's saying now.
No, no.
What
Okay,
you
the
assume?
question I want to ask.
How can you read something else into what somebody didn't say?
Okay,
He's
okay.
saying America is a country of law.
Forget that one. No, the one I want to ask Prince that is this. I also read a report that green card holders in America, some of them have this green card for the past 10, 12, 13 years. If they travel out of US and they come back, they are detained, and some of them will ask a lot of questions. And in some cases, some of them were also deported to their country of choice, thinking that the way they get a green card is not clean enough. Please, can you confirm that? Because
what makes it abnormal?
That's normal. I mean, if you are green card holder, you don't have
no. The question I'm asking is the question I'm asking.
Hold on, but is that narrative even true, Madam Zita? Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
Let me, Prince Daddy, here's the deal. If you
Can I explain?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people. Okay, let me start by saying, any acquired citizenship anywhere in the world, which includes United States, can be revoked. I repeat.
I don't know about that.
Hold on. Let me, it's a bit of rubbish. Let me finish my nonsense. Any acquired citizenship anywhere in the world, which include United States, can be revoked. It depends on what condition that it can be revoked. I know two people in the United States that citizenship, not green card, has been revoked. Okay, that being said, now most people who have green card, they don't do one thing or the other. It is a normal thing. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. If you have done one thing or haters will say...
No, so let's keep it to the traveling. You're a green card holder. You travel coming back into the country and you deport. Based on what? On what? On what crime?
Felony. It depends on the crime. They have about 18 of them.
Okay, now, so the person must have committed a crime. That makes sense. Okay, that's fine.
Madam Zita, let me correct. Please let me correct.
Hold on.
We're talking like it seems that you do not understand my question. Sorry, guys. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Green card holders, whether you have a crime or you don't have a crime,
that is not true. That is fake news.
Hold on.
Fake news.
Who told you?
You guys are just like
see, the problem I have.
No, Remy, let them be talking whatever they want to talk.
Hold on. Can I come in real quick, please? Can I just, Madam Zita, can I?
Let me say this.
Mike, will come. Hold on.
Remy, let me say this. People do not tell their story exactly. Before you are deported back, ask that person what they're asking. Ask that because they don't just see you come, they see your passport. Oh, you enter back, go back. It is a process. So anybody who tells you that story, that he has green card and he was deported, they say, what happened?
Madam, Nelson green card, they deported American citizens.
Exactly to the point. Remy just listen to CNN or some other news outlet to come up with the story. There has to be a reason. We've always known that if you're not a citizen yet, a full citizen, of course they can deport you. If you're under your green card and if you commit a crime, they can deport you. It's nothing new. It's not a new law.
Yeah, Remy, everything. There's the process to everything, and there's a guideline to everything.
I heard it. Yes, they deported, and so what?
America.
Yeah, so
yes.
So
did you find out why
there has to be a reason why somebody will be deported?
Wait. Madam, you just said something now. Are you saying it's lawful?
I heard the story. I heard the story.
To deport an American with American passport?
12-year-old girl. Yes. I heard the story.
Okay, Madam Zita, you landed in Nigeria today, and Nigeria deported you to Ghana not because you cannot prove yourself. Well, this is abnormality.
Listen. When you hear story, if the story looks so abnormal to you, ask questions, please.
So why did they rectify it? This one is not even happening now because they
if you hear,
hold on,
let me
the question
finish
is
now.
why did you not get
let me be taking this one by
Can everybody get a time to talk? I mean, Ola, can you coordinate? So everybody
Won't you give other people time to just
I
let
don't
them
understand. You guys are just
you're just the one talking everything. At least we would have been coming to each other one after the other now, so that we'll have our view.
Hold on. Wait. Now Patoski be the chief coordinator now. I will hand over to Patoski because I've done the deputized. Patoski.
Continue to deputize.
No, I know. I just want to my blood is hot. So maybe you can.
Allah is dominating the conversation. I mean, I've been trying to talk.
I want to make your blood hot more. I want to make your blood hot.
No one is even understanding. It's like you guys ever allow people to complete the point they are making before you start arguing.
Let's talk one by one. Let's talk one by one. Okay, Mike. Let's. You want to hold your? Let's hear your own view. Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
That's the deal.
Hold on. Let's Mike talk now. Hold on. Let's Mike talk. Let Mike talk. Remy.
I'm here before him now. That is cheating.
It will come to you.
Talk.
You put that you coordinate and coordinating and you're abusing the process.
Mike, go ahead, Gary. Mike,
here's the deal. U.S. citizenship can be revoked through maybe when it's discovered that citizenship was obtained through fraud or some kind of fraudulent means or violating through unlawful ways or something, and then
it was real.
Yeah. So
they revoked it and deport the nigger.
No, you can't. No. No executive order or something like that. No, there's guidelines for everything, and even the green card holder. There are guidelines, there are certain rules you can't break. They will let you know, even when you acquire it, like, okay, you can't break this kind of rule, you can't do this kind of activity, things like that. So there are rules. It's not like a president can wake up one day and say, I don't want you here, or someone can just wake up and say, or one police can it's not possible. America, there's guidelines, law and everything.
They are parading everywhere, man.
Madam Sita, you said? America is not allowing dictatorship.
That's the story they are parading. That's what I'm telling you. They're not telling you exactly what happened. They're just parading the story. Hey, they deported. Hey, they did.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like a country where you just be shaking because of. I mean, no, it doesn't work like that. Even the American citizens, when they committed crime and they are sentenced to serve in prison, they are no longer citizens while they are serving their sentence. In fact, they are in the category. They are slaves. In fact. It's in the Constitution. They say slavery was never ended. If you are serving sentence, you are regarded as a slave. You are in a servitude until your right to citizenship right is taken away from you, until you are done serving your sentence. So it's the same thing. And with some naturalized citizen kind of person, of course, when you are serving time in prison, you are not a citizen. That's where it is. So that's that point. Now, but I said something earlier. I say every country that has slaves, they all dumped their slave in the ocean. It's only America that kept their slave. I don't know where you heard that one. All of them still had their slaves. So. I mean, blacks are still there. Every country, South America, all of them. There's no country in Central South America that still don't have their blacks. They are all still there.
Argentina.
Argentina.
In Argentina, they purged the Negroes. They purged them.
Hold on. Argentina, the slave the Spaniards brought to South America, they really didn't go inland like those areas where Argentina is, and maybe Chile or those side. There's only few population that they took there. And if you go to Argentina, that northern part of Argentina, there's still blacks there. You understand? So that area was where the blacks were enslaved, So, but Brazil was primarily the main place. In fact, there are more blacks in Brazil today than even the United States. If you go to Colombia, go to all those Central America and northern part of the Southern America, like Brazil, that side, they are blacks. They are still there. The Caribbeans, all the countries that are slaves, they say they are slaves. Cuba, all of them. So nobody dumped their slaves kick their slave out. United States trying to make a move to get rid of the blacks after slavery ended, where they trying to ship them to Liberia. But that one didn't work too well. I mean, they didn't have the means to get rid of them. And then also, after slavery ended, there was something called sharecropping, where the labor skills the slave acquired during slavery, it was really favoring a lot of the whites in the industrialists and elites, and they needed to keep them to keep doing the work. I mean, so That was the so it wasn't really that America was nice and it decided to keep the blacks, give them give them rights or anything. So that is that, yeah. But with all this immigration thing, whatever, everything is a process. America, everything is a process. It's not really like someone is dictating. Trump just always gonna sound like he's doing that. He's just playing politics. Like, oh yeah, I'm getting rid of this. He's just for votes. There's nothing he's doing that's not already going on. They deport people every day. Way before he came there, like he come in, I know many Nigerian guys that came here. They got into all this fraud. The moment they arrest some of them that didn't even maybe got arrested, commit crime, they didn't deport. They could never become citizen because when you go apply for citizenship, once that they look at
record.
Yeah, they look at their record. They say we can't give you citizenship, and sometimes they are nice enough to allow them to keep renewing their green card. And any day they can say, hey, you know what? We no longer need you here. Just go back. They deport you. Your green card really doesn't. Once they cross the line,
Well,
once you cross the line, they know that you are due for deportation. But sometimes they will keep you if they see that you are being productive. Maybe you are working, you are serving. You have to write letter to show that you are productive, and they will keep you. But one day they may just say, okay, you got to go. Yeah.
Crossing of the border has reduced to like literally 0%. Okay, it's 0%. So
Also, you have to understand, Prince Daddy. One factor that make people come here is because America advertise itself to everybody. Like, hey, you are welcome. That's what graphic. That's the magnet that bring people here, because they advertise their country as okay. You are welcome. But once you have a situation where they are telling you we don't want you here, if America continue the attitude of Trump, most people in the world will not even be applying for American visa anymore.
well,
They will not even be looking at the place to go.
Quickly on that point, if I can shock some people here, do you know that these immigrants that are being deported can actually sue Trump or United States of America government? Do you know that they actually can? I know it's kind of a strange thing to say, but they absolutely can, because the reason why many of these immigrants were coming to this country was because of the Biden administration and the United Nations, the arm of immigration, were actually advertising and encouraging these people to come to America.
Exactly. Yeah. They've always done that. Man. America always need immigrants. You understand? So they always advertise. That's why they have all those visa programs, all the lottery programs. They always want even
to come in illegally, and when these people actually they risked their life, left their family, they lost a lot of things, and by the instruction of the Biden administration, there were leaflets and flyers and communication and all kinds of campaigns to encourage people from Venezuela, Nicaragua, and all these places. One second, and all these people came, okay, and now they are being deported. I'm telling you that they can have a class action lawsuit.
They've always been coming way before Biden.
No.
People play this game of.
Listen to my point. No, listen. My point here is that there was a deliberate attempt by the Biden administration. It's well documented. I'm not making up stories. It's well documented.
I know the Biden attempt amplify. I mean, kind of exacerbate the influx, but the idea of bringing them, allowing people in, has always been there. Way before Biden, they've always attract people in. Now illegals will come in, but this Biden era kind of like gave an influx. Kind of like that. People make it look like illegal immigrants were never coming in until Biden came.
That is a lie. Because at the end of the day, you need these people to come and work in your farm. You need
stop that bullshit.
No. Don't
please stop that.
Let me
listen to Madam Zita or rather Remy.
Okay, let me say my piece and then you continue. This is what I've read and what I've seen, both audio and video. I've seen that in some states, especially the Central Plain of America, where they need a lot of these immigrants, whether legal or illegal immigrants, that the hour pay is a little bit much lower than the the recognized hourly wages there. So they lose a lot of these people. Some of them travel south to California and the rest. Some of them left back to their country. Now it's affecting their company. It's affecting their farm. And that's why. No, so let me finish, because I repeat again, you are painting a picture here today that nothing is missing in America. Everything is just do. Everything is just going the normal way. Nothing is wrong. That everything that America used to be before this guy became your president, you see the same thing. Which I am telling you, you guys are not. You are being economical with the truth. You have been
Okay, can I speak?
No. Let us speak. You have been speaking. Let me finish. Let me finish. I talk about green card holders, and people have been detained, whether they are criminal or no criminal. They have been detained for more than 72 hours. Some of them have been there for 4 or 5 days. So you cannot expect when you are trying to catch illegality, people will overuse their power. I'm talking about your
Do you know somebody personally?
Beg, just go. I no need. I don't know. I don't know anybody
Okay.
personally. So in a nutshell, for the first time in the history of Europe, they give a travel advisory to EU members not to go to America. So all of this thing you are saying here, that you are pampering yourself, telling us
that is not the first time. That's not.
Why did they give you warning? For warning for what?
Okay, let me say
because of the what do you call it? When people arrive in the US now, they interrogate them. Some of them were detained, and some of them the way they treat them is so bad.
Okay.
So many stuff is
They should stay in their country now. What are they looking for?
It's not their country. Anyway, let me say this. From the way you guys are speaking, it's like most of you started America with first time of Donald Trump. That's when you people started monitoring what is happening in America.
No, Madam Zisa, don't.
Let me finish now.
Please.
You
That
stop.
is wrong.
Let me
That
finish.
is the wrong action.
Let me
That is
finish.
you can go
Let
and
me
continue.
finish
Don't tell
because
us
I will give you. When I speak, you go look for it. Let me start with Obama. Even the Joe Biden you people are talking about, Joe Biden deported 1.something million in his term, in his 4 years. Go and check the record. During the time of Obama, at least this man started with criminals. During the time of Obama was deporting families. You go catch parent, throw them out. They will say, what about our children? Our children are, they started making case. All these lawyers jumping from, go and check the record. That his separating family, that those people had children in the United States and their children are young and their children are Americans. Do you know what this man said? He said, it's either you leave them here or you go with them. When they are grown, they can come back. Obama said that. He did that to families that were here doing their normal, but they are illegals.
That will not be African guy. Nah, amen.
He said, if you think because your children were born here, and the law said because they were born here, they are now Americans, fine. Then leave them. You are not American, so go. He threw them out. I know a Mexican girl, the mother was thrown out when she was 9. It was the eldest brother that was 25 that time working. He was the one taking care of all of them during the time of Obama. And if you don't want to go, you think your children, the lawyer said, what about the children that you? He said, then go with them. I didn't deport them, but they still can travel to their mother's country. When they grow, they can come back. And that was how he won that case. So I don't really see what this man is doing, but because he's loud-mouthed and he's a showbiz man, he's doing everything like a show. He's talking, he's answering questions. Everybody is, and most people don't really do like him. They felt he's doing something different. He's not doing anything different. Apart from the Doge, which he is actually enforcing, others have spoken nicely, brought somebody. When Democrats or people will do them, they will drop the project. But this one, he decided to bring a billionaire who doesn't give a hook who you are. And that's why he's functioning. Right from George Bush Sr. to Donald Trump II, they have always said that they're going to cut down costs. Clinton tried, Obama tried. He tried it the first time.
Zita, let me ask you a question.
There is nothing new. Please, you people should stop saying all this.
Can you hear me, Zita?
Can hear you.
Okay, so let me ask them, all these people that are critical about Trump, about America. If my president now, Tinubu, made such policy, would they be ranting the way they are ranting now?
I don't know.
I lie.
I don't know.
Everybody has been
that's even
entitled.
what I wanted to say here. That's what I want.
Simba, everybody has been conditioned to see America as the daddy of the world. Daddy, you know.
But by the way, even in Nigeria, when you commit an offense that is somehow...
Madam Speaker, can you give me 1 second?
Hold on, let me finish before I forget, I lose my thoughts. In Nigeria, when you commit something that, although sometimes they do politicize it, the moment they collect your passport from you, they actually demoted you. It's technically telling you are no longer in Nigeria until they sort your problem out. So what is Trump doing differently? I don't get it. People in Nigeria...
Okay. Let's answer what Trump is doing differently to you. Now, I'll give another example.
The national... Wait,
before you go.
Remy, you are not in America now. Why are you obsessed
No,
with
I want to hear
I don't know. Every day you
Remy was American, you know.
Why are you obsessed with Trump?
No. It's not about that.
What is CNN and it comes to tell us about theory about America. That's what Remy does.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. Let me be frank with you. America to the rest of the world is known for good democracy, good governance. Everything about them is a perfect or shining example for the rest of the world. But when you now...
So it's only people that are delusional. Real people they know America. Some Europe advanced countries, they know the educated people they know the fact that America is not any moral compass of anything.
We know that.
They know that it's just commercial.
Well, Remy, with your statement, you actually expose yourself, because if Democrats were in power, the Republican would be whining, and the other way around. So when Biden in power, obviously, to you, everything was rosy, everything was great. Okay, Obama was in power, everything was great in America. To yourself, only if you watch the other side, conservative media, listen to that side.
Friends, that you are wrong. I condemn Biden for supporting Israel against the Gaza, wherever he has been doing. I condemn it, and I know you at that time you supported it for all those bombing or whatever that is going on in the Gaza Strip that time. And I condemn it because I think this is...
But Remy, you are saying that America is known to be the clinic of the world.
No, I'm trying to say...
You are contradicting yourself.
You're contradicting yourself now.
Exactly. It's my point.
Listen, give me time. Just give me 1 minute, and then another episode. What I'm just trying to say is that country has been a shining example in all facets of human endeavor for so many years. And we expect the same standard to continue to go. Whether to continue to go on, whether most of the presidents they deport or did not deport.
Why are you?
America is just a shining example to all those African leaders that don't know left from their right. They always want to copy America. The advanced countries don't see America as the shining example.
I see you guys.
I don't even know when they become a preacher. Why are you preaching before you ask your question?
You don't know.
Say what you want to say, shiny or no shiny, dull or no dull.
Does the Cubans, the Russians, the Saudis, all those, do they see America as a shining example?
If not Tinubu,
go ask the right people that got bombed and the Libyans. Iraqi and the Libyans that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton destroyed their country, them to slaves and ruined their country. Go ask the Iraqi people that they bombs on them and kill their family members.
So what's
to you, my point here is I say my point here, Remy, is that America has its own ways of doing things. You try to make a point that now come and to destroy American system, and that's the point you're trying to make. And of course it's true, because you only listen to one side of the story. The argument is not true. America is a great country. I'm not denying that. I'm making the point that now Trump came to power and now destroyed the country. Nah, it's a lie. You lying to. In fact, America's worst days were like during our time. We have the worst economy. I mean, the highest inflation in like over 50 years we experienced under Biden. We had over 20 million people
Remy, you're trying to say Trump destroyed the
much
image of America. That's what you're trying to tell us, Abby.
You are sounding too much fanatic at Trump. I mean, Trump daddy. What I'm trying to say, you got it, because I see a country very great and so many other things they are doing. But if you are not telling
because
me,
you want to come here,
okay.
No.
Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Let me hold on, please.
Let me finish 1 second. If you are not telling me this morning, you are in the morning here. If you are not telling me that the way I hold that country, that the way I see it is totally different. That America is the other way around. They are the country that go bomb everybody they can bomb, do whatever they want. Every evil is America. So all those things I have in mind, I should erase it from my mind.
Erase it.
You don't erase it because you want to come now. I can. The fact that you want to come, no matter what bad the Americans does, you always
whatever
say.
his opinion, it doesn't matter. You understand? It doesn't matter. Let him erase everything that he has good about America. Does it change anything?
Will it change? Will it change America?
Let him just fuck away. Tell him to fuck away.
Remy, they said you fuck away.
Wow. Bad doctor, a good doctor.
Remy, want America to impress you? You want America to be a good boy for you?
Remy, European. They like to point things and they like to hide behind the curtains. But the evildoers, they don't pay their fair share. Easy people, they don't, they want to go to war for them all the time, but they don't want to spend money on the military. Ask this guy, that, hey, can you face Russia? The guy was scared to answer the question. You guys are Europeans are the evil ones.
What you are trying to say that we Europeans, we are very cunning people. We don't have the resources. We don't have the power.
Thank you very much. Now you get in it. Yeah, you guys are so
sassy. The reason the Europeans like America is because America is the one helping them to sustain their broke economy.
America,
that's why they love America. It's not really because they like America. Who told you that Europe don't have anything now? It's America that's helping them to secure resources all over the planet to for their poor countries. Because Europe is really poor. They are the poorest continent. They don't have resources. It's only Russia that has resources now. England, the number one. I mean, you think if it's not America, England will be holding on to all these territories where they are scamming all these countries. I mean, it's America that's helping them now. You think if it's not America, Nigeria will BP will be running Niger Delta, where Nigerian government can call Russia to come and kick them out. So it's America that's helping them to hold ground. And England is no longer superpower now. If America doesn't exist, you think if China wants to come to Nigeria, England will tell China it can't come. Now,
let me tell you.
You go invite China, make come come up for Niger Delta.
Mike, let me even tell Remy one thing. You see, I was looking at a documentary recently on counterterrorism. I discovered that 70% of intelligence in counterterrorism that Europe is depending on is from America. If tomorrow America refuses to give the information, that's all. And that's the issue with Ukraine war now. America is not, they don't have boots on ground, but all the intelligence, all the thing they are using is from America. If tomorrow that guy saying he won't continue to fight the war, America leaves the European to continue. America just withhold intelligence. That's all. The war has ended.
Those European countries are no longer powerful now.
They are all the security, all the intelligence, all the information, even space intelligence. How many rockets Europe get, or that European country get for space? When last did they launch any satellite or anything rather? Now America, they provide all those information.
So can you also say Canada also depend on US for that?
Yes, now
100%. Canada. Why didn't Trump say he wants to make them the 54?
What's the size of our military?
So why you not crying? It's trying to make you 54 states now.
Some of us want it.
Do you know why Canada is not looking like Mexico? Because
some of us want it. Someone no, leave that one. Let's be factual now. So in my province, there's a party in my province that's been campaigning on leaving Canada and joining America since. There's a party, that's the agenda.
But
If
what about
tomorrow,
California that also
if
to
tomorrow,
visit America and go to Mexico?
if tomorrow
about
they
those
conduct a referendum, I'm going to Calgary to vote in that referendum.
But that Canada,
Patoski, Ola will
but
beat
that
you.
Canada,
Ola will beat you
is it
for
not
this.
supposed to be a
Which
state?
party? I
Is
want
it
to know
not
that
supposed to
party.
be a state? Why
Which
is it
party?
even a country in the first place?
No,
I
Madam
will,
AI, Madam AI. Someone
I
has
will
just
vote
made
in support of
a
that.
very
Zita,
fallacious
Zita, they will
statement
beat you.
against my promise. Which party in Abata has been campaigning that they want to join America? Which party?
I'll give you the name of the party.
No,
now.
not even
Hold
a
on.
city. My cousin told me that
No,
they
AI,
took
this
samples.
is my country now.
Let
See,
me remember the
Patoski,
city.
the fact that some informed people just went on Facebook and create a group and be campaigning for Canada to join Alberta, it doesn't mean that a party is pushing it there. And meanwhile, I want to tell you, those people that are saying Alberta should join Canada, America, they are the forefront of saying the immigrants should go back to their country. So those are the people you want to support. So sometimes we have to be very careful of where we take side with. Because something we sound good to people, but we have to be very careful and choose those people who want to join carefully. I was part of those people. I was in that forum for more than 8 years. That we were just telling them, okay, keep it up. We want to go and join. So the thing is this: Canada needs not join America. What they need to do in Canada is this, because I once said it publicly that Canada sometimes behaves like a third world country. That third world country, the first world country tagging it to Canada is overrated. Because why will you have Quebec stopping Alberta from bringing their crude oil to that place so that they can sell to the east?
Let me tell you.
Why would BC?
You see that thing you are talking, Ola? When you are in Canada tomorrow,
Madam, let me even
let me finish before I forget.
Even when Trump even allowed
when you go to Canada, as of a man called Anesia, listen, Ola,
have you heard about Alberta Statehood? Have you heard about Alberta Statehood Party?
Wait now,
how many seats do they have?
Ola, Anesia of party.
How many seats? Anybody can just go to another tree, another palm tree, and form a party now.
Not be today. They've been doing that thing for a long time.
They've been doing it since. They've been doing it since.
So not because
when we are saying this in Patoski went to go and bring a party that has not won a seat.
Let me tell you.
It's simply you and I can just form a party today and claim the party.
Is not supposed to be a country. Forget
Let
it.
them conduct
your opinion. Anyway,
let them conduct the poll.
The thing is this: we have country that is even like about 6, just like a 1/6 of Canada that are surviving as a country. The problem of Canada,
you are answering a country you don't have.
The problem of America.
You are a country, you don't have a destroyer, and you call yourself G5, G6. You don't have a destroyer, and you are jumping up and down. You are a country.
Madam, let's forget about destroyer. Let's just talk about economy. I know we are not talking of war. So people that want to fight war now.
All life is not powerful military. You don't have much in this world.
Mike, I don't want to. Mike, I don't just want to about that. That's why.
This one we don't get powerful military.
No, Mike.
In the Wakabat, they call it G7, G8.
That's a distraction.
Now, American, I give them those, appoint them or those organizations.
I mean G7. I mean,
so what we are talking
you don't
about
even have one single destroyer. You is G7. I don't blame you.
I don't want to go that distraction. Let's just concentrate.
Don't worry. Everything will be ripped off from you.
When it comes to warfare, we discuss. We are talking as if Canada.
Why are you people mocking Ola? Mike and Zita, why are you mocking Ola?
No, it's Canada that we are mocking. It's not Ola.
We are not working.
We are just telling the truth. We are telling the reality of
Canadian air that are taking side with America. That have problem with. I don't have problem with America. They can talk whatever they want. They will understand.
Ola, do you know that Nigeria is actually richer than Canada? If we are all left by our device, see, America abandoned Canada now. Say, okay, you're on your own. The way they live Nigeria on his own. Nigeria will be richer than Canada.
With 33 fighter jets.
Congratulations. So who has 33 fighter jets? I just laugh. Because I know many people.
Not
many people
even
here
one
don't know anything
destroyer.
about
They don't get destroyer. These people where they answer
what is the definition of a destroyer?
Ola, you are talking as if Canada has nuclear
Ola,
bomb.
don't let them raise your BP now.
No, they are not raising my BP. They are not raising my BP. Do you know the thing is this? You know,
Do they even have cruise missiles? I don't even think so.
It's a matter of people that think they are happy today just because of what they are doing in their country, and the time we tell them the true status of things. I don't care about all the what I do. I'm just trying as much as possible is to diffuse any misinformation going on. That's what I'm doing. So that they are.
Don't come back to Nigeria. Stay there and be fighting for what does not belong to you. Stay there and be fighting for what does not belong to you. Make you no paper, come back to Nigeria.
You are more patriotic to your country, Canada, than Patuski. Let them deport Patuski.
No, Patuski, no, I understand.
Simba, even Nigerians living in Canada, they get tired of
No. Patuski is a gentleman that doesn't.
Patuski is a sellout. Jariola is selling you out. Okay?
No, Patuski is not a sellout.
Let me tell you what happened.
Let me
tell you why I'm taking.
Let
me tell you why I'm taking this position. And Ola knows. You see, in Canada, my province is like, say, River State or Niger Delta. We are supplying resources,
72,000 military personnel,
and we are being marginalized. we are not getting maximum result for our resources.
Are you doing research on Canada?
No, now Donald Trump talk about now he open the anya 72,000.
You understand? We are not getting maximum result for our resources and everything. So at that
Zero
point,
destroyer. No. You shouldn't be a country.
I say no. We should. So I said no. We shouldn't. Look at it. That time, we got a pipeline contract, which was going to stimulate jobs and everything in my province. Quebec, Montreal, they are blocking it. Ontario is blocking it. Yet they take money from the carbon tax, they take money from the crude and everything. That alone is one. That pipe could have created job for us, but they are not allowing it. Montreal, they instead of buying oil from Alberta, they buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they buy oil from other countries.
This is state now.
So they don't want.
That's
why the province. That's why we say no. We'd rather be outside. That's not a good treatment now. It's just like Biafra wants to go now. That's the way it is now.
See, Patuski, when someone ever tested the other side, no one husband there for one wife there for husband that was the complaint.
So they are marginalizing your region in Canada.
They are marginalizing my province. I'm in the same province with Ola now, and he's not seeing it.
So no, it's not as if I'm not seeing it. But the thing is, just because someone get headache, just because someone get headache now.
So they want to create their own country. What do you want to call it?
So the thing is this: the people leading the party in Abata Air, they are the worst in the time of when they are in power. They like to behave like dictators. So they just have the Trump tendency. These are the people that you want to lead you to another. So that's not the solution. It's not even joining America. The solution is to find a way to push that thing, keep negotiating with that Quebec and that BC to push your thing there. These people are part of you. Now that America now is against Canada now, it's the time that all of them now start waking up and their senses start speaking, because especially that beggar.
They say we are one because they want us to join in the fight.
We were supposed to use that opportunity.
No, when we need the oil, when we need to sell our oil, when they were buying oil from Saudi Arabia instead of buying from us, they didn't know we are one.
Yeah, they didn't know we are one. I don't carry this Nigerian this thing enter Canada. This
oil,
Mike,
I told you something happens here that will start questioning the idea of first world country.
You gotta sound like you
There's
just
something they do here that is worse than Nigeria.
I'm starting like a job.
Understand? There are things they do here that are worse than what they do in Nigeria. That we say.
You are right, Jerry Mike. The oppression is too much. We'll go and bust pipeline now if they are not careful. I'm going to teach them.
What is happening to Fubara?
That one don't go now. You see the house of that one.
I heard job people bomb one pipeline yesterday. I don't know.
The guy don't go.
If in fact yesterday they take a lot of guns from those people that bombed the pipeline. They have already arrested.
The guy not doing calculation well at all.
At all. He is a novice in politics. Oh,
but you know.
The guy never even landed in Yansh was
ready to betray. Not even spent how many weeks?
The guy didn't waste no time. The moment he enter office, he just started to betray. Wait now, at least start at least 6 months or 1 year before.
You know one thing most Nigerians don't understand is that there will be somebody that will put you there one way or the other. You cannot just stand up from your Ajegula and say, I want to become governor of Lagos State, and people will just vote for you like that. Even in the so-called developed country, there will still be some support group. Why are Democrats and Tory? Why do they have super delegates? So sometimes it's not so easy like that. You have, on a platter of gold, you are just handed a gold like that, and then you just throw it away by yourself. It's unbelievable. And if guy is not taken, he might not really come back as the governor of that state. He should go and be portrayed for a
gunner. Yes, he's a gunner.
Because if they give him second chance, he will use it against them in future. So they will impeach him. And nothing will happen.
It's a gunner.
It's a gunner. They will impeach him. They will, because if they don't do it, if they allow him to continue, he will come back and do the same thing to them. So they have to let him go away. So immediately they will.
They will use this one to teach him lesson. If he comes back, he will behave quietly and leave. He will behave very well.
I don't think this kind of person will behave quietly. He will just pretend.
He has learned. Yeah. Now he knows that they can remove him.
Yes.
I think at the point he already knew now. I saw him addressing.
No, but listen, no reasonable politician will leave kind of Fubara in a seat.
No, they won't.
He's going. There is nobody. What the guy did was unpolitical. You don't do such a thing. And he did it with full chest. Somebody who never campaigned, they just carry and put for that seat. He start to the fight. The moment he sit down, he begin to fight. You don't keep such a person in a position now. But no.
The guy is not wise, man, because he do it right in the open front of everybody. Who will now trust him in the future?
What he did, do you know, at a point he was even singing Wike song, Day Your Day, A Day My Day. What he did is unforgivable politically. Now me they tell him now, but if you people think he's coming back,
the guy gave himself a bad reputation because other people will not trust him in the future. Like this guy,
other people manage their boss. Manage the what is his name? Akpabio. What's his name? The other guy. Manage the other guy. In all the states, yes, you do have squaddles with your boss. Even in what is it called? Is it Zamfara or where? They have squaddles. They manage them. But this one, he bought State House. He did this. He carried 4 people. He wants to pass bill. He was doing everything unconstitutional.
Within the first 3 months, or at least wait 2 or 3 years first before you show your hands now. It was too early.
It was too early. And he was fighting it with his both chests. He does. No.
Do you know that the Supreme Court
No. He can't come back.
The Supreme Court says that there is no government in Rivers State.
Listen, let me tell you. If you leave that man to enter second term, you can't control him.
Patoski, don't bring Simba in.
The only answer is to take him out. Let him go.
Patoski, don't bring Simba in anymore, okay? Because he is using reverse psychology on Americans here.
So, since I heard that Fubara is trying to make a deal with the house, but they like once this 6 months is over, once we come back to the office, the first thing is to impeach you. That's their own plan. They don't want him to.
Of course,
Yeah,
who will
of
keep
course
such
not.
a man?
They will impeach him. Nothing's going to happen. And by the time they come back, they would have secured the pipeline with through 10,000 soldiers they drafted there already. So by the time they renovate,
I mean, I don't understand. Anyway, most people are not politically inclined, so they see it as a normal thing. The power was too much. He was, I mean, you guys should know how much River State has money. Sometimes they personally taxed all those oil companies. They give the government money. For you to put somebody who doesn't listen, fighting left and center with that, I mean, Wike fought reasonably. This guy is not fighting reasonably. You can't give such person that kind of money and power. Mbano.
The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend.
But if they want to keep him, that's okay. But they should understand that man will so deal with him and the Tinubu in his second term that they won't believe it. The best thing is for
Madam
him to...
Zita, have you come to the conclusion that I told you that Fubara is not smart? You said no, it's not because no. I look at everything you just said right now.
No.
The guy is not smart. There's no two ways around it. He's just not a smart guy at all. He's just not.
Well, you don't say sometimes you go smart finish. Waiting you smart finish go fail you. So
Okay, before we go further, Madam Zita, let's not save Ola yet. Let's go back to Canada. How many fighter jets do they have? I need to know.
How many what?
Fighter jets they have in Canada?
He said 30.
I think 33.
Are
But they don't have a destroyer.
Are they working?
They don't have zero.
And it was zero
They're
America.
And now
We don't have military. We don't have military.
But
they
what are
work
you,
it.
hold on.
They rented from
You are
America.
asking for fighter jets. I'm telling
We
you,
don't. We
Donald
don't
Trump
have
has
military.
run. I'm telling you, they have 72,000 military personnel. That will not be state of Illinois.
But 90% of them walk around with a baton. They don't have guns. They walk around with a baton.
They don't have
military. I think that's
no. What they don't have is they don't have three things. They don't have destroyer. They don't have. Donald Trump was just running his mouth, calling. The moment you mention Canada, he gets irritated. He said they shouldn't be functioning as a country.
In order to show a force of what do you call it? To show force, they invited the French submarine with a nuclear, capability to come to Canada. You guys are jokers over there. You invited the whole
You
nuclear
people, excuse
submarine.
me. Hey, please, Daddy. Hey, please leave Canada alone. Let us go back to our country.
Well, I need my time. I need my time because Allah didn't believe me when I said if America pulls
You
the
just
plug.
want to make it. Don't. Allah has
If
gotten
America
enough
pulls
from
the
you
plug,
people today.
Canada
Enough is
would
enough.
descend into a third world
Enough is
country
enough.
overnight.
I will not allow you people to be bullying my friend. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Do you know?
BT,
Do you
why
know
are you
what
doing this
their
to
new
Allah? It's not
prime
good
minister
now.
said? Do you know what the new prime minister said?
Simba, you know what they are talking about.
He said
one
Trump
thing I don't like
wants to break them to take them.
we are joking. I don't discuss war. It doesn't mean anything because I know that many people that talk about Canada here, even though it is clear that when we are talking of military might,
but Canada economy is good now.
America is
I think they will rank among the first 10 in the world.
Before you say that, I say Allah was saying the other day, like a couple of weeks ago, it's like, hey, the Canadians will put the plug on the two states that depend on their electricity. Now tell me, Allah, when that guy Ford said he was going to disconnect American states from your power grid.
It was to Joy Reid. You know, Joy Reid said that they will beat us now. That's what she.
Forget about Joy Reid, man. So Allah, what did Ford do? Like literally minutes after he pronounced those words, did he not come back on his knees? Actually went to a TV station to apologize to Trump.
You know,
Hold on, no, I think sometimes you confuse that Canada and America. They are equal partners. They're not equal partners. Not at all.
You may be lying to yourself. Let me tell you the mistake you guys are making. Now, you think we are fighting Canada. You are not fighting Canada. You are fighting the global community.
No, we are not mates. No, don't we are not mates. We're not fighting you. We're not fighting you. America's not fighting Canada.
Global community.
America's not fighting Canada. We can't fight you.
I want to change the topic of
We can't fight you.
Ekene, are you
We
there?
can't fight you.
Ola, I've asked
Simba, they
you
don't
this
want us to
question.
talk.
Okay,
Ola,
what do you see to all these
Ola,
people that are
I've
now
asked you
ganging
this
up?
question
What is your
several
take?
times. Why do you think Trump is doing
No,
that?
we Zita,
Ganging
we
up on
will
who?
start talking on each
Ola,
other.
I've asked you that question several
Why
times.
Trump is
Why
doing
do you
exactly
think
what?
Trump is doing that?
He's doing what?
What he's doing?
Like what?
The tariff.
Because he's stupid. I have nothing to do. He's not doing it. It's just because he's just stupid. Nothing more.
You just said he's doing global war. Why do you think he's doing that?
Let me tell you something, madam. Like I said, when you see an aggressive person like Trump, even he's supposed to be an economist, he's supposed to be a business person, he's supposed to be creative. When they lose their creativity, they don't know how to manage a complex.
Nah, there's no broad Canada where to disconnect electricity. That's what I'm telling you. You're not listening to me. You can't do it. You can't listen. Yeah, actually, the guy said it, and guess what happened? Trump increased the 25% tariff to 50%. The guy ran straight away to the radio or to the TV station to apologize. And you guys, we're not your mates. America just is not Canada's mates at all.
Don't say what you don't know. Don't say what you don't know.
Okay, all right.
I don't mistake people. Don't mistake people. See, Doug Ford is like, it's just a madman. Like
I have told you people why he's doing that, but since people don't want to listen, no wahala.
Immediately he heard that one because Donald Trump can bully, he can bully Trudeau. He knows, but you can't bully that guy. That guy, it was even other province, other premier that were just telling that guy to calm down because they know he's a crazy guy too. What he was going to do, he is going to do it. He doesn't send you. So don't come back.
Okay, we go come back.
You see, doing Gaga, allow Panda. You see, doing Gaga. He's gonna do. You can't do anything. Stop, man. You just talking, man. You guys can't do anything. You know that.
Please, Daddy.
Ola,
Please, Daddy.
does that mean he doesn't care what happened to his own people? You say he can do anything.
No,
doesn't care.
You mean Doug?
What people? Pastor, what people? How?
Is Ontario people or something?
It cares. It's just because of that. Okay, now Ontario has a budget of he did it actually because Trump was the person that
he came on his knees on the radio, on the TV station and begged. He begged.
Trump was the first person that's immediately Doug announced that thing. Trump was the first person that fell for delayed the date they wanted to they will start their implementation. Immediately he announced. Trump just shifted the date. Why are you guys just talking as if you are almighty and you did this thing? Immediately that guy announced. Trump just shifted the date.
It's not about almighty. See,
America is almighty.
China is America's. Listen, China is America's mate. Canada is not America's mate. Okay, you know that.
Internet doesn't forget. Why are you guys trying to?
Ola, next one.
No. One thing is to get wrong information. Another thing is to lie. Internet is there for us to confirm. Don't just try to
confirm what? Confirm
whatever that didn't happen. Immediately that guy announced, he made his own announcement. He now said that he now promised that Canada will regret. Instead, he now went back. He shifted. They said Canada will regret even trying to take that action. The question is this: that dog made you shift that your gate to start with. And you are saying as if
even Mexico has more to offer America than Canada. Honestly. Like Canada really
Congratulations to you.
doesn't offer much, to be honest.
You
Like
know what? That is
the
true.
only thing
That
you
is true.
guys are enjoying is
Tiba,
white privilege.
No, we
Mike,
get
For
good
you,
labor.
No,
We get
Mike,
good labor
Ola,
from Mexico. We get
Ola,
avocado from Mexico. We get a lot
Ola.
of stuff from Mexico.
Do you know that what Mike
you know
just
why I
said?
say you guys are behaving
What
like
Mike
Trump?
just said is what I used to tell people, that even Mexico has more to offer to
It's true.
America than Canada.
No,
And
I like
I
jump
used to
up and
tell
down
them,
that you
I
know
used to
they give us
I used
auto
to tell
parts and auto
I
from
used to
Canada.
tell them another.
Atoski,
You know what I hold on,
it's not because
hold on.
I
Hold
know you,
on,
I
no.
will have said you
I
are not
used
in
to
Canada.
tell them that
If not because
if
I know you, I
Nigeria,
will deny your
I
presence
used
in
to
Canada. I
tell
swear.
them that if Nigeria is the one that is geographically positioned near America, the way Canada is positioned near America, then Nigeria will be 10 times bigger than a lot of European countries. Nigeria will be
Nigeria is not well positioned around there.
If we are the one that is well positioned near
Why is
America,
Nigeria not solving? Why is Nigeria not solving the energy crisis in Sub-Saharan Africa? Why
if
are
we
they
are
not
the
solving
one
that
that is
problem?
close to America,
Easier
like
said
this.
than done.
No,
If we are the one close to America,
Patoski. Listen to Patoski.
I'm trying to tell you that. I'm trying to tell you that Canadians are a bit laid back. They don't have the kind of aggression that they need, that the Mexicans have. I've been to the US. I worked in the US now. If you had lived in Texas before, you will see.
The reason is because America gives them a lot of leeway. These Canadians, and that's why we have over $200 billion in trade deficit from Canada. Whereas we can produce every damn thing that Canada offers, but we can produce it. Listen. There's no way we have more trees than you freaking do. There's no listen. I live in a state where there's trees every freaking where. There's so much damn trees. But guess what? We buy a lot of timber from Canada. Why? Because we want to help you guys. You have nothing to offer. We buy automobile parts and from you guys because we want to help you guys. But we have auto industry here in America. But Mexico has a lot of things that we don't have.
It's not your fault.
Listen, Mexico has a lot of things that we can't afford.
Can I just interject?
First of all, Arrow, you must apologize to Prince for referring to him as what you refer to him as.
Yes, I saw that. I'll relate. I'm not an Uncle Tom or whatever he called me.
Hold on. And Pato, how the hell did you get from Texas to Canada? What happened? You told what happened? You said you lived in America before, Texas.
Yeah, no, I went back to Nigeria now.
Oh, then you came back to Canada.
Then I went back to Nigeria, then later I came to Canada with my family.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can I just address one matter that's
yeah.
Prince Daddy likes this tendency of saying we. Who are the we? You are not them.
Trump is not even seeing you. Trump is not even
send you back to your state very soon now. You have been man from
Trump is not recognizing you. You are seeing we.
They talk say
That's what we are saying.
Let us establish.
Babati.
Yeah.
What made me made reference to Texas then was that my friends in Texas, I worked. Some of these Mexicans, they worked in my company then. See the way they work.
Oh, they work hard, man. They work
very
hard.
working.
Mexicans are the hardest working.
Kokoye.
They work.
And they help you. They help you for cheap than the protocol professional. They will do
exactly. So they are contributing more. If Nigeria is the one that is positioned like Canada, what are we talking about? Look at Nigerians in the US.
I already said we. Should I be using I? Is that what you meant? I didn't get that point.
You are not one of them. You are not one of them. You are not one of them.
Let me tell you. Let me ask you this.
See, if I was in China, I would use we. See,
a fanatic MAGA. Don't
say. There's one thing about me. I'm a loyalist. That's one thing maybe you guys don't get. I don't go to a place. I don't go to a place like Ola and try to disparage the people or the community that I live in. I love to respect people and I love to assimilate. One second, I love to respect people and I assimilate. So yes, because I guess why can't I use we? What is wrong with that? Listen. Hold on. See, I live here. I pay taxes. I do pretty much everything here. I'm part of the community. What is wrong with that? If it bothers you, well, I know you can't say we because trust me, the Irish people don't like Negroes like yourself. They don't. I don't think they do.
Ah,
So there's no way. There's
I
no
never
way
said
you
I
can
was. I
say
never
we.
said. I never. You ever hear me say?
You know what, Arrow?
You can't say that because just like Mike said, America is the land of immigrants. We accept everybody. You can feel at home. You can find your own community or people or a group of people you want to associate with. It's a land of immigrants. But in Europe, okay, hold on. Europe, for example, Remy will consider like a slave in Finland. And there's no way you can assimilate in Ireland, for example.
I never intended to assimilate.
Can I ask you a question?
If I was in Ireland, also I probably wouldn't use the word we. I probably wouldn't do that because I know they won't accept me.
Hold on, please. Now, just want to ask you a question. Just be honest with us. You're married to a white woman. Just be honest. It's fine at this point.
No, I'm not.
Why are you talking like FBA?
I'm absolutely not.
I'm kidding. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. See, okay. Let me tell you. Ask Kolata. He will give a simple answer. Ask Kolata will give a simple answer. Trust me. You should believe me. Actually, don't believe me. Ask Kolata. He will tell you. It's very simple. It will tell you right away.
Oh, so okay. So it's like that. Okay. So it's like okay. All right. I'm just
but see, the point is that listen, if I was in China, I would still respect the Chinese people, and I'll still be part of that community, regardless of the way I look. Nobody's going to tell me, "Look, you're black, you're Negro." I am who I am. It doesn't bother me. But in America, it's very simple. I can tell you, we can be part of any community. We accept you. We don't give a damn. We're all immigrants.
Aro, the point is, in America, you can say we once you're part of the community. It's like you're American now. You can welcome other people.
Once you're a citizen, you are just an American like everybody else.
So, if you live in a community, a place, you are we. You can call anybody, the police, whomever, to come do stuff. I mean, what do you mean?
Tribal, I get that tribal where you say, okay, this is my territory or that's my territory. We don't have that here. Compared to most,
that's good for you.
In Europe, for example, you can be born there. You can be the 10th generation black man, Nigerian there. You have never.
When I tell a white man to do something, I don't look at him as a white man. I expect him to do it right away.
Actually, all this one that you are talking about. All these people, all this personality, you're personifying. I mean, don't make it personal.
By the way, Ola, Shofe, would you accept that if Canada joins America as the 51st state, would you be okay with that?
No, you can go. You can.
I will benefit you now. I don't know why against that.
Ola.
I say you.
Allah needs to surrender. Allah will do it to the end of the year. Forever, Allah will do it. He will never give up. Listen.
Praise Daddy. Fiarabale. You can take Patoski. We don't want people like Patoski in Canada, so take Patoski to America.
Ola, can you sing the Canadian national anthem? Ola, have you learned the Canadian national anthem?
Like,
Canada or something like that.
Are you kidding me? Maybe Patoski doesn't know. Oh, Canada. I know that a person like you will never know the item because already your mind is in America already.
No.
So why
I forgot. I remember the first line. I remember the last line.
When the joker bot arrive in Canada, you understand? And what are the group of indigenous people we have? I bet you don't know. But if I ask you what is happening in Texas now, you will give me everything. So please leave our country for us. You go back to your America.
Your country.
Hey, I will dive you to the border.
Patoski has been deported.
I will dive into that border of America. Go and join them.
We are waiting for you. We are ready to grant you asylum.
I'll go and join MAGA. Baba,
yes, please.
Daddy, I'll go
and You're welcome. Come join MAGA.
Is Canada not too cold for you? Like, is that country not too cold? Like,
did I ever complain to you?
You come from
Mike, listen, I've never seen negative 42 degrees before. In Canada, I experienced negative 42.
That place is
I'm telling you.
Man.
I went
I'm
to
not
a place.
making up, man. It's for real. It's
I
for
went
real in
to
Canada.
I went to Manitoba or something like years ago.
Yeah.
What the bloody hell was that place? Like,
Winnipeg.
I mean,
Winnipeg.
minus 18 or minus 9. I don't even know.
That, no, that's small now. But you are lucky. Even Winnipeg used to go as low as minus 30, minus, because in short, the other name for Winnipeg is Winterpeg. They usually get very
I'm not making it up. It gets to negative 40 something. I mean, it's
no, where I
crazy.
am.
It's part of Canada.
No, where I am.
But you can't
currently,
do anything during winter. You just got to
no,
stay
you
in your house.
can. You can. A
No,
lot
they
of
do
things.
something. No, they do something.
You be hibernating, baby.
Earlier on, you said something about the Mexicans, and you denigrate the Canadian. You want to tell me that if the kind of comfort the Canadians have, the Mexican has it, would they behave the way they are behaving?
No, I think. Let me give you.
That's why Americans try to humble them now.
No, I think in terms of being aggressive.
Let me tell you, every human being has
in terms of being self-driven, I think the Mexicans tend towards the Americans than the Canada. The Canadians tend to like European or British, but the Americans, when the Americans are aggressive, they are self-driven. The Mexicans are like that, but we here are like the British. When I first came in from Nigeria, I saw that people here looks like they are a bit laid back, like that. Because at least I've been to the UK, I've been to the US, I've been to
And what do you think is making them to behave like that?
I think it's the orientation or something.
I don't think it's the orientation. If any human being that is comfortable,
they have that British, and they are not the only comfortable. Americans are comfortable too now.
The Mexicans, they like to be independent and
exactly
create their own business. And that drive is like naturally.
Why do you think they develop that? Why do you think they develop that? You have to look at why they have that trait. It's not actually, they are not born with it. It's the environment that made them like that.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's positive. It's positive for America. Either way, it don't matter how they get it. If that's the nature that how they develop the environment, it's a positive thing for America. That's just the bottom line. I mean, Mike can tell you they are a great contributor to America. See, let me tell you. What Mexico offers America, America cannot really easily attain it. But what damn Canada offers America, we have it. We don't need any damn thing from Canada. We have it. Even better. So
if you think you can do away with them, they are so useless, then why do you want to take them?
Simba, let me give you another example.
We don't want them. We're just trying to do them a favor. Are you kidding me? We don't want them. We're just trying to do them a favor.
Why will you develop law for people that are lazy, that are useless?
Simba, let me explain something to you.
They have nowhere to go.
I will not going to talk about Nigeria. I will not going to talk about Nigeria.
Simba, they have nowhere to go.
Simba, let me close with this. You see, the Mexicans.
You say we will stay our suffering. I will not going to talk about Nigeria. Mike, you are wicked.
In America, we are saying that Mexicans.
I will
Mike, you don't the boss for Nigeria. You don't the boss for Nigeria. I will not going to talk about Nigeria.
But yeah, we know they think about food.
We are discussing serious topic here.
We know they think about Gary.
Okay, now we are discussing serious topic. You are not going to talk about Nigeria, the mess we are into now. You are not going.
Bro, we know they talk about price of Gary, all those kind of things. Basically, they talk about how we go make.
I want Ola to be the first person to be deported in this platform so that he will come here and build Nigeria. Honestly speaking,
let me tell you something.
You are wicked, though.
If something,
no. He's gonna bring that Canadian bad attitude to you guys. Trust me, he's not gonna help you guys.
If people here today, if they are not doing well economically, all this your grammar you are blowing in Nigeria, I can bet you won't even come online. Because the money being sent to manage that economy at home, but the money being coming from all the people in diaspora, you can never quantify the impact it's having there. So when we are talking of this global economy, you should understand that see
how you are crying because Trump are protecting his territory, and you are crying on another man's land that is not your country. See how you are crying.
Ola
I'm
just
raising my voice against Ekene.
You are not raising any voice. You are crying. You are crying. You are crying. If you are not crying, see, let me tell you. Ola, let me tell you. I wanted to tell you this before. You see, I love Nigeria so much that even as I am today, no matter how beautiful America is, if I travel and go to any country in the world, highest I will stay there 1 month. I'll just go there for enjoyment. And I will not take time. I'll just return back to my country. I don't want to stay very far away.
I agree with you.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I don't want to stay very far away for a very long time. That I will come back to my fatherland. I will not notice my father's compound anymore. I don't want to live short life. There is nothing like I have every opportunity to come and join you people there, but I will not do it.
I can tell you. Wait, if you put it on ground today, you are probably not having more investment in Nigeria than many people here. Just stop tapping. So if a Nigerian,
it's not about investment. It's not about investment. It's about you. It's not about investment. It's about the passion. You are talking. See how you are crying in another man's land that Trump want to deport. That's the problem.
What is the definition of investment? We here.
See, nobody will deport me in Nigeria. Nobody will. I will not cry that Trump is deporting me. I will not cry about that. Tinubu cannot. No matter what Tinubu does today, he cannot deport me in Nigeria. The highest thing is that his policy will affect everyone, but he will not deport me.
This thing right. We in diaspora will do more than you locally, more than you politically back in Nigeria than you in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
You are not doing anything. You are not doing anything. We are the people doing something. We are the people staying back, fighting to make this country better for you. See, any day, I put it to you. Any day that you hear that Nigeria now has 24 hours electricity, the roads are good, the schools are good, I bet you will leave that country that you are and come back to Nigeria. I bet you that. But because you cannot stay and fight. You are crying another man's land. That Trump wants to protect his citizens. I had Trump when he was campaigning. Trump said,
it's not about Ola. Don't focus all this about Ola.
No, it's Ola I want to talk to.
Okay,
when Trump was Simba, let me tell you, when Trump was campaigning, he said American first. I love that statement so much. American first. And you come here, want to criticize a man that want to protect his territory and do everything to make sure that Americans are safe because it's affecting you as a foreigner. You are crying on a public platform.
He's not living in America. Ola is not living in America, so what is
and he's not living in I don't even know how Nigerians are thinking. Do you think that if Tinubu, let me tell you, do you think that if Tinubu is doing what Trump is doing today, that Nigeria will not be a better place? If he protects our territory and all these charlatans, Boko Haram are not crossing our border and everything, don't you think that Nigeria will be a better place?
Relax.
You mean Tinubu should start deporting all the Togolese and the Cameroonians?
Yes, let him deport them. Let's build our country first. Let's build our country first. The way Trump, let us build our country first. Then we can now decide who to be invited. We have not built our country. We are allowing ISWAP and Boko Haram to be destroying our territories.
Building country is not by shouting and say it. You understand? Even you here, you are not even doing anything to help that country.
We are trying to form a coalition. Next time now we'll be joining SDP. If Labour parties, we are trying to form a coalition. We are trying to form a coalition. We want to build a better country. You are there shouting Trump. Yeah, they are shouting Trump.
SDP, I want to do now.
No, we are still weighing on the options. So at the right time, we know where to go. But for now.
How can you believe that all those people you are gathering, they are the one that is, are they not the one that will change that country? How can somebody come here? You be telling me that
you start yourself there and think of that.
So El-Rufai,
they are the one that will change the country.
You are so proud. You are so proud of yourself that to be an El-Rufai are the one that will be working for you. And you are telling me this thing. See, if you don't understand,
whether you are proud of it, as far as I'm here doing my politics, no matter Obi, no matter Tinubu, as far as I'm in Nigeria doing my politics, any day we got it right. I'm a fighter in Nigeria. Forget it. Doesn't matter who I support.
You are more of Nigerian problem than myself, and I will tell you. Probably you are an importer of goods. You are selling imported goods. Now, if a person like you want to teach me how to build economy, what you are importing, you are selling.
Hola, and they want building the economy if you don't know. When I buy my dollar,
that's a low blow. What is Tinubu or the government is doing for manufacturing in that country? That I mean, are you saying can I have the option for? Are you saying can I have the option for local
Prince Daddy, let me tell you how I contribute to Nigeria better than Ekene. Now, when we are talking of Naira strength today, you are an importer. You take money to China to import things to Nigeria, right? And you are selling to Nigeria. By now, the person that want to build country, I would have expected you to develop a technique to build a local factory to support so that the pressure on Naira.
You build a local factory with a kind of interest rate, with your kind of interest rate and all that. See, let me tell you, Ola, I just want to give you space so that we will educate you. I want to educate you, Ola. I just want to give you time to just lay what you want to lay. Let me educate you.
Now you want airword. Me, that I'm sending dollars. So I'm sending dollars to Nigeria. You are taking dollars out of Nigeria. I'm sending dollars to Nigeria. Whether I want to support people going to school, supporting local industry, whether I want to build projects in Nigeria, supporting local projects in Nigeria, and you that we are importing. You are importing. You are putting pressure on the reserve.
You are not spending dollar. You are happy that our naira is crashing. So you are taking that opportunity to send dollar. When you send $100, it becomes 160,000 naira.
Why are you blaming Nigeria for the problem of Nigeria?
So let me tell you, President, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you a little bit. You cannot be the only one talking.
Let me
respond to you before you answer to President. Let me respond to you. I will forget what I want to tell you. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
No, I want to respond to Prince Daddy first. The thing is this: someone sending forex home and someone sending forex out. You are telling me that me sending forex home, we are not.
Don't explain the economic aspect of it. I'm asking you why are you blaming somebody like
President? Let me respond to you. Let me respond to him if he doesn't know. Let me respond to you. I'm not sending dollar out. I am trading dollar. I am trading business. You see, I go to the forex market. I buy dollar. I buy goods. I import it. You collect taxes in your custom collect their own taxes and all that. You understand? I still bring the goods in Nigeria. I sell it, pay the taxes I have to pay. Then I now buy another one. So I grow the economy. I employ some staff, at least few of them who are feeding under me, under my business. Then the custom are collecting from my business, the banks and the charges, everything under my business here in Nigeria. Are you understanding me? And through that little and contributing goes a long way into the Nigerian economy. Do you understand? So if you are blaming me,
that is true. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
If you are blaming me that I am the one crashing your economy, then you don't know what economy is all about. If you want to blame the people that are crashing the economy, then you have to blame the people that are stacking money. Is stacking money, the people that stack money in warehouses is the reason why your economy is not growing. Money is meant for circulation. When your money is not circulating, let me finish now. I want to educate you a little bit. When the quantity of money,
when I was talking,
all this money talk. What do you guys think about that?
When the quantity of money that are being stacked is higher than the one that are being circulating, then your economy has problem.
Let me talk.
Hey, BT, what do you guys think about Nigerian
quantity of money in circulation? The quantity of money in circulation.
Man, you say money. I beg, no leave. What do I think about Nigerian Super Eagles for
Mike.
BT, very good. They deserve one shot. Do you know why?
My ask to everybody see here in this year. My in the stream in this year. I'll argue. The thing is this, Ekene, do you know why I went for you? Not because you went for people in diaspora that we are not building the economy. and I try to educate you what part, because if you want to tell me you contribute your own parts, we want to weigh the parts of the people in diaspora and the part of you that you think you are helping the economy. So you assume that people in diaspora,
the time that you know, there was a time I think. Let me tell you all. There was a time I think naira is a 1 naira to naira in this country. That time you will not be abroad. I bet you will not be abroad.
Let me talk. It's not the matter of who can shout pass. Let me talk too. I gave you 2 minutes to talk now, and I'm explaining. You didn't even let me land.
You have not even given me any time to talk. You are the one. Since this section started, you have not given me space.
What are you guys trying to achieve here? What is the point?
I want to bring Ola home. I want to bring Ola home.
Mike, it said we that we are overseas that we should come home. Because we are overseas, we are not building the economy in Nigeria.
Okay, so what?
What type of statement is that?
You want to bring him home, Laura?
Ola, you don't go shop, or you stay the house.
Can I have to deport Ola by force?
But anyway,
no go shop today. No, Prince Daddy, I didn't even find out for that.
Today environmental.
Because sometimes if you don't,
you don't want him again on the platform. Why are you reminding him to go to
because
I will go out in the next 1 hour. I'll go out in the next 1 hour. I'll go out in the next 1 hour. You know, Ola is my good friend. You know, Ola is my good friend, and anytime that he speak, I want to listen to him. And if I want to criticize him, I want to criticize him very well.
In fact, Ola is our hero today, because I don't know why everybody was going against Ola today.
Let me. I'm not your friend for now, because I really want to bring. I want to buy that argument you brought.
No.
Ola,
there is no way. Ola, there is no way. There is no way this argument I will buy to it. You see, they cry that you cried over Trump this night. Let me tell you, Ola, they crying that you cried over Trump policy this morning. Almost make me cry for you, because I feel the way you are feeling. You understand? So how you are crying over Trump policy is why I'm harming you this morning. You understand?
You are not getting it. You are behaving like people that say when I was crying because of Buhari that you think it was going to affect me. That's the mistake you are making. You understand?
I love every president. I love presidents that love their country so much. You know, whenever I remember that policy, whenever I remember Trump let me tell you, Trump loved Americans so much. He said American first. I just wish.
How do you learn when you don't listen to other opinions? How do you learn? It's not about how you can shout.
No, you are not an American now. You are not an American now, so I have every right to talk to you. If it's American that is crying, then I will not say anything. You are a Nigerian, so you don't have any right to tell Trump how to run and protect his territory.
Please, guys, try to learn.
You just go there to make money. What you should focus is how to make your money and come back to Nigeria and invest. That's how you focus. Don't say that the man should not deport or all the criminals in it. Just live a good life there. He will allow you to do your business. You understand?
Guy, try to listen. Sometimes when you have an active listening, it helps a lot. When the global crunch started, when did it start? Did it not affect the global economy? You are talking there. If something goes to America now, this is your market, you say you are selling Nigeria, you will see a drop in it. What are you talking about? Do you know? Because let's not forget about that we're in singing banter. Do you really know the significance of America in the global economy? Do you think when everybody, Canadian, European, are talking of America, you think they don't have jobs? That's what they're talking of America.
I heard him say he will tax these people. I heard him say he will tax these people, tax this, and he's doing that, and it's for the benefit of Americans.
You don't understand, and you don't want to understand. You don't understand.
Ola, Ekene will never agree. He can't understand that realm that you are going through, and he will never agree with you.
Simba, the only area globally that I like Trump is that, you know, since he came to power, nobody is talking about this man becoming man again and woman because nobody is talking about it again. All the woman and the man, they all of them has entered inside their room. If you say nonsense now, you go in. You understand? So the man is doing what he said he would do. So why are you crying? Even me, I am feeling it globally. In this regard now, I am feeling it. You don't come out to say you are man again. Man to man, woman. You don't do that anymore. But during this past administration, everywhere now man to man, woman to the thing that they sing and like music everywhere. But today again, you no longer hear about it anymore. It's a sacrilege against humanity. So if you're not, let me tell you, talking about globally, I'm already feeling the global impact of Trump
Don't you know the
administration.
business implication of that? When man,
I don't know, and I don't want to care. I don't want to care.
Woman, you sell more.
I don't want to care. I don't care about it. I'm saying about my own, what I believe, what is good to me. I don't care about it. What I know is that you don't talk about it anymore. And it's affecting me positively the way I want it globally. So Trump is doing good. He's a good president. He's doing what he said he would do. So if I am feeling this, if I am feeling this,
going beyond.
No, Allah wants to tell me that Allah wants to tell me about the global impact of his administration. And I want to tell him the already impact that it's already impacting to me globally.
Just hold on. Allah is talking about economy, not all these mundane things of man, woman, this thing that you are talking about.
Patoski, you don't need to mention the
what Allah is saying. Allah, let me say this.
Right in Nigeria there. How much did I lose in stock? Not because of what happened in America. And I hear you are just talking as if Nigeria is
let me
understand.
Timber, let me come to you economically.
You will talk. What Ola is saying, even every other person, even Prince Daddy, Patoski, they understand. They are just being, they just wanted to pretend. You understand? They are just pretend. They know the implication on the global economy, and when it comes, nobody will be saved from it. That's what Ola is saying.
Nobody can
escape. Okay. When that one comes,
you know, all this immigration of a thing that just is the economy that's the major issue.
Okay, let me come again. You know, there is Ola, let me tell you something economically. There is this platform now that is going on globally that a lot of Nigerians are benefiting, investing dollars and all that, and that is working fine, perfectly well. And I will not tell you because that is where many guys are eating today, and it's because of since when Trump win this administration.
No,
you understand?
Don't go and put your money in MMM.
What kind of investment is that?
Don't go and put your money in MMM.
It's not MMM. It's not MMM. It's not MMM.
What are they manufacturing?
It's about forest. It's about forest. It's not manufacturing. It's about trading.
It doesn't have anything to do with economy. Forget about it.
Don't risk it.
Let me tell you, Allah. Let me tell you again.
Do you know why I don't want to listen to you? It's not because
your money go enter forest.
It's not because you are making injurious steps, and we want to correct you. But
forest or forest. You know,
this forex things, they have done it before. If you remember, Patoski, there was a time, if I in Nigeria, you see everybody used to carry computer. Every minute, you see them on forest trading.
Okay, Patoski, what I was asking.
Ola, let me tell you this. Ola, I want to ask you a question first. Ola, I don't want to. I want to ask you a question, please. I want to ask you a question. It's just a question I want to ask you now. I always want to ask you something now. No, let me ask you something now. You join it and ask and say what you want to say. It's a question, please. The oil market today, the price of petrol is going up in Nigeria. Where is Ola now? You don't go.
In they hear you. Oh, Ola,
okay.
Make I put them back.
Continue. What do you want to say about that?
Let me add him.
I don't know why did the federal government refuse to sell.
No, Patoski, if you will not let me talk, what's the point of talking? We are in a dialogue. I want to talk. You don't let me talk.
Okay, I can make him talk now.
I will remove myself there. Maybe they talk now. It's just a monologue.
Yeah, Ola talk.
I was trying to say my position.
That's blackmail. But what you just did now is a blackmail. Stop it. You are not a woman.
No, it's not a black. No, don't I have right to do all that things? I have right to do all that things. No, Babati. I was even going to say something. You won't let me say my own. I have something to do too. It's not as if this thing. We are discussing. I was asking Patoski, when you say America doesn't concern you, and I'm not saying Patoski, you know how much you invested in stock. I know how much I invested in stock in 2000 because of what happened in America. My stock today, I cannot go and look at it. You understand? Okay, let me give an example. Don't let me talk too much. You know, if someone invested 1 million and your 1 million became 50,000, and you from that Nigeria you invested in. But what happened in America? It came to Nigeria to affect your money there, and you are saying I should not care about America. Why should I care? That's what I said. Because so if I want to talk, you don't let me
cry, baby. Cry, baby.
I
cry, baby.
I hear you now.
Cry, baby. Trump don't make you cry. I like him.
Okay, let me ask you. This platform that you people say you are creating and the people are benefiting. What the question is supposed to ask yourself? Right? What are they manufacturing? What are they producing?
They are trading dollar. They are trading dollar.
With what?
Yeah.
With naira.
Crypto now.
Oh, Kenny, they don't make it complicated more. If you trade like Malai for better, no go and put your money there.
So how is that helping the economy? How is that?
Forget about economy, but I mean, don't put your money there, Sha.
You don't talk for it.
He don't put money there. He don't put money there already. That is why he's acting.
You no go enter forest too.
He don't enter. He don't enter already.
He's been getting money from it. That's why he says
no. When the team blow.
Even if I lose my $1,000 there today, I think I've getting more than that, so I will not cry.
Oh, okay.
Recently, I think about maybe 2 years ago, there was another one like that collapsed, and it was in dollars also. You understand? I don't know why Nigeria has done
so many like that. They will tell you say machine go dey trade for you. AI, Nigerians.
This one
AI
is also. I don't even know. I know even my elder brother invested about $5,000 and he lost.
Oh, Jesus! People see they put money for this thing. you know the Babati, you know the one that is funny. There's a platform they say we will teach you how to trade. They will create you put money there. You say put money there. They will teach you. You'll be trading on the demo. You'll be making money. When they now bring you to life, you put your money. You'll be making money. In some cases, still making money. When time to draw your money reach now, everything will disappear. Or you put your money as you are making money, you just go and say you just lose money. People.
The question who are the people behind this thing? Do you know them?
It's a global thing now. We don't even know them.
Which global?
Honestly,
the
people.
The name of the platform?
You're earning. They trade every day. At the end of the day, they give you your own share, something like that, with your dollar and all that. So that is it. So, but since for almost 1 year now, it's paying very well.
So you've been on it for 1 year?
Yeah, it's been 1 year now.
Just withdraw your money. The money will take.
No, I know if you withdraw. I know if you, because I'm not at loss anymore. I'm not at loss.
You withdraw your capital.
No. Is it that you believe that okay, you have money there now, or the money is in your hand already?
If I want to withdraw, I will withdraw now. I withdraw every 40 days now.
You know what those things the people that will come late, they will be the one that will be that will be the loser of all these things.
That will suffer it, yeah.
And the greedy ones.
I even have that thinking. I have that thinking that one day because even you get sometimes $20 a day, $50 a day, $30, depending on the amount of money you invest. So, and I know, but most of the time taking that risk, I see it as a risk.
How are you getting can you get?
Guys, what I think is happening is they are day trading using the funds that depositors put there.
That's the thing.
The problem is this, okay? When a Black Friday incident occurs, a Black Monday incident happens, okay, where the stock market collapses out of out all of a sudden, out of the blue, and you see a big drop, okay. The problem then is those people are going to lose their money, and there's no security. Okay?
Aro, if you are doing that,
And that incident,
that scheme,
this is going to happen very soon.
Let me tell you, they are not trading anything.
But Simba, there is one. Simba, let me tell you, there is one app. There is one app that is still in existence for almost 5 years now, and it's still working very perfectly well.
Ekene, there's no app that will trade for you.
There's no
app
gambling
that will
money.
trade for you.
Just gambling money. That's all.
Leave that one. There's no app that will
So
trade for you.
the issue is, if you need it, I will send you the link. But forget about that one. I will not issue that one.
I don't need it.
But the
I
issue is,
learned. Kenny, I paid more than 3,000 euros to learn to day trade. So I'm sorry. I know this. I know about trading rather very well.
it's okay. Sha. The only thing is that the way that's the only opportunity. Most of the time, you use it for opportunity to get something. At least, if the money you get in there can buy you a plot of land, is something. Even before you lose, is something. You understand?
Do you know the repercussion of all these things? Few people, it's only people that benefit. Majority will still lose. That's what is going to happen.
You know when someone lost in the group I was in, okay, when it pastor talk
See, Simba, let me tell you this. Everything
Simba,
about
are you
life.
saying it's like a pyramid scheme? Is that what you're saying, Simba?
Exactly. There's a pyramid scheme, Prince Daddy.
It's not.
But let me tell you this. Let me tell you, Simba, everything about life is risk. You see, last month I did a business. I did a business that I almost collapsed. I for faint. If you know they hear my voice, for this platform again.
So did you recover?
You understand? Yeah.
Did you recover?
Yes, recover now.
I recover now. If I not recover, I'm not going to hear my voice again.
Okay, that's why your voice is loud.
I just saw the contact, and everything was perfectly what I needed. I was seeing this stuff. I wanted to order it. I cannot. The price was okay. Everything, and this something as in. I followed the guy, followed him for some time. I chatted him privately. He gave me samples and all that for the first time, and I said, okay, no, let me try. I gave him some other. I sent the money. I was chatting. Okay, he said, okay, I received your money. My friend, I received your money. Okay, when are you shifting this? He was saying, cool down. At that time, my BP was rising, as in my temperature was rising on a high speed every day. Every day, my temperature was rising on a high speed. I told him, this is where I want you to send these goods to. The person that will receive these goods in their warehouse. He said, okay, my friend, I'm coming. As in, for almost 2 weeks. If you see me, I just slim. Food no dey gree me chop again. My stature change, my color begin to change. Just last month. But
because of money,
I put a lot of money because I make profit. It's the profit I'm looking at. So at a point.
Batoski, you saying that because of money.
So at
the point, the guy delivered. And I chatted my this. He said yes. He delivered it.
What if you had died before that time? Would you go up there?
That's actually delivered.
And now, but you almost died before that time.
Happy now, I'm rejoicing now.
Now your madam for the chop the money now.
So you don't get mad that you get lost. Let me tell you something that happened. You know, some of us, you understand, why in the banking industry. Maybe probably I invested more than Patoski because Patoski, I had the amount of Patoski and I invested the other time. You know, all the money in my life that time, I invested in stock. The stock went on crash during that global recession. The thing hit me in such a way. I was in the bank. It hit me in such a way that I had my a building project going on. I made a roof for more than 6 weeks. I didn't get money to buy the roofing sheet to cover. It was so bad. And I was working, don't forget, I was working in a bank. The hand salary. You understand? It was that bad. It was that bad. So the thing is, the economy is the way the thing will shake. It was just because of one of my boss.
Hey, hola. Sorry. Babati, are you there?
Babati there now.
Yeah, I was going to ask one question about what I noticed about Nigerian FA, right? Okay, what I saw was all the African countries, right? Their FA, you know all these African countries, their FA, they get money from FIFA, right? Everybody get money from FIFA.
Right.
So they budget coaches' salary, right? They budget coaches' salary for the year. So what I noticed was that all these African countries, right? They have coaches payments, salary paid every month, even when they change coaches. So whenever they change a coach, before the what's the coach they are replacing leaves, another one has replaced. So there's no gap in between salary payments, right? So that budget, that money goes, that salary goes to a coach at least, whether they change coach or not. But Nigeria, what I noticed was that we have many more months where we didn't have a coach than time where we had coach. So those months where there was no coach, so that salary that was supposed to go to a coach, who did it go to?
Well, no. I don't think there's any time that we don't have a coach. My wife an interim.
Interim? Who's that interim?
Yeah. Okay, when Raw was, in fact, I think they replaced him with Guabon.
They fired this guy, Finidi, or whatever his name was.
Finidi came in, Guabon came in.
Okay,
So
before the shell came in now, there were many months where we didn't know who we didn't have a coach.
Guavon was coach now.
So it was immediately they removed a Guavon that they replaced with yes.
We're out of the World Cup, unfortunately.
Well, technically, when they start saying Guavon, Kinikon, I thought they would say technically.
And not yet, bro.
Are you saying that Guavon is giving salary of?
Not yet.
We are not out yet.
No, we don't finish. I'm gonna forget.
What was the outcome of Benin Republic and South Africa?
I give them 2-0.
2-0. South Africa won.
So they are now having 13 points. You are having 7.
Yes. We are out now. We are out.
And do you know what's funny about this whole thing? The same thing that they fired this guy from Mali for is the same thing that is happening. He has a hard time closing out games. That was the issue.
Well, the first game won. I can't really blame that guy.
Is the last. If you watch that match, when Osimhen was there, I know he was tired when they replaced him, but they could not come out of their shell because Osimhen was just very defensive. Once Osimhen removed,
Osimhen is the only player now.
They don't get confidence now. They had confidence now. Come out. So
exactly. When Osimhen left, that was it, man. They started attacking us.
But Osimhen was tired. You cannot just keep him playing like that.
Yeah, but if you replace him, can't you say, okay, do what Osimhen is doing? Or
no, Osimhen was one that he's not coach for that. The coach didn't remove him. Osimhen can't continue. The guy was cramp.
How many minutes remain that they collapse now? Under 2 or 3 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes more.
I think what happened to us is that first, our central defense, that icon is too slow. And then from our right.
Honestly, I just think that game. I just think it's just a matter of luck
and there was nobody's fault.
See,
if you have
the problem with Nigeria is the players, not the coach.
No. To me, it's the FA. The FA.
You cannot be playing online.
Hold on. Why? Can you tell me a reason why Nigeria have to 5 coaches and how many? Are you kidding me? You want to go to a World Cup? All these things. I mean,
you have
hold on, 4 years to prepare for a World Cup, and time for qualifying, you are changing coaches. Are you kidding me? Look at South Africa now. Look at all the other teams. They already got these things figured out. South Africa has a coach that's there. That's carrying them through. And what always annoy me the most, Remy? They will not hire a coach like days before a game. They will hire a coach like. Are you kidding me?
Mike, do you know what is going to happen? What can make that group to be open again? Unfortunately for South Africa, if it's proven right, they use a player
They
that
will
have
drop
collected
a
2 yellow
point.
cards.
They are likely to
That
drop points.
You
they
say
are
they
likely
use
to
what?
draw points. And if they use
Because
one player that have
an
collected 2
illegitimate.
Let me, my brother. Let me ask you something. Are we not tired of always pressing calculator every time?
Pressing calculator.
What can we do now? Are
Why
we not
can't
going to press
Let
hand?
me tell you the truth. Nigeria FA is a very corrupt place. They are
Yeah.
rampant corruption. That country, Nigeria, every corner is torn at corruption. So that FA, that the corruption there is the reason why the God of
you
football
remember?
we don't favor you.
Mike, why
Last
is the
year, the guy said,
corruption
no.
affecting the performance of the player? Are they not getting their
No.
allowance?
The player.
What
Let
way?
me tell you something, Simba. First of all, hold on. First of all, the players play better than most of the games they play. They play better than the opponents. They dominated the opponents, but most of the games, they just luck was not on their side.
You know,
And
Mike.
in
Like
football,
yesterday there was no
yesterday
luck on their
Nigeria
side
dominated
at
that game from the
all.
beginning to
More
almost.
than 25 scoring chances. Oh my!
They
It
are
was
still
just
doing
luck.
How is that one the fault of the FA?
And
That
it's
is
to
the
be
fault
that
of the
went there
player.
now.
No, what I'm saying
That's
is,
it to be with bad luck.
Simba, when you let me tell you something about spiritual law. When you are doing something bad, there's always karma. You understand that consequence. That's why when Igbo people always trying to eliminate their bad omens from their circle in their company, because they know that if they get this bad person, they get bad omen, they bring bad luck. So when a place is very rampantly corrupt, a bad luck they come there. That's what I'm trying to. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. We are the bad luck is what's hunting Super Eagle, and the reason why I'm telling you is the level of evil corruption that's going on within that FA. It
Again, Mike,
invites so many
take
bad
us
luck to
from
that
all these
organization.
spiritual things. We are not serious. I don't want to
I'm
believe
telling
any
you,
spiritual things here.
what I see, the only thing I can diagnose with this Super Eagles situation is just bad luck. Most of the games are
It's
bad luck.
not bad luck. They are not doing well. Just
Watch
forget
every
it.
game, they dominate the opponent now. Is it a solo
Dominate.
game? They dominate every game, they dominate, but they lost.
No, Simba, they played very well. I will not
No,
lie.
they did.
It was
They did
luck.
not.
It was luck.
It was a
It was
coaching
luck now.
problem.
I can hear they didn't play well. I
Hold on.
watched the game. Nigeria
It
that
was-
first half, man. They dominate. It's
Mike,
supposed to be at
listen
least
now.
3-0.
It was a coaching problem. Number one,
It was not coaching. I'm
you
sorry.
don't play Olaino left back. He's a right full back. You don't. So he was out of position.
Babati.
The goal they scored. If you watch it, that was him now.
Babati. If you play a game where you dominate, you can't say it's a coach's fault.
You must be able to. You must make sensible adjustments towards diamond to keep your lead. You remember they scored 75, 50 minutes. What's that? They scored late now.
Babati, there's some games you watch where you just know that luck. It's just a matter of it's not
Mike, if you really understand football, let me ask you. Go to Premiership. Go and look at, let's say, Chelsea is not doing well now, but go and look at the average possession each match that they have. They don't have less than 60% possession each match, and they will still lose. And we have teams that usually they will have 30-40% possession and they're winning. So everything still boiled down to the players and the coach.
about possession. I never even mentioned possession. Performance is beyond just possession. It's many factors that contribute for how much chances do you create? Possession is there. How much pressure you put on the opponent, the intensity, all those things. Nigeria did it all. They created a lot of chances. They possessed the opponent. They put in the intensity pressure. I mean, literally, Zimbabwe could not even hold on.
Why are you playing?
They could not even hold on to the ball. Like,
Mike,
Nigeria played that game like to the point where I'm like, I'm just know a goal would guarantee to come.
No, you say you watch
the
game.
You understand?
Why are you playing Lukman as a false nine? He's a left forward now. You don't play him false nine. This is not Atlanta. When I say coaching problem,
I don't know why we blame coach too much. Everything we don't blame every coach we bring on.
I'm not blaming him, but you have to put people in the best position to succeed.
But they perform the other opponent now. Is that not what you want? You want to play the opponent?
Okay, if I say you can do better at one position.
Yeah, but that's when listen. If you play against a team and you perform bad, that's when you can bring that argument of, oh, should I play this guy here or there? You understand? But if you play against a team and whatever you play worked, then you can't complain about that.
Nigeria,
even if I play Osimhen as right back and Nigeria dominate and create chances and that's a ridiculous example I'm giving there. But what I'm saying is that if you come up with a strategy and that strategy work, that's what it matters.
No,
that game, Nigeria literally was supposed to win that game.
I think you're missing.
In fact, they played 3 times better than they played the previous
No,
game.
once we scored at about 75th minute, they made substitution to kind of block the lead. Like they wanted to hold on to that one game.
No, you
So
can't do that.
I think one mistake he made, I would say, on that substitution was when he removed. The goal came after that. When I want to say when he removed Chukwueze, because that guy, what's his name? That he put in that tall guy. The guy doesn't
from Belgium.
Yeah. The guy is not a guy that put pressure on attack on your attack.
Once Osimhen left, they got confidence again. I'm like, the game just changed. Once he left the pitch, it was just like.
And then once he took out, he will be too. I think that guy that came in, though, is not a really defensive kind of player. The other midfielder he brought in.
So that's what I'm the problem.
After I made substitution, I think kind of collapsed the shape.
That's my point. So the way you make, and my point is, even in Mali, when he was fired, it was for the same reason. They said he had a hard time with late substitutions and closing out games. So it's the same thing going on again. So he's had that issue before.
But that goal was the Truth Ekon's mistake, though. So I was looking at Ekon like, why you let the guy run past you? Just you could see the guy in front of you. He was tired. Like, his leg was tired. Because that guy was supposed to run past. He's not supposed to give that guy a chance to even move like that. He didn't even chase him. It's like his leg was gone. If you don't see your leg don't go, you're supposed to stop yourself now. Why do you stay in the game? So if Ekon didn't make that mistake, I don't think
his late game management. He has a bad reputation for that, and that's what I'm saying.
I've only seen 2 games so far. I'll be honest with you. The 2 games.
Hold on. I want to make an announcement. Patoski, I beg, I won't go sleep. Just know, I don't know if you can put it in to the background. Okay, will you put it in the background later, Abi?
Put everybody in the background now.
Babati, the only thing I can say is Nigeria should just hold on to one coach.
No,